We
We're live.
What's up, motherfuckers?
Guess what? You're getting the Metalben Metal Mike show here tonight. Pretty much out of nowhere. Pretty much we pulled this one out of our asses here tonight.
Yep.
Anyways, so what's up out there?
Pulled the ass out of the rat. We spoke nothing much. I just wanted to let everybody know to check out my new series I'm starting on my channel. It's What If Live Setlist, where I talked about Iron Maiden. I will actually mess with tracks. I added version of the set list would be the Senjutsu tour if they started that, and if they ended the Legacy of the Beast tour. And we would have an intro. Let's just say the intro has all the Eddie, or like a couple Eddies comes out, and let's just say one of them gets killed by the war, like the Samurai Eddie. You go right into Senjutsu to open it off. Then you go into Wasted Years, and then the only track off of Fear of the Dark is Be Quick or Be Dead. That's the only track they play this tour.
That's a good.
They retired. Then we go right into Prowler. We go right into a Paul Diano track.
Blood Prowler. That's a good one.
Then we go into a Blade. Then we go right into Edge of Sanity.
Interesting.
Then we go right into the Writing on the Wall. Then we go for a little bit of a trip into Revelations. Continuing with this sort of like biblical apocalyptic, we go right into Sign of the Cross.
Cool.
And then continuing with the apocalyptic, we go into the epic Hell on Earth. Another transition.
Nice. That's a cool track.
Then we can go right into a track off of the Book of Souls, If Eternity Should Fail, to sort of end off that little apocalyptic thing.
Hell yeah.
Speed. And we pick up speed. Well, I put in Wildest Dreams.
Not really the biggest fan of that track, but it's all right. And what's up, chat room? We got Iced Man, or yeah, Eister Fan Forever. We got John here. We got Chuck Hopkins here. Dominic Matheson here. We got Water Dive here. Bossman 13 here. And we got metal piano music in the house.
Oh, yeah.
First stream a month here on my channel. So what's going on? All right, so as far as news, see, we got a lot of shit to talk about. Well, we got a new Megadeth song coming out. Oh shit! I'm sorry, I didn't know you weren't done yet. I apologize.
No, I wasn't done yet. So, like, track 11 is Wildest Dreams. The reason why I picked that track was because it's a rare track, I think. It's
probably one of the weakest tracks off the album, too.
Yeah. Then we go into Stratego, which is we go back to picking up the tempo, go right into a Moonchild. So we kind of keep the tempo going a bit. We go right into Power Slave core. But for the encore, Dr. Doctor plays over the loudspeaker. The intro kind of just has a weird intro for the encore. All the Eddies come out, and then they leave, and then we go straight into Death of the Celts. Then we get a little gallopy with this next epic, and we as an epic. We go right into Wrathchild, Number of the Beast, The Drifter, and then we end it with Aces High. I'm sorry, I'm retiring Iron Maiden and Alibi, that name from the set list, because they're just played to death. I think.
I agree. I totally agree. Sounds like a pretty cool set list to me. I mean, definitely different. Yeah.
Yeah. If if you had to make your version like of a video for that and follow the thread I made, what would your set list be, Ben? It's 20 tracks.
Oh, Jesus
They're
Christ.
like going all out.
To think of 20 tracks right now, holy crap.
We don't have to think of them right now, but yeah.
Yeah. I'd have to really think about that. I mean, there's definitely a lot of Iron Maiden tracks I'd like to see played live that I don't think they've ever played live. Or maybe haven't played live in years. Drifter, yeah, they probably haven't played Drifter. They probably haven't played Drifter since Paul Di'Anno was in the band, to be honest.
No, Paul Di'Anno, in a recent interview, Paul Di'Anno said Drifter was one of the songs they tested as a test, but they never played it officially live. But they've played it like for rehearsals. And I think they played it a few times for rehearsals during the X Factor tour, and then again for Dance of Death as a rehearsal.
That's not totally true. Drifter was played live back in '80. I mean, there's bootlegs out there of it played live.
Yeah.
So. Oh yes, Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. And if you guys in the chat are fathers, or if there's any dads in the chat room out there, Happy Father's Day to you guys.
Happy Father's Day. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you know, be a cool song to hear live. Virus.
Yeah. It's all right, I guess.
Hey, I think you mentioned to me in a text a week ago or 2 weeks ago about there's some demo tracks for X Factor that should have actually been on the album that are better than some of the other tracks.
There's 3 tracks that didn't make the final cut of the X Factor. There was an EP released back in the '90s with these tracks. Can't remember the name of the tracks right now. Oh yeah, there was one track called Judgment Day that's really good. It definitely should have been on the X Factor. It's more up tempo. Can't remember the other 2 off the top of my head. But
let me look it up. Let me look it up real quick. I can Google it. I can definitely Google it. X Factor.
What's going on, Jeff? Welcome to the stream, man.
What's up, Jeff?
Like tracks Iron Maiden has not played live that I would like to see played live. I can name a couple.
Sure.
Sun and Still from Peace of Mind. That's a freaking underrated track. That is a damn good track. Trying to think here. Purgatory from Killers. I'd like to see Purgatory played live.
Yeah.
Genghis Khan. Yeah, that instrumental Genghis Khan. I think that'd be cool.
Anything off of Somewhere in Time besides, Caught Somewhere in Time, like any other tracks off of that album that would be,
Let's see, from the album Somewhere in Time. Okay, I can name quite a few actually. Sea of Madness. I think that's an underrated track.
It's a great track.
The Loneliness of a Long Distance Runner. That's one of my favorite Iron Maiden tracks. That's a deep cut. Deja Vu would be cool live.
Okay, I have the tracks. Justice of the Peace is one of the demos off of X Factor. Judgment Day. Yep. I Live My Way is another one. That's about it. Just 3. And I'm just looking over the Blaze stuff just to see what other Blaze songs that Bruce could sing live currently. Fortunes of War would be okay. It's not a great song, but I think they could pull it off. Lord of the Flies would be an interesting one to bring back to the set.
Yeah. Would be cool.
Sign of the Cross. I think
Well, I mean, that
You
one
should
they
keep
already
that one
play.
song off of that album.
I'm thinking probably Edge of Darkness. I think Edge of Darkness is a pretty cool track from the X Factor.
Man on the Edge.
Yeah, Man on the Edge. That one would be cool. I'd like to hear Bruce sing that. I don't know if Bruce ever done that one.
Well, we have the internet for a reason. Yes, Bruce did sing it in Mexico City. I think it was 1998 when Bruce came back, and they toured before the official reunion album for Brave New World. So they kind of did like a tour before it.
Yeah. We got okay. Just trying to think of the tracks.
I'm just going through all the albums in my head, and I'm thinking, nothing off of Final Frontier would be interesting live. Yeah.
I still cannot get into that album.
But I did do a recent album ranking. Senjutsu did jump to 13. That's probably as high as that's going to go. It's not going to get any like higher or lower, because there are albums that are just lower than that.
Yeah.
And X Factor jumped up to number 10 as like a permanent 10. Surprisingly. And then behind it is Brave New World, and then I think Dance of Death. Then I would put Senjutsu, then A Matter of Life and Death, and then Final Frontier, and then Book of Souls is like number 9 or like number 8. So, yeah.
Right.
And I just feel like that whole era of Iron Maiden, it has that issue. It has the same issues going back to X Factor, where Steve Harris. Steve Harris and Adrian Smith likes to do more of the acoustic stuff, and I think, they tend to drag out those acoustic epics a little bit too long. I think that's why when Brave New World came out, it was a little bit faster. But then the next album, and then the next album, Book of Souls had some speed on it, and then Senjutsu had some speedy tracks. But they all suffer. Yeah.
There's not much speed on Senjutsu. I don't think there is.
No. And it's not their worst. I'll give credit's due for that album. It's not their worst produced album. It's just, I think everybody was expecting them to kind of go way back into their roots. Like, everybody.
Yeah. I'm kind of just burned out talking about Senjutsu, to be honest.
I think
it's 1 year later, it's out. There's other fucking bands out there that could be talked about,
Yeah.
Anyways, what's up, Necrotic Nick?
What's up, Nick?
I'll send links of. I see a couple people are asking to join. Excuse me.
But yeah, Ben, let's talk about the whole Motley Crue, Def Leppard, tour shit that's going on at the moment.
I get tired of talking about this crap. I really do. But we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Motley Crue retire. Just fucking retire. Yes. Get John Corabi back. It's obvious that Tommy Lee and fucking Vince Neil don't have it. No. You can get a better drummer.
Yeah.
I mean, and that new Def Leppard album is pure hot garbage.
It is.
And Poison, I always hated Poison, so no comment on Poison.
Yeah. The Def Leppard, they had one rockin' song.
One rockin' song and a bunch of pop, bubblegum pop trying to write pour some sugar on me bullshit.
And plus, you don't have Rick Allen on drums. And technically, you should have had Rick Allen on drums, too. I think you guys should have had him on.
Well, Rick, at this point, Rick Allen's more of a beast than Tommy Lee is. Holy shit,
he's just a key member of that band.
Right.
Yeah.
Problem is, too, I'm not, like, overly familiar with a lot of Joan Jett's music. I can't really comment on Joan Jett.
Yeah.
I have nothing bad to say about Joan Jett. But the other three bands...
Yeah.
It's just really a pointless concert. It's really a pointless concert, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to move to where I'm closer to my Wi-Fi signal. So. But yeah. So if anybody's on the East Coast in Ohio, well, Nick, warning everyone tomorrow for us on the East Coast. We're getting a fucking heat wave this week. So hit your ACs on.
It's freaking gorgeous here tonight.
It is tonight.
Oh, it's a beautiful day all day today.
Yeah. But yeah, I will give everybody an update now. I won't be making any content next month, and I won't be streaming with Ben next month. Sort of my breakaway, and I'll be going on vacation for about a few weeks. Originally, my plans were I was going to go out west, but family and things had to change, so I'm going to be taking a little shorter vacation. I will be going to Cleveland to visit the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, just to check that off my list. And then from there, I'm going up to Cooperstown, to the Baseball Hall of Fame. And then from there, I'm going up to Toronto to see Metallica for the first time. So I'll be seeing Metallica in Canada.
I'm going to see Metallica in August in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It's going to be the first time I've ever seen them, too, which is kind of weird.
Same for me. But if I end up, but I will give everybody, if I end up streaming live with Ben in July, that means that my vacation probably can't been canceled. So you guys end up seeing me active on YouTube. Well, I won't be going on vacation then, because
Yeah, I'm definitely the wrong person to talk to about Def Leppard. I only like the first 3 albums. I might I'll be a little fair. I like select songs from certain albums. Like there's maybe 2 I like from Hysteria, 1 from Adrenalize, or 2 from Adrenalize.
I don't care for Hysteria or Adrenalize.
Slang fucking sucked.
No, the demos are better.
I do like a couple tracks from Euphoria. X was garbage.
Yeah.
Songs from the Sparkle Lounge, I don't really remember it. The last album, I don't remember. This album sucked and we had a good song on it. That's my opinions of Leopard in a nutshell. But the first 3 albums are awesome.
Oh yeah, Nick. Hope you get well, Nick, with your COVID. Just a shout out to Raw's Mental Crowd. Nick, hope you get better with COVID, man. That sucks.
Yeah, I hope you get better. But we're going to send some links right now if we have nothing else to really talk about.
Oh, wait. Oh, the Ozzy Osbourne recently got out of the hospital with his surgery.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Heard about that, too. Oh, yeah. Ace Frehley is now in the news. He has to step away due to certain concerns about his... Apparently, Ace's band found him stumbling and mumbling in his room.
What? I didn't even hear about that.
Nope. And then apparently Ace went into rehab, like alcohol rehab again. So.
Damn.
And he's been clean for over 20 years now, so it's, But
I mean, anybody can relapse. I mean, when you're an addict, you're an addict for life.
Yeah.
I mean, anybody can relapse and get back into the booze or the drugs. I mean, I heard Steven Tyler had to go back to rehab, or I did see that about Steven Tyler having to go back into rehab because he had surgery and they were giving him like painkillers or painkillers or whatever, and he relapsed.
Back in 2019 when James Hetfield relapsed and went back on relapsed of his alcohol and went into rehab. If we remember that from a few years back, when Hetfield went into rehab.
Yep. Yeah, that was just not too long ago.
Oh.
But yeah. Jacko 30. Yes, I have heard of Allegiance before.
So Ben, what did you listen to today? What were you spinning today?
Strangely, I was listening to Rat today. I don't know. I've been in a Rat mood. I don't know why I've been in a mood to listen to Rat the last couple days.
You guys can also check.
Sometimes I get in them moods where I want to listen to some 80s.
And for anybody in the chat who has Facebook, check out the Metal Bastards Hangout group on Facebook.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. I started a new Facebook page a couple days ago called the Metal Bastards Hangout. Yeah. So definitely look it up if you're on Facebook.
Which we have 32 members, so we have a little bit of a cult following already. So,
right.
Start.
And we only had one member leave.
I'm going to give a shout out to I'm going to give a channel for you guys in the comments to follow. Please give It's Mr. Scott a watch. Give his channel a follow and watch.
Oh, yes. Why the stream was a little late. I was in another live stream actually watching God, what's the name of the channel? Oh yeah, Mr. Scott Reacts. He's got a really cool YouTube channel. Yeah. Seems like a really nice guy.
He does wrestling, he does metal reactions. Yep. And then he does this game where he ranks food, wrestling, horror films. And
it's a good time in there. Definitely a good time.
I agree with Scott. The Rob Zombie horror films were utter shit. Halloween. Halloween H2O wasn't terrible, but it's not good. The Thorn trilogy was... Halloween 4 is okay, but the rest of those two are bad. Halloween 2018 isn't terrible. Halloween Kills is okay. What is it? Resurrection, where Buster Rhymes kills Michael Myers? Yeah, that's hot garbage. Halloween 2 is good. Halloween, the original, was top tier. Halloween 3 is pretty good. I'd put that in top tier. A lot of people shit on the third Halloween film.
I don't like it. I just don't get the storyline for it. Maybe that's the whole point of that movie, though, to not get it. I don't know.
No.
It don't make sense, though.
I think Halloween 2, you had the perfect ending. You have Myers just burn up in the hospital and kind of have a perfect sequel.
See, I like the original Halloween movie, but Halloween 2 is actually my favorite Halloween movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying, what's my favorite... What's your favorite Michael Myers kill?
I'd have to really think about that.
I already have mine. Okay, it's kind of a cheesy kill, but it's the opening of it's in Halloween 2 where he puts the needle in the side of the temple of his head. Yeah, it's a kind of a cheesy kill, but hey, it works.
Oh yes. I guess before we send some links out, we'll talk about the new Megadeth track that's supposedly dropping next week.
Oh yeah, the new Megadeth.
Yeah, there is a new Megadeth track supposedly dropping next week, so I'm looking forward to it. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it's good.
I think it will be good because Dave's been taking his time on it, and I have a feeling it's to be really good.
Yeah, it's the longest gap between Megadeth albums, 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
Yeah,
long freaking time for Megadeth. So, but anyways, I will send you guys some links here. I'm gonna put myself on mute for a minute.
yeah. I just got me Metal Mike to chat for a little bit. Yeah, what's going on, y'all, in chat? Yeah. So, so, what do I want to talk about? Uh, okay, no problem, Nick. Super Collider. That's an okay album. It's an okay album. It's not. It's. Uh, yeah, Metal Man. Yeah, Jeff. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask you guys in chat. Which drummer do you think is better, Gene Hoglan or Dave Lombardo? I'm asking y'all in chat. Who's a better drummer, Gene Hoglan or Dave Lombardo? Jeff, Ace and Rehab. It's just like a rumor story going around, and there were some rumors that like Gene or Paul was talking about it, and then it kind of just leaked out everywhere. So I don't know if it's true. I'm just taking it with a grain of salt, also, and just see what I hear from it. So take it with a grain of salt. John, you said Dave Lombardo over Gene Hoglan. I'm going Gene Hoglan on drums. As much as I love Lombardo, I think Gene is just a tad bit heavier on drums. But not knocking Dave Lombardo. Some of his drumming on Slayer is fucking great. So, but Gene Hoglan's drums on a lot of those Strapping Young Lad records, Testament, it's just fast, and his double bass is just nasty. I gotta go Gene Hoglan over Dave Lombardo.
All right, I'm back. I think that news
Ben,
is false. I think that shit about Ace Frehley's false because there's nothing popping up on Google about it.
No, I
Somebody's
saw it
making
on
stuff up.
I saw it on Facebook. It was like in Ralph's. I was in Ralph's Facebook group, and I saw someone post it. So I'm just taking it with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Wow, 14 people. That might be a record.
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to.
Yeah, I gave everyone a challenge. I told people in the comments, who do you like better on drums, Dave Lombardo or Gene Hoglan? I picked Gene Hoglan just because he's just technically Dave Lombardo's a great drummer, but Gene Hoglan is just a monster on drums.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Dave Lombardo or Gene Hoglan. Jeez, both great drummers. I mean, Gene Hoglan is probably the better technical drummer, but Dave Lombardo, man, his drumming's fucking legendary. It's so
and he's
original.
now the new drummer for Testament, which was originally Gene, and Paul Bostaff. Paul Bostaff also being a drummer for Slayer for a good bit. So, oh, Paul Bostaff's a great drummer too. I forgot about him.
Hammerfall Crimson Thunder.
Yeah,
Tell you what, it's been a long time since I played some Hammerfall.
Yeah, Jeff, I think the Ace story is bull too. I think
the new In Flames track, I did listen to it.
Yeah,
I actually didn't mind it. I was actually kind of shocked by it. I wasn't expecting it to be as heavy as it was.
Yeah.
Civil War. I gotta check that out too. I see.
Yeah.
I saw it posted on Facebook or
Yeah. But
somewhere.
I've been surprisingly, the band I've been on recently on a binge. I've been on a Meatloaf binge recently.
Oh yeah,
So
some meatloaf.
I've just been listening to Bat Out of Hell a lot more compared to the other track. I don't know what it is about that song, the production on that song.
It's a classic
It's so
album.
good. Yeah.
That fucking song's killer. Bat Out of Hell. Like, I'm surprised no metal band has attempted to cover that.
Okay, here's a topic for Ben, for everyone, and us. Which band do you think could pull off a great, a solid cover of "Bat Out of Hell"? There's a good, right
Hmm.
off the bat topic.
Boy, that's a really good question. Probably,
Alice Cooper.
and I'm thinking something more newer. A cover of Bat Out of
Speaking.
Hell. What about Ariana? Or somebody like that?
Ghost.
What's going on, Speed King?
You know what band that could think pull that off? I thought about Ghost for a minute.
Boy, I don't know about that one.
Hmm.
Boy, that's a good
John
question. Who could
John
cover
said
that?
icebergs.
Oyster, Oyster probably could do a good cover of it. I mean,
All right, now, if we're talking like older bands covering Meatloaf, that's more interesting. That's more interesting.
I
I
can't
just
get
don't
into
think
Sabbath.
I can't either. And I saw them live, open for Judas Priest in Reading, PA. That was a boring set until Judas Priest came on. Then I was happy. But
To me, it's just way too overproduced. That's my problem with Sabaton.
yeah.
I mean, it's don't get me wrong, it's not terrible. It's just I don't like my music to sound like it's manufactured. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Not saying it is manufactured, but the production's so damn clean on it.
I mean, while I was going to work, I did have this in my CD. I have a little, those little miniature portable CD players. You just put the headphones in, put the batteries underneath, put the CD in, and then you
Yeah.
put it in your pocket and walk with it. I have one of those with me at work, and I spun this like all day at work. I still can't stop saying anything negative about the debut Boston album. Just in terms of, I'm going like in terms of production. It's a very well produced album.
Oh yeah, that's a perfect album. I
Yeah.
mean, it is. It's perfect. It never gets old. That
Mm-mm.
debut by Boston.
There's other Boston records that are good too, but I just don't think the other Boston records. I don't think they have that same production as that first record. I don't.
You're probably right. Even though Don't Look Back does have some, even yeah, okay. Don't Look Back's probably not. It's probably not as good as the debut. It's still a good album. I mean, you can
Oh,
definitely
it is.
tell it's. You can definitely tell the album's unfinished, and the
Mm-mm.
record label at the time was rushing them to get the album out too
Mhm.
because of contract. You know, legislation, or you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I would have to say it's probably one. I would actually probably agree with that. That that first Boston album probably is one of the best debut albums ever made. I
Which,
mean, they
you
just
know.
came out cracking with a home run when it came out.
Mhm. I still have an idea in my head about doing a video on the top 10 best debut albums, but I have to go through the bands that I know of, and then I have to listen. It's just gonna be like, okay, is this album good? Is this album good? Because
I'll be back.
you can be a great band and you can have a solid sound, have a debut album, and then you know shit hits the fan and the album doesn't sell. Ben muted himself for a bit. So, Scott Ian's. I'm reading your message. Scott Ian said there might have a Meatloaf tribute. I read a long time ago after me. It'd be interesting. Yeah, Sabaton does blow. I agree, Jeff. Sabaton blows. And I saw them live, and they were disappointing. So.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, what's up, Nick?
How's it going?
Good.
Oh, we're just
figured I'd do a stream tonight.
I was just on a stream last night for almost 5 hours, maybe.
5 hours.
Oh yeah, dude, we ended up bullshitting about all sorts of deviant shit. I'm sure because it's us. It was Jeff and Rick and Brian. What's up, Bass Man?
I want to get your opinion, Nick. Who do you think could do a Meatloaf cover, Nick?
Let's see, I'm missing two more here.
Mike Patton.
Really? Okay.
Mike Patton could do anything. That was kind of an easy pick.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd be my go-to for most people. He's got an incredible vocal range.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no. So next Friday will be a new episode of the What If live series set list, and I gotta pick a band for that for episode 2. So.
Let's see here.
We want cat.
Oh, you're right, Ben?
I guess I'll have to put the link right in the chat. Now I wanted to get Jeff on, and I can't.
Well, here I
don't know. Oh,
I might be able to. Let me see if I can send the link through Instagram.
But yeah,
there we go, Warren.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to do that.
I'm thinking of doing a live set list episode 2. I'm thinking about doing Alice Cooper for episode 2 for like a 20-song
just gotta find him again. Where are you?
Alice Cooper
for episode 2.
Hold on 1 second here.
Yeah.
There he is.
But yeah. Oh, Ben, I saw you said you were listening to like a retro band earlier. I saw it on the Facebook group. Earlier, Ben.
Yeah, I was just looking up like obscure stuff from the 70s on YouTube earlier. I'm always curious about bands that never got signed from that era.
Yeah, that Ultra Mutants, I've heard that before. You said you heard a Thin Lizzy vibe from that?
To me, I can hear Thin Lizzy in it.
All right. I sent you the link there, Jeff. It's on your Instagram. Hopefully it works.
All right, cool.
I thought about doing an episode on talking about, or we could even do a stream on it sometime, Ben. Just talk about obscure 70s proto-metal stuff that never got off the ground or running.
Right.
Stuff that's forgotten about.
So I saw there's a new Amon Amarth track out.
I heard the one, was it like Put Your Back into the Oars? I mean, it sounds like an Amon Amarth song. You kind of know what it sounds like by just looking at the thumbnail of the video. All right.
Well, then I saw the Get in the Ring cover. Okay.
I haven't listened to that one or saw the video for it yet. I mean, Amon Amarth's going to do Amon Amarth.
Isn't King Diamond doing something, Ben? Wasn't King Diamond working on something? Or I hear people talking about King Diamond making a new album, and I'm like, I haven't heard anything about it, but I hear people
apparently. I don't know. I hear stories that the album's done. It's supposed to be a double album, And I keep hearing too he's working on a new they're working on a new Merciful Fate album too. So I don't. Hopefully it all comes out soon.
Didn't you play a new song live?
What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys?
Long time no see.
I was just gonna say it's been about 8 hours, 10 hours.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna talk about Ozzy and his surgery. Ozzy, just don't tour. Just make this be your last album. Rest. Just call it a career. Just stop.
He's got nothing left to prove.
He can't.
Yeah.
He can't though. Metal Mike. Sharon has 10 more houses he needs to buy.
God. Fucking Sharon Osbourne.
The problem. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Or
you're a little muffled.
You're a little muffled, but you're okay. You're
Give me a muffled. Hang on, let me check something.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Hey Ben, do you know of any bands that Sharon has screwed over besides Ozzy and Sabbath?
Cold Chamber.
Really?
Cold Chamber would be one, yeah.
Yeah,
Iron
they
Maiden.
had a huge falling out.
Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden.
Iron Maiden. Yeah.
That whole game that she played. Were you at that show, Nick?
Which one?
I know somebody was at that show where they were throwing eggs.
Oh, no, that was what, Ozfest 2005.
Yeah, 4 or 5, one of those.
I think it was 2005 because 2004 was Judas Priest and Slayer.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, unfortunately, because we went to Columbus and the sun was at our back, so like literally there was no shade under the fucking pavilion that we paid extra to be under. So we were cooking alive, and we couldn't make it. We made it through like most of Mudvayne. Was like, dude, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna have to miss Maiden, dude. Let's get back to the fucking hotel and I can hydrate.
Wow.
But yeah, we didn't hear anything. I don't know if that happened at our date in Columbus, but I know it. I heard about it later.
It was at Pittsburgh. I know 1 or 2 people were there. My one buddy John was there, and I know somebody else. I could have swore was in our group of.
I was at the show in Pittsburgh.
Oh, you're the one.
Yep.
That's right. You were at the one where they were throwing eggs.
I guess they were throwing eggs. I was pretty far back. I mean, if they were throwing eggs, I wouldn't have seen it.
Well, okay, hang on. Let me rephrase that. That was the one where Sharon cut the power, right?
No. Nah, they kept playing. You know what? I'm just trying to think back to that.
I was pretty sure at Pittsburgh that they cut the power.
No, it wasn't in Pittsburgh.
Maybe I've been laboring under.
Let me look it up.
But no, it wasn't too far after that Pittsburgh show where that happened, though.
Maybe it was L.A. Let me look there. What year did you say it was, Nick? 04.
It was 05. I'm looking it up right now. Iron Maiden pelted with eggs at final Ozfest performance, but we're talking about a different incident, right?
Well, that was one, and then I think there was one where there's video on YouTube. If you look it up, there's video of the power being cut, and then Bruce comes back on, and he's screaming and yelling and cussing her out, and
it was the same one with the eggs. It was San Bernardino.
Oh, August San 20th. Bernardino. Okay, all right. I thought I could have swore it was Pittsburgh. My bad.
Yeah. The band set in San Bernardino saw eggs thrown at the band, sound cut from their set, and a stage invader run on stage with an American flag.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was. Man, I mean, there's video footage. If you haven't seen it, it's out there on YouTube. Man, Bruce is just going fucking ape shit, man. He's ready to kill somebody. Like, he is not mincing any words, man. He's pretty much saying it direct to Sharon, like, fuck you, come on out here, bitch. And it was just one of those things where I don't remember what the impetus to the whole thing was, except for that maybe it was that the crowds were much bigger for Maiden than they were for Ozzy. Like, a lot of people would leave. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, that's not a shocker. I mean, Iron Maiden's probably the number one, other than Metallica. I would say Maiden's probably number 2 on the list of biggest biggest metal bands. Okay, maybe the Foo Fighters would rival them right now. Maybe, you might have, if you got a Dino band like Pink Floyd back together, they might rival it, or U2, but there's not in metal. There's only Metallica and Maiden. They're like the A and B.
Judas
I mean,
Priest.
Rammstein for some odd reason,
but
dude,
that's
they pack.
That's been a more recent thing, but you're right. Yeah, because they weren't real big 20 years ago. They've just built it into kind of this monstrosity. But you're right. They're
this cult of whatever
insanity.
it is. The pyrotechnics at their show are fucking legit, though.
I've heard they're like unparalleled.
Like, they have like, it looked like they had like 4 different tiers outside, and there's the stage, and they legit had a firework, like it would shoot from one, light off a whole series, shoot from another. Like, they had this shit rigged out so meticulously. It was like, dude, I wonder
what the hell that cost to put that show on every night. It's got to be $20,000 in permits. Just think about the permits you need for that shit.
And the explosives, you got to hire the right fucking people.
Exactly, you got to have pyrotechnic people. Yeah,
you're just stacking fucking bills there.
So think about, when they made a conscious decision to do that as a band, as part of their thing, kind of like Kiss did, because I would say Kiss was kind of maybe not the original. Well, Arthur Brown was, I think, one of the very first to do that shit like that, but Kiss was probably the one that did it big stage-wise. There was Genesis and a lot of these big bands and Zeppelin and stuff, but they weren't doing the fireworks shit. They weren't doing the fucking pyro shit like Kiss did. That's really the template for it. Yeah. You're right. I think fucking Rammstein takes it to a different level.
Think about it. AC/DC didn't do really any pyros. It was all just.
No, they just came out rocked.
Yeah.
Later on, when they got to like for those about to rock and they do the cannon thing and But I remember. I'm trying to remember. Rush in Rio, or not Rush in Rio, but Rush Vapor Trails, when they came out with that, the One Little Victory, there's some fucking serious pyro on that song, man. Like it's really the only pyro they ever used it on. But there's crazy ass pyro on One Little Victory. That Vapor Trails tour and it was
an
Snakes and
interesting
Arrows.
Rush album.
What's that?
Vapor Trails, an odd Rush album.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
I kind of like it.
It's good. I like it. I like the remix better than the original.
I never got the remix.
Yeah, the original version is just so brick-walled, man. It's really...
Personally, I prefer the 90s Rush. That's just me. That's how I got into Rush. So,
easy, Jeff.
Different.
Yeah, I'm going to have to screw you, little son. I'm gonna have to
and then I went back.
Son.
There's some 90s albums I do
makes
like.
Sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
There's a couple good ones there. I'm trying to remember. Presto was 89.
89.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So would have been Roll the Bones, which is a 50-50 album for me. There's 5 really good songs and 5
Counterparts
songs.
I like.
Counterparts is great.
Test for Echo.
Test for Echo is another one that's my least favorite album of theirs. There's 3 or 4 really good songs on it. 2 that are okay, and then half the album's kind of throwaway.
Well, what's the album with the song Force One? And it has the red backdrop.
That's off of Hold Your Fire, which is a really maligned album because it's very synthy, and it's got that real 80s production. But boy, there are some fucking absolute gem songs on that album. Just good songs.
I still need to get Power Windows, too.
Well, Nick, that's the one with Time Stands Still from Amy Mann, and it's it's one of those albums, with the exception of if they would have had a different song than Tai Shan on there. Yeah. The song Tai Shan is kind of the lame song on the album. The rest of the album, if you like 80s production and you like that real cutting, cold sounding guitar that they started using with like Power Windows a little bit, and they also used it quite a bit on, or they started using it on Grace. It was the first time you kind of heard that almost spacey, echoey, the thing for like Red Sector A. And
I do have Grace Under Pressure.
Yeah, and so it carries on that guitar sound, only it's a little more synthetic. But I'm going to tell you right now, that album used to be way down my list, and the last 7, 8, 10 years, it went way up to the middle of the list, just because of the song quality.
I'm still patching up the holes in my Rush discography. Like I just got Caress of Steel. That was when I picked up in Florida.
One of my favorite albums.
Such a killer album, man.
Honestly, dude, like it seems like such an underrated one, like one of the most overlooked ones. But dude, the Necromancer minus the spoken word stuff is a little fucking camp, but the song itself,
killer,
fucking awesome.
Oh,
fucking love that. That's such a killer fucking track, and I like Bastille Day is great, Lakeside Park's great, and most of Fountain of Lamb Death is good. There's one Dick Dax and Narpit's kind of weird. Did we lose Nick?
What? Oh no.
Oh, I thought you froze. Shit.
Oh no. I was someone messaged me on Facebook. I just wanted to see what it was.
No.
Yeah, and then
I'm just thinking of Rush.
The only song on that album that's a little lame is
albums.
What's that?
I'm just thinking of the albums from the 2000s for Rush, and I'm thinking if I remember anything solid off of them.
Well, Snakes and Arrow has Far Cry and oh shit, whatever. What else is on there?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've listened to that one too.
That one,
I know it has a really good instrumental on it.
Yeah, that one kind of. Oh yeah, Mean Monkey Business. Main Monkey Business, I think it is. The only thing about that album is there's some really good songs. There's shit. What's the real long one?
Well, no, I know there's rumors floating around that Getty we found the lyrics before Neil died. Had lyrics like maybe 4 songs written.
Nah.
In a notebook.
Nope.
That they might try to do.
They're never, ever. Listen to me, Mike. They are never, ever going to play as Rush again. Not with Neil. Not with Neil. Mike Portnoy. Not with Marco Miniman. Not with any of those guys. They are going to play together. In fact, they're going to play together in September. They're going to the 2 Taylor Hawkins what are they? Memorial concerts. So Alex and Getty are going to play. They're going to play probably cover songs, I would assume, or maybe they'll do a Rush song with Dave Grohl coming out or something. But there's no way. Mark my words.
No way.
Yeah.
There's no way they're playing without Neil. They just number
it's
one.
Kind of like Led Zeppelin.
Well, let's think about
it.
Number one, they're multimillionaires, right? They're multimillionaires. Yeah. Those guys are worth $30, $40 million. They don't need to ever do anything. They've got in their twilight years. Getty still wants to play, still wants to jam. I have a strong sense that, and I don't know if you know this, but Alex Lifeson just put out an album back in April with a band called Envy of None. It's got a female singer, and it's got the bass player is a guy who used to be in Coney Hatch, a Canadian band. I forget who the drummer is, but he's a Canadian guy. And Alex does not, he plays a lot of guitar on it, but it's a lot of, man, I'd say it's more like akin to like 9 Inch Nails. It's more melodic than, it's more almost electronic sounding. It's pretty cool. I like the 2 songs I heard. I didn't get it, but you know, would maybe Getty and Alex do like I don't know. It's not really like they can do a tribute now because Neil's been dead, 3 years? 2 years? 3 years? 2 years.
2.5. 2.5 years.
2.5. So it would be kind of odd to do like a tribute show now, I would think. I mean, they don't seem like the kind of guys to do that either.
No.
But do I see Neil or Alex and Getty playing again together? Sure. I just don't. But they will never go out as Rush again. It could be. It could be Lee Lifeson. It could be some completely different thing with a bunch of different people involved to make it more of like a collaboration.
And I only like one solo album off of Getty. It's his not my favorite Headache album by
Getty. That album's okay. I don't love it.
I own that one.
It's okay. It's not bad. It's not great. Alex's solo album's kind of weird. It's got the singer from I Mother Earth on it. Do you know them, Nick? They did that song. The singer's just called Edwin. They had an album. It's really cool, man. It's got a Dalmatian on the front of it. Dig. I think it's called Dig. They've got like 5 albums, 4 or 5. But Dig was the one that had that song "Not Quite Sonic" on it. I'd say they're kind of like in a Jane's Addiction vibe, only cooler.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's voice is a little Perry Farrell-esque with a little bit of Chris Cornell in it. But he sang on Alex's solo album, and I think he sang like 3 tracks, and there was a female singer on one. It's a weird album. I wish I had it now. It's not real hard and heavy. It's kind of experimental, a little bit more synthy than Geddy's is.
Like, I see them on, I guess there's such thing as Industripedia, so I assume they were more like industrial-ish.
Oh, for I, Mother Earth?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right here.
Do they show albums?
There's a Spotify. Hold on, I'm going to go to their Wikipedia here.
Speaking of solo albums, I recently discovered Bill Ward's Black Sabbath drummer Bill Ward's solo stuff.
I never checked his stuff out.
Yeah.
Oh,
see
what
it?
is
Now.
it? Alternative rock, alternative metal, progressive metal, funk metal, grunge. Jesus.
Yep. That's where I throw them in. They got a little bit of all that in there. The guitar player is really killer, man. Really good guitar player. One song might sound like a Hendrixy, almost like a Hendrixy grunge sort of song, and then the other might be almost like a proggy metal sort of thing. They were really interesting. Do you have their albums listed there? Is it Dig?
I can see Dig. Dig was the one, and that was their debut.
Yeah,
I've seen this album cover before. With the fucking Dalmatian with the cat's mask on.
Yeah, it's good, dude. That album's
such
killer.
a weird. That is 100% a '90s album cover.
No, it is absolutely. Yeah, I like that album cover. But there's another one called something Fish Sky, and then there's another
Scenery
one.
and Fish. And
Scenery and Fish. That one's pretty good. And then
Blue,
there's
Green,
another
and
one.
Orange.
Yep, I think I have that one. There's one after that too, right? Raspberry something?
Earth, Sky, and everything in between.
Oh, Raspberry's on the Blue Green. Okay, I have that one. I don't have the last one. It's good. They're kind of like in that weird vein of metal, like you said, in the 90s, where they didn't really fit in with any specific genre. They kind of had a number of things. You could hear a little bit of Chili Peppers in some of the more the one or two funky songs that they did. By funk, I don't mean like Chili's funk, but kind of like a more metalized funk, right? Now, I'm not talking like maybe Mind Funk. Do you remember them? Mind Funk?
Mind Funk.
Never heard of them.
That really didn't go down much the funk metal rabbit hole. I mean,
Mind Funk was more of a grunge funk sort of thing. Last Crack was another one that was kind of.
All right,
like
I remember
that.
Last Crack.
Last Crack were kind of almost unclassifiable. They just every song. They didn't just have like 2 modes of songs. They did like, an album. You'd have like 7 or 8 different sounding songs on it.
Were they? They were on Roadrunner.
They were. Yeah.
Because I think the record store I go to actually has I think it's probably a reissue of it. The Last Crack. I think they only had 1 album, right?
No, they have 3.
3. All right. Well, I guess
first one's called Sinister Funk House number 17, and the second one is one you're probably thinking of, Last Crack. That is, or not Last Crack, Burning Time. It's called Burning Time.
Yeah, I think that's the one I'm thinking.
Dude, that album rules. That album is so fucking good, dude.
I might have to snag it. See if it's still there.
Hey, Jeff, I was looking up the Bill Ward solo stuff. It's on Discogs.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not really.
He has 4 solo albums. There's his first one, which came out. His first solo album came out in 1989. Bill Ward 1, Along the Way.
I didn't know that.
Then he has a second one called When the Bow Breaks, which came out like a couple years after. Then Accountable Beasts, Bill Ward, and then I can't read the print on this one. It's small, but it does say Bill Ward. It has Bill on it. So,
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with him.
He was doing columns for magazines too, like Drummer magazines, and
I think he had a radio show too. I think he was on.
Yeah.
He stayed busy after he sobered up. It's good.
And I recently shared a video of Bill still playing, and he still sounds good.
Actually, the only guy that I really followed, I mean, obviously Ozzy, and I do have Tony Iommi has 2 solo albums, right?
Yep.
Geezer has what, 4, something like that.
Well, he's
right?
got that GZR.
And then he called it Geezer after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have the Black Science album. It's okay.
That
He also
album has
did a.
some
He also
tracks
did
on it.
a thing with Steve Stevens not too long ago.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it though. Like 3 years ago.
Mhm.
Can't remember the name of it.
Hey, Ben.
I think it was Steve Stevens, Bill Ward, and it might have been the drummer for STP, Eric Kretz or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
I think that's who it was. I can't remember. But yeah, I didn't really keep up with the Bill Ward stuff, Mike. Sorry, man.
Yeah. Hey, Ben, do you have any of the Geezer or Tony Iommi solo stuff?
No, I don't. I used to have the first Iommi solo album.
Oh, that album kills.
Yeah, I got it.
With all the different singers on it. That's kind of why I like it, man.
The one with the
track called
Sturge
Who's Fooling Who?
patterns.
It's Ozzy, Bill, and then who's the bass player? It's not Geezer. It's what's his name?
For who?
There's a song called Who's Fooling Who. It's an Iommi solo song for solo stuff.
Actually,
but it has Ozzy, Tony, and Bill in it. But there's a bass player, but it's not Geezer.
Man, you got me, Mike.
Who's fooling who? Hold on here.
I've heard that track before.
It's by Tony Iommi.
I might have to look it up on Wikipedia.
Now not ringing it back. So the second Iommi solo album, Nick, is Fused with Glenn Hughes, right?
Yep, I have that one too.
Dude, that album fucking rules, man.
I didn't get
Dopamine.
that.
We couldn't win over Rin with that one, unfortunately. It was like, nah, man, I don't like Glenn Hughes singing over those badass riffs. Like, oh, come on, stop it.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Glenn is.
Well, I mean, because that wasn't. It wasn't long after he heard 7 Stars. Like, dude, because he was almost pissed. It's like Sabbath's legacy is fucking ruined. Like, I thought they only had good albums. It's like, well, no.
It'd be cool. That'd be cool for remaster. Have Wendy Dio reissue all the Elf albums.
Lawrence Cottle is the guy that played bass on most of the tracks. It looks like on Iommi's solo album, the first one.
I don't even know who he is. Never heard of him.
Me either. Does have Bob Barnett on a couple of tracks, and yeah, let's see, Lawrence Cottle,
Mike,
jazz fusion bassist.
Mike, the first Dio album's coming out in July, isn't it? The reissue.
Is it? I didn't hear anything about that.
I see it every time I fucking click on Blabbermouth. Because they're pushing it hard on there. Let's see. I just saw it earlier.
Oh, okay. I'm looking up stuff projects Ronnie James Dio did. Okay, I have it here. In 1974, Dio sang on the Roger Glover conducted and produced album The Butterfly Bowl and the Grasshopper Sea. Apparently, Ron.
Yeah, so.
What's up, Brian?
They already released a track of it last month or 2 months ago. Let's see, where's it at here?
It'd be cool. It'd be cool if they added some demos to it for the first album. If there's any demo track.
So,
Strangely enough, I was just jamming Dio. I finally got a copy of Sacred Heart and Strange Highways.
Strange Highways rips.
That's a good album. I anticipated liking Sacred Heart more just because I like the more 80s stuff, but dude, fucking Strange Highways is a good album. Dude, the title track is doomy.
Here you go.
Jesus, Mary, and the Holy Ghost.
That's a great album. I love Strange Highways.
That's killer.
That if Dio wouldn't have left Sabbath, I think originally I think a lot of that material could have been left over from some of those riffs and the way Dio's singing, very Dehumanizer-esque.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
I mean,
Mike, here's the deal. July 8th, the original album remastered, a live album recorded in 1983, a compendium of outtakes, single versions and B-sides. That comes out July 8th for Holy Diver.
Oh,
Coming out in a CD box set. Uh-oh. That has my name on it.
Oh, they said the magic word, Jeff.
180 gram
words,
vinyl double LP set, including B-sides Evil Eyes as a bonus cut, and side 4 will feature an etching of Dio's mascot, the Demon Murray, whoever that is. I guess that's the thing.
Yeah.
The monster.
His name's Murray?
Yeah.
His fucking name's
Dio
Murray?
named him
That's
Murray.
what it says.
Dio named him Murray.
It says there's a new mix, and there's actually a song on YouTube. I forget which one it is. Probably Holy Diver. It's out on YouTube. The new mix of the title cut sounds crisp. Dio's vocal harmonies pop out amid Vivian's heavy riffage. There's more separation on the instrument. It's Joe Barisi's doing it.
What's going on, Ryan?
Dude,
Ryan?
A really good fucking. I mean, he's done albums for fucking Tool, Slipknot. Like, I like his mixes overall.
Yeah, we're talking about the new Holy Diver remaster, Ryan, if you heard about that.
Oh, did I hear the name Evil Joe?
Turn it down a little bit, Ryan.
Turn it down, Ryan.
God,
Evil Joe?
Evil.
Yeah, is that what I
Evil
heard?
Joe.
I heard Evil Joe.
Yep.
No.
He's remixed it. He remixed and remastered the new Holy Diver that's coming out next month.
Nice.
I get it.
I always like Evil Joe.
I'll get it.
Too. I'll probably just get the CD box set because I can't afford the other stuff.
I mean,
I
I'll probably get the
believe it or
CD
not.
box set.
It's kind of crazy to know this, but back in the day, I had, of course, the original vinyls of those first 3 albums, and I got rid of them in a garage sale, thinking, I'll just replace them with CDs. I never ever replaced my Dio CDs, which is bizarre that I do not own any Dio in my CD collection. That's kind of fucking hard to believe.
Man, me being
I
a
had-
giant death metal nut, and I own more Dio than you.
That's weird.
Dang.
But I mean, I had the original vinyls, and then I bought the cassettes because back then that was before CD. You needed something for the car, so I had them on both. But I have no clue where those cassettes got to. Stolen.
Yeah,
we got it.
Oh yeah, speaking of Dio, I do have the Dio years, compilation, but it has the 3 extra tracks: The Devil Cried, Shadow of the Wind, and You're in the Wall. In 2007 when Dio came back to Sabbath under the Heaven and Hell banner.
Yeah. For legal reasons, heaven and hell.
Yeah. This is Sharon.
Yeah. For legal reasons, spelled
Or
Sharon.
yeah, or as Shred would say, that very nasty woman. Pretty much.
Very nasty woman. She's a witch. She's Lady Evil. She's a witch.
Yep.
She's a witch and a bitch.
Now we know,
Good
we
time.
know what the song Lady Evil's probably about.
Yep.
They met her.
Hey, I mean, Ozzy got to, fuck her, but I wouldn't.
No one's bragging about that.
No.
No. Absolutely not.
No.
The only Dios I don't own are the other 2 Elf albums. I got the first Elf album. I don't have the other 2. Oh, and then you got Ronnie James and the Prophets too.
Which is weird. That's kind of like 50s rock almost, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I've listened to it. You can definitely hear like early stages of what would come.
It's funny. Ronnie is a pretty decent bass player too.
Yeah.
So
You almost kind of forget about that he actually started out playing. He was a bass guitar player too.
There was actually it was in one of the record stores I hit here in Toledo. They actually got like test presses of like Ronnie James Dio's like early. Was it Ronnie and the Tops or something like that?
Ronnie and the Prophets.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they actually had like test presses on vinyl in the fucking store. It's like, yeah, someone we bought this, and we're reasonably sure some nutty ass collector is gonna buy this. I'm like, well, that ain't me, but that is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I want to mention this because I think there was a recent. I went to Walmart with my mom recently. I was just getting in a few things for gaming and stuff, but I wanted to look over the vinyl and see what they had, and lo and behold, I only just noticed this, but on Instagram after I got home, but they had like Walmart exclusives of I think about 5 Metallica albums. And they were later. They're more recent Metallica albums. From I think the oldest is Load, and then it's Reload, Garage Inc., Saint Anger, and Death Magnetic. All were on different colored vinyl. All on vinyl, yeah.
How much? What were the prices on them?
They were
too much.
$28.97 each. Ooh.
No,
I was this close to getting Load and Reload because I had been looking all over to get those because they were. I wanted to start getting the ones that are.
I paid like $4 each for the CDs I have of Load and Reload, and I think I paid $4 too much.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what Metallica should do?
You should have spent $250 each, and maybe they would have made it into one good album instead of.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know, dude.
And I use the word good kind of reluctantly.
Yeah, I love those albums because that's.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ryan.
Ryan, that does not surprise me. But here's the thing:
yeah, Ryan.
I'm not making fun of you. But how old are you again? 30?
I'm 31.
So what year were you born?
1990.
That's why you like those albums, because that's kind of when you
with the exception of Puppets, because I do think that album is perfect.
Yeah, I was born in 1995.
I don't know if I go perfect. It's close, but yeah.
I love the whole thing. It's all killer, no filler. I think the production is freaking fantastic on Puppets. I fucking love it.
No,
but yeah,
good.
I grew up with Black Album and Load and Reload, pretty much.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't shit all over the Black Album because when it came out, it was certainly monstrous. I just can't listen to it anymore. There's only about 3 or 4 songs I like on it, and the rest of them are so fucking dragged into the dirt, played out, which is a lot of the problem with a lot of the Load and Reload stuff. There's 3, 4 songs on each of those albums I just never, ever want to hear again.
I could pick out maybe 2 or 3 songs combined on each that I will probably never listen to. I cannot listen to Wasting My Hate, Low Man's Lyric, and believe this or not, The Devil's Dance. I cannot stand those anymore. Those are the 3 I cannot listen to. They're instant.
What's the? I can't remember now. What is there? Is there actually 3 parts to Unforgiven?
God,
yes. Unforgiven 1 on Black Album, Unforgiven 2 on Reload, and then Unforgiven 3 on Death Magnetic.
See, that's 3 way too many.
Yep.
I agree.
First Unforgiven's great. I like that song still.
I love
which one?
And
Nick?
3 as well.
The original Unforgiven, I like that song. I never have to listen to it again.
I can't stand it.
Hey, Ryan.
Dude, the sequels.
I don't like Nothing Else. I don't like Nothing Else Matters either because they dragged that through the fucking,
Did they drag that through the album?
I think the only song I like that's been overplayed is probably Sad But True because there's a good riff in that.
Yeah.
That riff's hard to deny.
I like some of the riffs on Don't Tread on Me. Like,
no, that's a good song. That's a good song.
Okay. It's an okay song. I got it.
What's the Drifting, Falling Through the Never? That's a good tune.
Dude, Through the Never.
The God That Failed. God That Failed.
God That Failed, yeah.
That's a good one.
I'm sick and tired of Enter Sandman. I'm sick and tired of
Who isn't sick and tired?
Yeah, who isn't?
I'll probably raise my hand and say I'm never going to get sick and tired of it until I get to probably maybe, I don't know, Ben's age, maybe.
To me, the first album.
The ripe old age of Ben.
Right?
44 or something like that. I'm like...
Am I older than, I'm older than you by like a day. I know we're both December 78.
We're the same age.
Yeah. You're
I'm 40.
December 78.
Yeah, I'm
what day are
43.
you born?
December 30th.
Okay, I am older. So fuck you, Ryan.
Wow.
Jesus.
When are you,
Yeah, I'm old. I'm old. I'm not as old as y'all.
And Ryan, I'm the youngest one here. I'm 27. I was born in '95. I grew up on bluegrass music and rock and roll. So,
3 years later,
Yes.
when you were 3, I graduated high school.
wait, Mike, how old are you, Mike?
27. I was born in the
Okay.
middle.
You're not
of
the youngest one here.
1995.
I'm only 24.
95.
Right.
I'm only
You're only 24.
Right.
Like
24
another big number.
24 times 2
I was born
plus
in May. I'm a spring baby. I was born in May.
Carry the remainder vector
20
niner.
24 times 2 plus 4.
No.
Man.
No, but I do want to
Then
share
divide
like
by pi.
my music. I mean, when I was a kid growing up, my pop-up, like my closest person I can consider a father to me, my pop-up listened to like old school bluegrass, so that was really my first gateway into music. So, you know,
There's
but he wanted
there's
me
some cool
to.
bluegrass out there. No,
Yeah.
I don't dislike bluegrass. There's some great fucking players in that genre of music, man.
It's just when my pop-up died, he said the day modern country music came into an existence is the day that like traditional country music and bluegrass died off.
Nah, I don't agree with that. I don't. I think certainly it's like the modern country is like
And
modern. It's like
technically,
modern.
I still disagree that country music comes from Nashville. It fucking doesn't. It comes from Texas.
A lot of it comes from West
comes from the
Virginia, and
mountains, West Virginia.
but I think that modern country is just like modern pop or
Yep.
modern rock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It-
just
it-
with
it's what's the common denominator thing that the masses can take in real easily.
Pickup
and-
trucks, Budweiser.
Exactly.
yeah, it's like that's basically
Pickup trucks, Budweisers, Confederate flag, shotgun.
Maybe banging a cousin. I don't know.
And you're proud to be an American. Above
better
all.
be.
Yeah, look, you roasting on Def Leppard. That's basically a modern pop album because
It is.
all of its defenders are
Def Leppard was
basically
pop metal.
Yeah, all of them are just and the people who defended it are basically basic bitches who will listen to it and then get
Hold on.
just to tie them
Hold
over
on.
to the next
I
Styles
have
or Ariana Grande or all that shit. You know?
Yeah.
I have an argument. With Nick.
Uh-oh.
I do not think that the first 3 Def Leppard albums are pop metal.
No, but they
No.
turned into a pop band or a pop metal band. Like when I think you can make some arguments with. You can make some arguments.
It started on Pyromania. It started on Pyromania a little
Dude,
bit.
High and Dry is a good album. I like that album.
High and Dry is
that's a
killer,
great
man.
And
They were very much a new album band, man, when they first came out.
definitely the first one. First
Yeah,
one.
that-
Oh, yeah. And the
that
second
album
one,
was
I
on
did too.
YouTube when it first came out.
But even though, I watched a little bit of their footage from the new tour, and they sound pretty fucking good for a band that's been, the one thing I'll give them that you could tell the other bands didn't have was, Poison. I'm not a Poison fan, but they actually didn't sound too bad live. But
No.
Def Leppard does all those crazy harmonies, and you can hear live. You can hear all 5 guys singing, and they don't have backing
tracks.
stuff in there. Yeah, and I got to give them props for that, man.
Yeah.
Because their vocal tracks on their albums were so fucking layered, it was insane, and that's what made them more pop metal when they started doing all that vocal layering.
Oh yeah, dude. Like when Let's Get Rocked, fucking.
Oh,
you know, dude. Like I mean, who didn't want to fucking sing along with that? Because the vocals were so out in front and lush.
Well,
I
Rocket.
mean,
Yeah.
pour some
the
sugar
chorus
on
to
me.
Rocket.
It has a pop vibe to it.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
dude. I mean,
wow.
they weren't hiding that. They were a pop fucking metal band
Yeah.
at that point.
I
Like
mean,
when Pyromania
is it-
broke big.
To be fair,
Yeah.
I got to throw Aerosmith into the mix.
Oh, you can definitely throw them
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, they're in there.
Aerosmith died
Kiss.
with me. Aerosmith died for me on draw the line. That's pretty much the last. I do like a little bit of Night in the Ruts is kind of actually a pretty good album. And what's the other one? The one with lightning strikes on it?
Yeah.
Shit, it's
Is
the one with
that, Rockin' a Hard Place?
I mean-
I think it's Rockin' a Hard Place. Yeah.
That's the one that had
But
two
that
different guitar
when
players.
Joe Perry came back, and they got all cleaned up, and they did like Done with Mirrors and what's it called? Let the Music Do the Talking, which was actually a Joe Perry song from
Yeah,
Joe
it
Perry's
is, yeah.
project. Man, I was done with them. I couldn't fucking stand them. Still
I'm just
can't.
thinking about it.
See, when I was a kid, it was pretty much like Pump was just fucking gigantic. And then,
That's Janie's Got a Gun, right?
Yep. Oh yeah,
Oh,
Janie's Got a
my
Gun was on
God.
the fucking radio non-fucking stop.
Janie's
hate
Got a
that
Gun,
song.
Love in an Elevator.
Yep.
Oh, I
that was
fucking hate
wait,
that
was Love in
song.
an Elevator Permanent Vacation or?
Yeah, that was Permanent Vacation.
God,
Which
that's
one
all-
was
that's all Pump.
Dude looks like a lady? That's got to be.
And
on Pump.
especially when Aerosmith did the stuff with Run DMC. Ugh.
I like
Well,
that. I thought that was fun. I mean,
that was
that's
way
where,
back,
that's
man.
one
That
of
was
my MTV memories.
when was that? Like 86, I think, or 80.
Yeah.
I think,
or something like that.
86.
I mean, I
Yeah.
never got into the metal rap crossover shit. I just never worked for me.
Nah.
But I'll
Oh,
tell you
dude,
what I
Bring the
watched
Noise.
today. I'll tell you what I watched today,
Oh yeah, with Anthrax.
which made me go listen to something I hadn't listened to in a long time. There's a show on YouTube called New York City Hardcore Chronicles. You see that with Drew Stone?
No.
And he has like a lot of the real New York City hardcore stuff on, but he also has a lot of that crossover shit. And he had Evan Seinfeld on today for like 3 hours. And actually, man, I always thought Evan Seinfeld was kind of a douche. He was actually pretty cool in this interview, like actually really cool. And I forgot, man, there was a small little window minute there where that fucking Biohazard album, Urban Discipline, man.
Dude.
Oh,
Man, that fucking album was heavy as fuck.
that's a damn
Bobby
good album.
Hamill's fucking riffs on there are so goddamn good.
Oh, yeah.
It's,
I
hey,
mean,
Ryan,
Billy.
I gotta put you on spot real quick, Ryan.
Hmm.
So how
Okay.
about that 6 feet? How about the 6 feet under video? How you gonna do that?
I already did that. That was a perfect idea because it was like, oh, look, why don't I just with that video? I was just like, oh, why don't I just do it like what I did with the Saint Anger reviews back in the day? Have it be short, sweet, straight to the point.
Yeah, that's a great retrospective. I enjoyed it.
Short. It was just. It was like that's all I could think of doing. Like, oh, short, sweet,
This
straight to the point,
sounds
just like Saint Anger.
yeah.
Well, how long is it? Like 3 minutes?
It's under 30. It's
Like,
under. It's
30 seconds.
under 30 seconds or so.
Oh, jeez.
It's
about right
perfect
for
length.
6
I'm like,
feet under.
perfect. Just did a few
Mike
editings.
Mike has a habit of derailing us off of topic. Nick, we were talking about
I'm
New
sorry.
York City hardcore something.
Right.
Dude, I love Biohazard. I mean, like, all right, that one in particular, Urban Discipline, but like Evan's got some issues. Like he's been doing this like weird rap project here lately, and it's
Yeah, I
pretty
heard.
fucking cringe. But I guess like he and Billy do not seem to get along very well anymore.
No,
Like, I
they're
guess,
all talking now, and he said
Oh.
today that we have people talking to our people, meaning that apparently there's a lot of interest in having a Biohazard reboot. Like
Dude.
the original guys, Bobby and
Danny Schuler.
Billy and Danny and Devin.
Yeah,
And that'd be a band that I would want to see live. I really only like that album and the one after. What is it called?
State of the World Address. State of
that
the World
was
Address is
pretty good,
damn
too.
good.
Yeah, but other than that, I don't really. They didn't stay with me.
I don't have the first album, the self-titled one. I've still been looking for a copy of that, but I started with Urban Discipline and State of the World Dress, and then after that, like there's some good stuff. Like, excuse me, Mataleo's more of a straight-up hardcore album. Like they shortened down all the songs and everything, and
Right.
it was just a very different vibe. But that was when Bobby Hamill left.
Oh, when
And
Bobby
they
left
got,
in it.
Yeah, I didn't really care for that album.
They got the guitarist from Helmet, the one that isn't Page Hamilton. I forget his name.
Oh yeah, I don't know his name actually.
I mean, it's an okay album. Like it was such a stark difference from like what they were building up, and it was a bit of a fucking commercial failure from what I gather.
Yeah, it was.
I think New World Disorder was a little bit better, but they kind of laid on more of the groove side, and then they kind of abandoned a lot of the hardcore, like more fast stuff because you got a good balance on Urban Discipline.
Right. Yeah, it was a good listen, man. I mean, it was sort of surprising. He's done very well, man. I mean, he got into the porn business, and somehow he got involved obviously with Tara Patrick was his wife for a while. And they had a company, and he got in on the early technology that left us with shit like OnlyFans now and all these like streaming platforms for Chatterbait and all these fucking porn. So he's got fucking serious money, like million. He's like a millionaire.
I believe it.
The band was never. He said we never really made a lot of money as the band. We got to play a lot of cool gigs, but we headlined some shows and things like that, and some big shows, some big festivals and stuff. But we never really made a shitload of money from the band until, we started reissuing stuff after we were broke up, So, seems to be, he's like, as usual, it's the recording business. And the people that are actually the ones that are creating the material aren't really making the money.
Yeah.
You hear that in a lot of cases,
Well, they made a jump too. Like the first two albums, I believe, were on Roadrunner, and then State of the World Dress was on Warner Brothers. So they made the big push for, a bigger, broader distribution and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. And then I think probably because the follow-up didn't do as well, they got shit canned pretty much immediately.
Well, the other thing to think about is that when you jump into like the majors, you get on a major label, they start really whining and dining you and saying, "Hey, you got to go to this. You got to hire this producer. We got to get that. We got to go to that studio. We got to get all this equipment and stuff." And before you know it, you are borrowing a shit motherfucking ton of money against the sales of your record. And when did that come out? Like what, 2000?
Which one?
What years were the Roadrunner albums? That were determined.
90.
This one was 92.
I
think 91 and 92.
Yeah.
Oh, this was just before.
So I think
Roadrunner
94 was State of the World Address, and then 96 was Monteleo.
Yeah.
Right. So you're getting towards the end of the 90s, and the internet's starting to happen. Not quite, but it's right around the corner. And the peer-to-peer sharing stuff starts happening in the early 2000s, like 2000, 99, 2000, 2001. And before you know it, man, big giant record companies are falling apart because nobody's buying albums anymore.
Yeah.
So, I did my best to keep them afloat, Jeff.
Oh, I know you did, and I did too. But I guess what I'm getting at is when you get to the end of an album and you think it's going to be a monstrous success and it isn't, and then you've got $1 million you got to pay back.
Yeah.
Somewhere in that range. Like for example, Craig LaCicero, when Forbidden broke up, he started a band. Somehow he ended up in a band with, and you probably know him, Nick, Man-Made God.
Yeah.
All right, so that Man-Made God was him and three other dudes, and they went to L.A. because Def America, I believe, or Def Jam, or whatever they're called, Rick Rubin, his label, Def America, signed them, and Rick Rubin kept fucking them around in the studio, and before long, they had $875,000 in bills built up, and the album hadn't even been put out. And when they finally put it out, they kind of missed their window, because that guy sounded a lot like Chris Cornell.
Dude, I had the album. They were actually pretty good.
I like that album, man. It's pretty good, real good.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to them because
they missed their mark, man. They were in the studio for like almost 3 years putting that album together, and it just was like by the time it came out, the singer was so pissed, and everybody was pissed at each other, and he said we got out of our contract, but we didn't come out of there with any money in our pockets.
Well,
Yeah.
just read it.
Yeah,
So,
I'm just trying to think because that might have been when Roadrunner wasn't relatively big. It might have still been well known, but they weren't as big as what they are now because this would have been maybe years before Slipknot would come around and other big.
Roadrunner got bought out.
Yeah, by Atlantic.
Well, I think initially it was Island. I think initially bought them out. Then, well, I don't know. They have a weird distribution deal because you get stuff that's
they're
shared with that and Warner Brothers too. I think.
But no,
because Warner Brothers and Roadrunner are owned by WEA,
which is Warner.
Yeah, Warner Electra Atlantic.
Yeah. Well, that's I think for the most part. How many majors are there anymore? I don't think there are a lot of major labels. They're all bought Sony. Warner Electra Atlantic,
EMI,
that's one.
Yeah,
Century,
Columbia.
Century of Media.
Century,
yes, Century of Media,
nuclear bass. But I don't know that I'd put them on the.
Dang,
yes, Century of Media was bought out by Sony.
I didn't know that.
Wow,
I think they are. I think they were. That's right, Ben. That's right.
Have you guys ever heard of a band called Ice War? I've heard of Ice War. Great band.
Yeah.
More traditional heavy metal.
Hey Ben, Ryan, Jeff. I have a couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
One of you guys mentioned Taylor Hawkins earlier. Someone mentioned Taylor Hawkins earlier.
Yeah, there's a benefit.
Yeah, but before he joined Foo Fighters, what other bands was he in?
He was in Alanis Morissette's band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was.
But I don't know him from anything else.
I know of even when he was in Foo Fighters, he was on drums for one album with Coheed and Cambria, who are coincidentally you mentioned Roadrunner. They're on that label now, but Taylor Hawkins played drums on No World for Tomorrow or Good Apollo on Burning Star 4 Part 2.
Yeah, because the rest of the albums are all Dave Grohl on drums, right? I'd imagine.
Wait, for Foo Fighters?
Yeah.
He did drums for the first two albums. Taylor Hawkins was on the third one with the tattoo on the neck. Why can't I think of it?
He was also a touring. He also was a touring drummer for a progressive band called Sylvia, which became Anyone, and then he was touring drummer for Sass Jordan and Alanis Morissette. I didn't know much about the dude. I mean, seemed like a good dude.
Seeing some of those early Foo Fighters videos, you see another drummer on drums. I forget the dude's name, but there's like some stories on that stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, there was just he had session guys because I mean, I don't think that first Foo Fighters album. I don't think he intended on releasing it, but the label said no, like no, we need to get something out. Strike while the iron's hot. That was just essentially demo.
Like, how many albums did the Foo Fighters make? Around 10?
God,
yeah.
It's got to be 10 albums.
I'm not a big fan. I only own one.
Yeah. I like the first couple records.
I've had a few. I've had a couple.
10. Hold on here.
Yeah, I'm kind of guilty. I really don't know much about the Foo Fighters.
I don't either.
I mean,
I've known about them for a bit.
I'm not a hater. I'm just not a big fan.
No, maybe 10, yeah.
I'm kidding. What's the one with the buffalo on it? What's the one with the buffalo on it?
And the other question I had was race.
Might be their
X.
It's the one with you got the best of me or whatever.
It's not is it a buffalo on there? Or that was like a presidential crest or whatever.
It may be. I haven't looked at it in like 10 years. It's the only Foo Fighters I own.
It's a good album.
Has anyone listened to Racer X, the band Racer?
Oh, yeah.
Used to.
I wanted to because I know they have that band had Scott Travis and Paul Gilbert. Yeah. Was Paul Gilbert in the band? Yeah, that was in before he did the band Mr. Big with
it's more
Paul Gilbert. It's Paul Gilbert and
Paul Gilbert.
Scott Travis was in it.
Scott Travis,
yeah, but the other guitar player is a killer fucking player. Shit.
Get who the hell that is.
It's right there on the tip of my.
It's more like shred speed metal.
Well, Martin was in the band, yeah, but it's not.
Be right back.
It's not. Ooh, shit, I can't remember his name. Fuck. It's
Bruce
right there.
Boulier? Bruce
That's
Boulier?
it. Bruce Boulier. That's it. Dude's a monster on the guitar, man.
Yeah. And they're from. I'm just thinking we're just interesting band might be a good retrospective topic.
What's that?
Dude,
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, John. Did you want on the stream?
whoops.
Yeah, he's been wanting in too.
I think
You gotta be a big fan of. You gotta really be a big fan of Shred.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
I like
Paul.
Shred
I like Paul because I only got anything. I only got one album related to Paul, which is the Mr. Big album, Lean Into It. And that's kind of, apparently I've now been doing my research on it. That's their big hit album.
I always did like that one Mr. Big track. I mean, it's kind of a goofy hair metal track. What's it called? Addicted to the Rush. It's kind of a speed track.
Was that on Lean Into It? I don't think that was.
I think that's on the first album.
Lean Into It had more some good
Space Rex
hard
only
rock.
has 5 albums.
Wow.
The last album, they have Street Lethal, which was 1986, Second Heat, which was 1987, Technical Difficulties 1999, Superheroes 2000, and then Getting Heavier in 2002.
87 would have been it with Scott Travis because he would then join Priest after that.
Nah, he joined Fight first.
Oh, he joined Fight first?
Yeah, he's in Fight.
Wow, and then he went into Priest after that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, Scott Travis. I think he might have played in that Rob. Didn't he play in that Rob? He's on the Rob solo albums, isn't he?
No. I remember. The only person I know on there was a Metal Mike and then Roy Z. Those are the only guys I know from Halford, any of Halford's solo stuff.
No, he wasn't on that. He wasn't on that. Go ahead, man.
I was going to say, I'm almost positive he joined Judas Priest. Well, excuse me. I'm almost positive he joined Judas Priest before Fight. Because Painkiller came out in 90, yeah.
Yep, you're right. 90, he did that, and then he went over to Fight.
Yeah.
That's right, because he went there, and then he went with Halford.
Right.
I'm surprised he's not on the Halford solo albums, though.
Anyway, I'm gonna get going, guys. So.
Okay, Mike.
I'm heading out already, buddy.
He's got to go to bed.
You gotta go to bed. Gotta
go to work.
What time you go to work?
So, yeah.
All right, brother. What do you do? Oh, yeah. What's he do? Do you know?
I don't know what he does.
No, okay.
I don't know either.
Where's he living at again? Is he in Pennsylvania?
PA. He's in Pennsylvania. Yeah.
That's right.
Not too far from Ben.
No.
Nice.
He
moved away to Allentown, didn't he?
Or Allentown. That's in Allentown.
Yeah.
Ben and I aren't that far away from each other. Ben and I are about 25, 30 minutes away from each other.
Yeah.
Nah, we're not far.
Yeah, Mike's not too far.
What's up, John?
How you been?
I'm doing all right.
Hanging in there, buddy. What's shaking, dog?
Hot.
Hot.
Air conditioning broke.
Where you at?
Yeah, I wish I could turn on my camera because I got a haircut recently.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Look out, ladies. Look out, ladies. All the ladies in the chat.
I'm back to the short hair, so pretty much I might have to redo my co-eating Cambriel video with my new short hair, pretty much.
Look out, Ben. Dude. We got a ladies man in the panel tonight.
Ladies man.
I don't want to turn on my camera because I don't want to detract the ladies from Metalben. You know,
I was gonna say all the hot metal chicks in the chat
right now.
All the hot metal chicks in the chat getting wet panties now. Wet panties. Ryan got a haircut. Look out.
Oh God.
Where are you at, John? Where are you at? What state?
Southeast Missouri.
Southeast Missouri. Where at? Where are you near? Jeff City?
Jackson, Missouri.
Jackson?
So you're right near. Nice.
We have a heat dome over us right now.
Oh yeah, it's moving our way tomorrow. Tomorrow, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's supposed to get hotter. It was beautiful today, man.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Although I slept most of it away. We were up till 6 o'clock streaming last night on Rick's channel.
Oh.
Yeah, I came in a little bit lurk mode. Came in, saw y'all were streaming. Like,
me and Nick.
Rick. Who else was there?
Oh, we had like 9 people. We had Kellen. We had.
When I saw y'all had like at least there were 6 people. I'm trying to remember the other guy, but he comes on with. I forgot what his name was.
No, a buddy of mine, Serge, was on.
Oh yeah, come on, Josh.
We'll
be live
Chuck,
for a while.
Chuck was on, and then
Chuck. Yeah.
Let's see who else. Kellen, you know Kellen from Killing for Company. He was on, and then we had Ground Zero Salem. Pat, you know.
Yeah, he was in there.
Pat was in for a little bit, and then who else was there? Death Lake Reviews. Nick, he's out your way.
Nice.
He lives up in Lynn, Missouri, which is above. I think that's up north of you, probably. And
nice.
My boy John was zoning out there, getting a big yawn in, man.
I'm sorry, it's so hot in the house. Our air conditioner broke.
Oh no!
Wow.
You know what that means? Time to get drunk.
We had this air conditioner for 20 years.
20 years.
Oh, you had the air conditioner for 20 years, huh?
Damn.
I've been listening to George Landy and Civil War. Oh my God, that's relaxing me.
Who's that? You listen to who? Jordan Land?
Jordan, yeah, that's what that's who he said.
I missed the other one.
Civil War.
Civil War.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
It's former members of Metalben.
Are they a band whose lyrics are based on Civil War? That's what the name implies.
Because remember that the last CD that Swedish CD did, Sabaton did about the Swedish history. It's basically the whole band of Sabaton quit, except for the bass player and the singer, and form a new band called Civil War.
Ah, okay. So they're doing the whole army battle thing, rip-off thing, huh?
And then they got the singer from what's his name? Shoot. Let me look up his name. I have it on my head, but I can't remember his name.
Killer Dwarfs. I haven't heard Killer Dwarfs in a long time.
I've never heard that name.
Killer Dwarfs, they were kind of like one of them last, what's the word I'm looking for? Like one of the last hair metal bands to come out.
I don't know if I'd say they were. I don't know if I agree that they were hair metal. They were Canadian, which made them a little bit different. They were kind of in the vein of Kick Axe and Helix. A lot of those Canadian bands. They had a lot of hair. You're right. They had a lot of hair, but they weren't like glammy. They were always like jeans and jean jackets and very melodic. The singer had a really killer high voice. They did that song. What was their big hit? Stand Tall, right?
I think it was Stand Tall.
Stand Tall and Keep the Spirit Alive. Keep the spirit alive. You know you gotta. So they weren't like super fucking heavy, but they were good melodic, heavy pseudo metal, I guess you'd call it. You know them, Nick? You probably don't know them. Killer Dwarfs. Which one? Killer Dwarfs.
Killer Dwarves?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that name and it just sounds like that cookie cutter cheesy power metal.
I know the band Dwarves.
Definitely
Doors
not
are
power metal.
No, they're not power
Really?
metal.
Yeah.
They're not power metal at all.
Just by the name, you would think that's something that a power metal band would name themselves after.
Yeah,
you know?
nah, they're definitely not power metal. Definitely not
Don't-
power metal.
I don't want to really say traditional heavy metal either.
No, they're not that either. I agree. They're closer to hair metal than they are to
Hair metal,
those genres.
yeah.
But I don't know, man. They're kind of in that. They're heavier than Bon Jovi, but they're not as heavy as.
So let me.
Rat.
Closest band I can
Right.
think of that's maybe like that, Crimson Glory.
No, Crimson Glory way heavier, way
Yep.
heavier,
Way heavier. Wow.
way more proggy, way heavier. Crimson
I'm
Glory
trying
is
to think.
fucking. Crimson Glory was a goddamn heavy band, man. Their first two albums are
I'm trying to think of
amazing.
who would be close
good.
to them. It's just.
Well, let me look something up here.
The
man.
band photos are pretty 80s.
Yeah,
Who's
of
that?
course they're gonna look like 80s. They're gonna have the long, pumped up
Dude,
hair and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, not just that, like suspenders with no shirt. And
Right.
this dude's
I-
collecting
They
bandanas.
look
But if
more
you
like.
look at their first album,
Stand Tall?
it was called Stand Tall.
I'm looking
that-
at the
the-
album cover.
Yeah, that's 1986. So they are right there in the thick of the
Yeah.
hair metal
Oh, I
stuff.
think
Dude-
I one
Dude's
comes
got a
to
lot
mind.
of sashes.
Oh yeah, big time.
I'm stashing.
Like-
I was thinking of they're like maybe like I don't know, Twisted Sister maybe.
Yeah, they might.
Not enough
Yeah,
makeup.
that's not bad. Only they didn't get the radio support that Twisted Sister.
Yeah,
That's kind of close though, Ryan. You're not far off there because they had kind of anthemic sort of songs.
yeah.
kind of like in the vein of like we're not gonna take it. So they were heavy, but they weren't fucking like.
They weren't as successful, basically.
No, not even close, man. Not even close.
Yeah.
I think they only put out 2 major label albums, maybe 3, and then they're still around. But they're still around. What's that? I can't see it.
Yeah, what is that?
Can you blow them up there, Ben? You can blow them up. You know how to do that?
Oh, yeah. Hold on a
Just
minute.
click on the window and blow the window up.
Apollyon Sun.
Is that what?
Napoleon? Oh, that's
Yeah,
Tom
Tom G.
Warrior.
Warrior. Yeah,
Yeah.
Tom G. Warrior. One of his what's that industrial band?
Look at that. Yours is signed, huh?
That was used
Nice.
Oh, you.
for $5, $5.99.
Nice.
Cool.
I
All
got
right, you can take it off
from,
the screen.
Oh, wow.
Sorry,
Killer Dwarfs,
and
Killer
Lewis.
Dwarfs are actually signed to Dave Ellison's label.
Oh, cool.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know. If
Yeah, I
it's
don't
cool.
know.
I mean, I didn't even know. I didn't know Dave Ellison had his own label.
Yep, I have one band that's on it.
Killer Dwarfs.
No, a band called Green Death. They're actually pretty good. They played here in Toledo once.
Oh,
Really good singer. Like kind of
what genre?
Anthrax. Like thrash metal,
Thrash metal. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's
speed metal, thrash metal.
I mean, that's the stuff.
Who was
Dave
this, Nick?
plays. I mean,
A
was
band
that?
called Green Death. I bought both of their albums there. They put on a really good live show.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Speaking
never heard of them.
Speaking of Dave Ellison, I saw something about a week or 2 ago. I guess
Uh-oh.
him and Jeff,
Don't go there, Ben. Don't go there.
what about him and Jeff? What about him and Jeff Young?
Wait a minute. Was he jerking off to Chuck Young?
No,
Or,
God, God, no. Jesus Christ.
was he making jerk off videos to Nick Menza's funeral? Come on, man.
wait. Were there 19-year-old women there?
So go ahead, Ben. I'm sorry. I had to get that joke in there.
That's funny. No, I saw I guess Dave Ellison and Jeff Younger working together again on a project.
Well, they did that Nick Menza memorial thing concert, and since Dave doesn't have anything better to do right now,
Well,
he would be out playing in front of 90,000 people instead of if he'd have been out doing that instead of jacking off and leaving his face in the videos. There you go.
I guess a married man shouldn't be jacking off to 19-year-old girls.
Hey, John, word to the wise. Let me just fill you in on something. If you're gonna make jack off videos, make sure you don't show your face. That's
never
a
show your
rookie
face and
mistake.
your dick in the same picture.
Don't show your face. All right.
That's a rookie mistake. Dave Ellison didn't
Yeah.
know. Now everyone saw little Dave.
Christ.
That's right. Now, Ryan, we already know. Ryan, we already know you made your jack off videos with your face in, so it's too late for you.
No, I
As
don't.
long as the lighting was tasteful, right? The lighting's got to be tasteful.
Oh,
lighting
shit.
was very tasteful.
It's
I
key.
heard from a friend.
Oh, man. It's great.
You guys ever heard of the band Astral Door?
What's up, Frederick?
Astral
Astral
Doors.
Door?
Frederick.
Is doors plural?
I think. It's a power metal band.
There we go.
I've
Never
heard
heard
of them.
of
I think. Do I have? Actually, I might have one album by them.
The
Is it
singer
those?
is what was his name? Niles Patrick Johansson.
Hmm.
He was
What
the
band
singer
is-
for Civil War. He also
Oh,
disappeared from the band. That's what they got this thing because he completely didn't show up for their live show they did, so that they get a new
Okay.
singer.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them, dude. Never heard of
Yeah,
them.
I have of the Son and the Father. That's the one I picked up. I thought it was something else. Like someone tried to tell me it was like doom metal, and it wasn't.
He has a doomy voice at times.
Hmm.
He's not a power metal singer at the time, but he has more like a mid range.
See, I'm not gonna lie to you, John. I'm a little leery of you, man. Anything you suggest, I'm a little leery of because I fucking hate Iced Earth. So,
See, I did like Ice Earth.
sorry, man. I just can't. John's like, oh no, man. I don't like this guy. I don't like this fucking guy. Give me the evil eye.
Yeah, like I like Burnt
I mean-
Offerings. Like that was my gateway into it, and Dark Saga was good too. But John Schaefer's an idiot. I'm just gonna go ahead and repeat that.
At least he's better than OTEB.
No, she's didn't go to a Capitol riot and get arrested and put his face all over the fucking news.
She has more band members leaving.
The
than
government
he did.
sucks. End of story.
I mean, he just shouldn't have done it. It's as simple as that. But no, like he's a good guitarist. He's got a great fucking pick hand. Like in terms of like rhythm playing, yeah, he's solid. But
Who's that, John?
John Schaefer, yeah, dude, that dude is a really good guitarist.
I'm friends
What?
with some of the former members and current members of Iced Earth.
Is there even a current Ice Earth though? I don't know if anyone wants
There's
to
only
like,
maybe 2 people.
really keep going with that.
I'm friends with Mike Miguel. He used to be the drummer for Burnt Offerings era.
That was a good album. I like that album still.
Mike Miguel's a
Kill.
nice dude.
Storm Rider.
I never got that one.
I have all their
Mm.
CDs.
I like them all.
I didn't like the Glorious Burden. Like that was the one I was like, I'm gonna check out and see what Ice Earth's doing. That was the one with the Ripper, and I was like, you know what, I'm good. Like Ripper's really hit or miss with me. Like I like Jugulator, but every song I heard off of Demolition was terrible.
I'm not a huge.
I had Demolition as a Japan import for that bonus track.
I didn't even get it. Like I'm only missing.
Did you ever get was it Something Wicked Part 2 that has Matt Barlow on it, Nick?
No, I just have Dark Saga and Burn Offerings.
Oh wow! I
got-
would have
I
thought you
got
might have
them all.
gotten. I might have thought you might have gotten Crucible Man because that has Matt Barlow on it.
Oh, Matt Barlow's a solid singer. He like a really good
Yeah,
baritone voice. But
Oh, yeah.
again, like around, I think Dark Saga was 98,
Six.
6.
That's
So
my
yeah.
intro to the band.
I think around then I was getting into like heavier stuff, and I kind of just left that behind, and then the power metal sound kind of just was never really a power metal fan.
What's up, Josh?
It's too hokey, and I need my metal to actually be heavy. And
Yeah, me
Burn
too.
Offerings is heavy, but then like kind of everything else I heard was like, I could just listen to thrash metal and get the riffs.
Knew what to the new singer for Iced Earth when John Shepard returns. Sheehan Peck of Drees Tremors and Cage.
Ooh.
He was the singer for that band, the two guys from Merciful Fate, and
Shermer, something.
and Dahmer or what's his name?
Dahmer and Bundy?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know what you're talking about though, because Shred is a big Merciful Fate and King Diamond fan. So literally, if anyone has played on any one of those albums, he fucking knows it. And then he starts wailing like King Diamond in my house, which I'm so glad, at least for that reason, that he doesn't live here anymore. Dude, like, you have no idea. Any sentence, any like random reference, and he will start singing a fucking song that is right on time with it. I was like, dude, really?
Does he do? What's he do? The falsetto?
He can get up there surprisingly, but I don't know if he can't quite like. It's not like, you know, the King Diamond like super well, but he can get up there, and every now and then it's just like, dude, really? It's like, what?
That's
I like
hilarious.
King Diamond. I know.
Yeah, you know, it took me a long time to come around to Diamond, but I'm not like fully on board. I have to really be in the mood. The music is so good
It is.
on those early Fates albums and a lot of the Fates albums, and then of course, you know, the Abigail and them and the Conspiracy and all that stuff. Great Fatal Portrait, great albums. I can only take his voice for so long.
It's only the high ones. Like the rest of the time,
yeah.
like I like his dramatic delivery. It's very
the camp,
theatrical.
the
I like the
campiness is a little cheesy, but I can deal with it.
But yeah, the high pitch ones.
Oh.
It's that's the man. But yeah, they're hitting up the high pitch. You know that no. At that point, it's like he went from like metal singer to Muppet. This is me though.
No, I agree. That was always a hard sell for me because I remember hearing Melissa when it first came out, and in 80, what was that, 83?
I think it was 83.
83, I think.
Pretty short.
Yeah,
83.
yeah. I heard it the summer of 84. That and Don't Break the Oath. I think it was Don't Break the Oath out yet. Maybe not. Yeah, it was definitely Melissa. And I just was like, dude, this music rules, but what is with that singer? Like, what the hell is that? That's like, you know, and I was into the high-pitched guys like Jeff Tate and Watchtower and fucking Dokken and, you know, the early James LaBrie and stuff like that. But, man, like, King was just another level of weird.
I even like Flotsam and Jetsam and fucking Eric.
Eric A.K. is great. Too. Oh, yeah.
But there's like gruffness to it. Like it doesn't sound forced, and I don't know. Like there was a lot of times with the King Diamond, like I just felt like he wasn't quite in key. Like he was just doing it, just to
do it,
hit that high note. And it's like, you didn't need to do that. But yeah, I mean, I'm spotty when it comes out like clean vocals like that. Anyway, like I mean,
I agree, but I did come around enough where I can put Don't Break the Oath on and enjoy it for 38 minutes or however long it is, and then go, okay, I got my King fix for a while. You know, I'd much rather hear somebody else singing these songs, but the music's so fucking good, man. The guitar playing is so good that you're like, oh, if only, you know, what could have been. But it seems to have worked out pretty good for them, man. They're doing really well in the summer tour circuit right now, headlining a bunch of places and festivals.
The stage show looks pretty fucking spectacular too for King Diamond.
New song, Joey Vera on bass. Joey Vera on bass.
Oh, they got Joey Vera.
Yeah,
that's all right. That is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
I learned never sing. I'm not a good singer or anything. I tried singing in front of the cats. Tiny almost attacked me.
That is a sure sign you should not be singing in front of the cats. Then,
so John,
you must have hit the kill note.
Are you saying, John, when you sing in front of the cats, you break out into some Abigail? Abigail! They run and they hiss at you and they fucking try to attack you or anything like that, or?
So my cat just hid at me when fucking Shred did it. It was wise. I hid too, so I'm going back down the basement where I can't hear you.
You guys saw a picture of Tiny. I pissed her off one day. I don't know what I did, but She was looking. I woke her up. I think I woke her up from her cat nap, and she was glared at me.
Well, I'd be pretty pissed too if you woke me up from my cat nap.
Dude, I've had my
I
cat.
can take a picture of her.
I'd be like, you goddamn Iced Earth fan, I'm coming to get you. I'm coming for your eyes. I'm coming for your eyes.
Our cat Damien, our older cat, when my little brother used to jam in his room with his friend with the drums and guitar and all that, he would sleep for it.
Ah, how about that? So his name is Damien?
Yeah.
Damien, that's Sabotage track.
That's a band from Toledo, like a heavy metal act. Actually, that's
is there?
Yeah, actually, they're on. I think they're on Metal Archives. That's the guy that's the what's his damn name? The main guitarist in the band is the guy that Joe Shred got lessons from. His wife Joe loves to fucking shred.
No shit. How about that?
Yeah, Chuck Stoll. That's his name.
They still around, or they?
They still do shows every now and then. I don't know if they've put out an album in a while, but I believe Joe has them all. But yeah, I mean, he's like, yeah, Chuck's an awesome guitarist and a good buddy, and he taught me how to fucking do a lot of cool shit.
Nice. What's Shred's band again?
His name, the band that Chuck Stoll plays in is Damien.
No, Shred.
Oh, Constricted, but that might be on hiatus just because. Oh. I mean, well, drummer. Let's see, had 2 kids, and working a steady job, and I guess now he's got like carpal tunnel, so he doesn't know what the future is there. Right. Bassist is a family man too. Ren's a frontman, but he doesn't know if he wants to continue being frontman. Like, he just doesn't know if he wants to go on stage anymore.
All right.
So yeah, that whole thing is kind of, I would say, hiatus.
Dying out a little bit.
But Joe wants to start another project and, get back to writing again. So, I mean, he's still got the itch to record and still got the itch to write. It's just, he's got to find, the right people. He's talking to, like, some different bassists. And I think he has one, but this guy is more of a prog bassist, and he likes to noodle about, and he's like, I just need him to just lay down just a good bass line and not just like, I got to do the beatly wahs in there too. Like, you don't just lay down a good bass line. That's it. I'll let you have your moments, I promise.
Hey, Nick, I just thought of something. Did you ever hear of a band from Cincinnati called Crooked Rook?
Crooked Rook?
Yeah, from the early 2000s.
Crooked Rook. No.
I'm gonna try to find the name. Let's see if I can find something on that a minute, because the guy that was in Crooked Rook, his son had a band that did get signed to a major from Cincinnati, and they were kind of like a grunge band. I want to see if you recognize the name. I got to look it up though.
Rock from Cincinnati. 5-piece female-fronted hard rock band from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah, well, that's Crooked Rook, right? You found that on there? All right. Where are you on Metalben?
No, this is actually, they have a .com.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
I keep bringing up a restaurant.
Well, it doesn't look like.
So, there it is. I see it. Okay, so the guitar player, Eric, his kid. Fuck, what is his name? Damn it! I'll find it. You guys carry on with your stuff.
Okay.
You guys ever heard of that called Onward? In the early 2000s. Toby Snap. That his name.
No.
I'm not familiar with him. No.
He has a black metal band called where is it? Where is it? Waxen. Waxen.
I have one Waxen album.
He brought back Onward, a new singer, because the other guy, he died of a heart attack years ago. What's his name? Michael Grant.
Michael Grant? I'm not sure if I know that one.
He used to be in a band called Crescent Shield, Cyber Sincere, Legend Maker, New Eden.
I don't know any of those.
But he brought back the band this time with a new singer because the other guy died. His name is Robert Van War from Aquila.
Aquila? I don't know if I know.
Florida.
I don't know if I know that one either.
They're a power metal band from the 80s. They did a CD called Attila from 1988. When Heroes Fall in 1991. They came out a new CD last year called Metal Lands.
I have not heard any of that. Like, I mean, honestly, I don't keep my ear to the rail for like, you know, power metal stuff. That's just not my bag.
Unless it's that one band you like.
Which one?
Dragonland.
Oh, Dragon.
God damn.
Okay.
Okay. It's getting to the point that don't mention all those bands ever again. Just don't. It's not worth it anymore.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you love power metal, you love power metal. It's definitely an acquired taste.
Picky about power metal. If it gets too cheesy like Dragon Force, nope.
I think people who play Guitar Hero like Dragon Force, then they forgot about them when they stopped making Guitar Hero games. I mean,
I can never get Dragon Force.
Like, they're good. I'll give them that. Like, and
yeah, they can
The guitars are too fast and stupid, but when they're live, they're not.
well, they're usually drunk too. Like, I mean, for a while they were just like known as like a fucking party band, and they would get loaded before shows, and like that's not a good idea. Maybe don't do that. But I mean, they're talented. That's for damn sure. I just, you know, I'm not really into it.
Yeah.
I can't wait for probably a Daring Grade to get here soon from Amazon.
So, in terms of strange Japanese stuff, I did get a whole collection of Psy demos.
All right, here you go, Nick. I found it. I can't fucking believe I found this. So, did you ever hear of a band called from Cincinnati, down around, I want to say around 2005, 4, 5, 6?
That's a long band name already.
Oh, stop, you fucker. The band was called Another Tragedy.
I knew of a band called Another Society. I think, I don't know if they were from Ohio though. But
yeah, this band was called Another Tragedy from Cincinnati. They were kind of grungy, heavy riffs with singable. I would say like Alice in Chainsy kind of. That's what they reminded me of. Not nearly as good, but not bad. Not bad at all. I knew the singer for that. I went out. I knew his dad really well. His dad's the guitarist for Crooked Rook, and his mom's the singer. And so we used to, when Porcupine Tree was touring, I'd go out and stay. I went to Cincinnati and went over to the Mad Hatter over there. I don't know if you've ever been there. No. The club there in Cincinnati. Well, it's right across the river in Kentucky, I think, actually. Covington, I think it's called.
We got Facebook.
Do they?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still a band.
Let's see. The last update was March 18th of 2020.
Oh, really?
And
how about that?
Yeah.
That's wild. I'm shocked by that. Looks like they even have stuff on. Yeah, that's them. Formed in 2003. Yep. And they were on a label. Well, there's Johnny right there on the right. And then his dad's, I guess he joined too. He's the one on the left there, Eric.
The guitarist?
The dude that looks like every other metal dude. Says they're progressive rock. They were way more like, to me, they were way more. They did put an album out. You can see they got classic rock, and it's not bad, man. It's really not that bad. I'm surprised they're still kind of doing stuff. He had a really good voice, this Johnny Chapman. Looks like the last time they played live was 17, though. How about that? Kind of surprised by that.
So yeah, I was scrolling down. Like the next post, like was 2017, but the most recent one was 2 years ago. So I mean,
Yeah, I see that one from March of 2020. How about that?
All right,
I haven't
take
been
care,
in touch with.
Christopher.
I haven't been in touch with Eric in a long time.
Hmm.
I just wondered if it they got up your way to play a show, but you'd have been. How old would you have been then? 20?
what in 2003 or 4?
Well, probably 4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been like early 20s.
Yeah.
I'd be probably like around Josh's age.
There you go.
Some bitch looking at me all fucking young. What the hell, man? Show me up. Like, oh, I'm young. My bones don't hurt.
Actually, they're starting to hurt. Actually,
I was in St. Louis
Oh boy.
last Sunday.
Starting already.
The City
You're
Museum.
done for.
Sorry.
Yep.
Oh, go ahead.
We went to the City
Go ahead.
Museum.
What's that,
That's what I
John?
was doing. My little nephew went to this little city museum. It's kind of like there's mazes and all that you can go through. It used to be an old shoe factory made into
Oh, wow.
a little.
Did you get
Like,
lost?
I felt like an old man there because I'm only 42, but it felt like my bones were gonna break.
Felt like an old man like me, 56.
Oh, dude.
An old fucking codger.
Oh, dude, I don't know. MDF took some time off my life.
When
That's for damn
they say about me that I'm the old man, get off my lawn, old man guy, that's true. It's accurate for me. Get
He
off my
throws
lawn.
rocks at children.
That's right. I throw rocks, bottle caps,
Big rocks.
anvils. I throw anvils when I can lift
C
them.
batteries.
C batteries. Potatoes. Flaming potatoes.
Flaming potatoes. Someone's got to do it.
I say that every time. I say that every time I hear some idiot driving down our street blast that fucking mumble rap shit.
Dude,
I'm like,
Yeah.
I will. I'll be like, turn that goddamn garbage off. It fucking sucks.
I don't
And one
even
time,
get
one
that.
time we were at one at the post office in the gas station. Someone was playing their hip hop music. You can actually hear it from inside the building.
I mean,
They
I
took the
play
whole building.
my shit pretty loud, so they're probably
Yeah, I
annoyed.
definitely play mine loud.
But
Oh, I
Ma-
did
ma-
too.
the next
You
level
gotta-
thing is
and you
I got
gotta
a
be-
neighbor down the street that
You gotta be.
this truck that has no fucking muffler, and I swear to God, it's just like a tank rolling down the fucking street.
You got to be careful,
Wow.
Ben. When you're yelling at a car, you better make sure it's not a couple brothers packed with 38s and say, "What's that, man? You want me to turn this down? What?"
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this was a conversation that fucking Joe and I had because right now, because he plans on moving as soon as possible, like trying to find a house because he lives on the east side of Toledo. And don't let anyone ever tell you that the east side of Toledo is nice. It's not.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, so like, dude, kids today, they don't fight each other one-on-one anymore. They jump each other or
No,
they shoot
yeah.
each other. It's
I
like,
was just
dude,
gonna
like-
say, everybody's got a fucking gun now, so it's,
Yeah. So
You're right.
no thanks.
it's kind of fucked up.
That's
like,
one of
they
those
used
That's one of those battles. It's not worth you losing your life over.
Oh
I mean,
no.
Yeah.
Oh
You know
no,
what I
no,
mean?
no. I don't go out on the streets and yell that. I just
Oh,
say
you're
that
thinking it to
myself.
yourself. Yeah, I got you.
You know, in my room, I'm like, I'll sit
I
there, I'm like,
remember-
I don't
remember-
yell, like,
I
turn
remember
that
back in
shit
the late 80s. I remember like 86, 87. I had a Mustang. I had a 68 Mustang that I spent a small fortune on souping up, and I would say a good portion of the money went into the fucking car stereo. I had a killer Alpine car stereo in that thing, 150 watt amp, and I used to
Yeah.
crank that motherfucker. And I never forget, I was going to meet a girl that I knew but didn't know. It was like a double date sort of thing. I'm going to pick everybody up, and I know I can't crank the tunes when I got them in the car, not that way. And
Yeah.
I'm like I'm like flaming this thing at about like, it's almost pegged, And I got fucking Run to the Hills on, or it was a Maiden album. I can't remember. Might have been Somewhere in Time. And I pull up to this stop sign, and this cop pulls right up next to me, and I didn't realize he was sitting there. until I start to pull away, and right away that fucking lights go on, and he pulls me over, and I'm like, motherfucker, are you kidding me, man? Here was a buddy of mine that was a cop, and he saw me and realized it was me, pulled me over to be whoa, John just fell.
I got my phone. I put my water down. It bounced off.
Uh-oh. Watch out. So, yeah, he pulls me over, and I see him get out. He's got the mirror sunglasses on, and I didn't recognize it was him because he had the sunglasses on, had his hat on. And he walks up, and he goes, "Sir, I'm going to have to arrest you." And I'm like, "You fucking asshole." He goes, "I'm going to have to arrest you for excessive noise violation, sir." And he goes, "Dude." He goes, "No, seriously, man." He goes, "That fucking was super loud. I could hear it like 4 cars back." I'm like, he's like, "Aren't you afraid? He's like, "Aren't you afraid you're gonna go deaf?" I'm like, "Huh? What?"
You should hear my dad when he listens to his iPod on his headphones.
Blasting new ears.
Blasting, you actually hear it through the headphones.
Wow. That guy's he's one of us, John. He's one of us. He's a maniac. He's a maniac.
He didn't love metal music at all. He only liked Ozzy.
You don't like metal.
That's metal.
I'll tell you what, man. It's amazing to me that I'm not deaf yet either.
Huh?
Same here.
Hello? Huh? What? Say what? Did you say something there, Nick?
I have permanent tinnitus. I have ringing in my ears all the time from it. No doubt. No doubt it came from loud shows and loud stereos and
there's been times where I'd get like, my ears would get clogged or whatever. But
my oldest nephew, Talon, he's going to go to Washington D.C. tomorrow.
Cool.
He's going to the most corrupt country.
He's going where is he going? D.C.
Washington D.C.
For what?
School trip.
A school trip. That'll be fun. That should be pretty cool.
I did a DC.
Of course, my dad said, make sure Biden and his nephew.
Wait, what's that? He's what?
For a while, Biden will sniff people.
Oh,
the meme.
You want him to get sniffed? Is that what you're saying?
Tell him to put on deodorant.
I'm confused.
Now you make him stop doing it? Eat beans.
Well, there you go. That'll work. That'll help. Don't give Nick any ideas. He's already got enough gas.
Oh, dude. Actually, I've been pretty good. I mean, mostly a liquid diet. Like, it took me. I didn't have much of an appetite for the first couple of days of being sick.
Oh yeah, I barely ate anything
because I felt like it was just ingesting snot, which might have been. No, dude, it's. Ugh.
That's how I felt.
Dude,
did you get the stomach stuff, Nick? Did the stomach stuff hit you at all?
No, I didn't have an appetite, but I didn't feel like queasy or anything like that.
Right, you didn't get hit with diarrhea? Because, man, when I got it, when I would get food down, I'd have to run to the bathroom 10 minutes later.
No, I didn't get that.
I did too.
Yeah, nothing stayed inside me, man.
I don't know if I had or not, but after we saw the movie Sing 2, I ate a lot of popcorn and all that. Next day, I had both the shits and the pukes.
Man, both. You got double whammy, huh?
Yeah, man, both ends. No,
that's not good. That hurts.
This COVID, I mean, honestly, like, if I wasn't fucking vaccinated and had the booster, I'd be what the hell?
That was me.
Oh, okay.
It sounds like a bong.
No, it's in a wind tunnel. I mean, it sucked, but I imagine it would have been a lot worse if I didn't have the fucking vaccine. Because I mean, it was just like a nasty upper respiratory infection. Like coughing up a bunch of fucking garbage, snot. Really didn't get feverish, but definitely like sluggish. Like just didn't have energy to do shit. I had to like fucking force myself to go mow my lawn.
My little sister Jennifer had it in late 2020.
It's really weird. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I know when I was sick back in December. Yeah, it's kind of like the same symptoms, but like everything smelled funny to me too. It's the weirdest experience I ever had.
I haven't had that,
Like,
which is weird. Like nothing smelled odd or tasted odd so far. Like everything, like I don't know. Like I feel like maybe my sense of taste is like dull, but also my fucking sinuses are fucking full of bullshit. So you know that'll affect it anyway.
Yeah, when I had it mostly in my chest and my lungs, but it did go throughout my whole entire system. I never lost my sense of smell or taste though.
Yeah, I mean it's not pleasant. It wasn't pleasant at all, and I felt bad. My mom got it too. Like she got a hold of me when I found out because I knew I had something. I was like, this isn't allergies or anything like that. I got something. And I'm hoping it's just a summer cold. But she goes to see a therapist, and our therapist, she was actually my childhood therapist too. She's 82 now, and she actually suggested, like, listen, I know you've been battling something. Why don't you get checked, get a test? So I picked up a test from my mom. It showed up positive, like quicker than fuck. And she was like, man, like, she felt bad. She's like, I feel bad, like, anyone I was around is like, well, I mean, you weren't like, like really hugging up on a lot of people or fucking kissing them or anything like that. So, I mean, I think you're good. But, she was just kind of upset about that. But, yeah, I figured, she's like, well, you should go get a test, too. I was like, I already know I got it. Like, if you have it, and I've been hanging out with you, and I feel this shitty, I got it. But I will get a test.
John's pretty adamant he doesn't have it, though.
I think he got it. He just might not. He might have just attributed it to his fucking allergies or a cold. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure.
Well, he told me last night he didn't test, and I'm like, dude.
I'm willing to bet his test would come up positive.
Yeah, I mean, no offense. I wasn't going to say anything, but I get it. He's got to go to work, but man, he's putting a lot of other people at risk,
Yeah. I mean, well, he missed. He had to take a lot of vacation for MDF.
Right.
So he's got stuff to make up. We were supposed to go to fucking Suffocation tonight. Yeah, it's not happening. Suffocation, Atheist, and Contrarian, and Surreption. It's going to be a fun night.
Oh,
here I am.
Would have been a cool show too,
dude. I mean, I kept seeing like a ton of people I know on Facebook getting like pictures with Terrence Hobbs and fucking Kelly Schaefer and shit. It's like, dude, fucking was so cool. Like one of the dudes we hung out with at MDF. He's in a band called Cathexis, really good like technical death metal band, and he's the guitarist, and he got the rig approval from Terrence Hobbs. It's like, dude, like you fucking set up, and you're fucking all your shit. There was like, thank you, sir.
That's
you're a little god.
My friend from he's been the one I was talking about a lot, Dan Castro. He's already in the studio working on the next two Castro's Fate CDs and his on Christ CD.
Good
back
deal.
in New York City. He's going to the guy who did the production for Suffocation.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. He was the guy that did it wasn't it was after they broke up, like after the EP, and when they came back, I believe, like Souls to Deny and Self-Titled.
I think so. He has two members of Suffocation right now in Castro's Fate, I think, too.
So, well, I mean, it's just weird them recording an album without Frank at this point. And I mean, I've seen him without Frank. Like, honestly, dude, at MDF, Ricky put on probably the best performance he's done yet. Like, he sounded fucking great, and probably the closest to sounding like Frank, I think. Like, I know I really, like Kevin, I agree, probably should have been the guy, the dude who was formerly in Pyrexia. But Ricky fucking owned. So,
I saw a couple live videos. Yeah, it sounded pretty good.
Dude, they didn't open up with Thrones of Blood, which is kind of weird. Like, they almost always open up with Thrones of Blood.
Yeah, didn't they open with Liege?
Yeah, they did. And
that must have been sick.
as soon as that fucking slam riff hit, it was like, I gotta back up. These fucking meatheads are gonna kill each
Oh
other.
yeah, but I forgot to tell you guys, you were talking about Terrence Hobbs. He's gonna be on the new Cashew's Fate CD.
Dude, he gets around, man. Actually, I found out there's a band in Indiana called Empty Throne. It's members of Anger Rut and Zasther. If anyone remembers that weird, like ambient, or it's more like atmospheric black metal. But they got
Scott Connor.
Was it Scott Connor?
Yeah, that's who Zaster is.
Yeah, Scott Connor.
I think either that or he's the guy that played with him like live. But they just recruited fucking Mike Smith on drums and Jack Owen as another guitarist on there. So
Wow.
And actually they were already really good. Like I have their EP. It's like really solid black and death metal and very melodic and just very tight production. So I'm really curious, like how this new one's gonna sound, because I mean they got a pretty fucking good riff guy with fucking Jack Owen, and Mike Smith's still a beast. I picked up his other band, Voracious Scourge, with I forget the dude's name. The front man for fucking Sinister. He's got a very odd Danish name.
Yeah, I don't remember his name.
Like Kloosterward? Something
like that.
Something like that. But yeah, that's the other band that Mike Smith's been doing since leaving Suffocation again.
Oh, Jeff, check out the
Frederick.
band.
Hey guys,
It's on Christ and Across Antarctica and Cashew's Fate. My only vinyl in my collection.
All right, John, were you talking to me? Who were you talking to? Everybody.
Jeff,
Okay, what did you say again? I forget.
I recommend this CD, this band to you.
What's the name of it again?
Across Antarctica.
Across Antarctica?
And also check out Piss on Christ and Cashew's Fate.
What are they like?
The early Cashew's Fate was more like Metallica. But then he went death metal. He went more like Suffocation mixed with Cannibal Corpse and all that.
Yeah, I'm not a big Cannibal or Suffocation guy, so you're probably talking more to Nick.
I think
Frederick's like a 3-year-old kid. He can't wait to show off his fucking albums.
Is that?
That's awesome, Mr. Bundles.
It's fucking dude. I've been meaning to get did they just have that on Blu-ray?
this is the live album.
Yeah, they have the
Blu-ray only, I think.
Yeah, I've watched cuts from it. It sounds fucking amazing.
Some old school speed metal, Bloodlust.
It's a nice stabby logo.
Oh, nice.
That's cool.
Up my alley.
I got this album in. Caligula came in. The demo.
That's a cool name.
I don't know that
That's
one.
freaking cool.
I got Insane, Swedish speed metal, thrash.
That looks cool.
I got Phantom Lord.
I don't know if I know
cool.
that.
That's cool.
That's the first band I recognize the name for.
Jack Starr. This has got Jack Starr and Joe Hasselvander. This is their thrash metal band, one of those fake bands.
Oh, nice.
All right.
The debut of Phantom Lord.
That's cool.
Yeah, I know that name.
I got
Yeah, that name does sound familiar.
Never heard of him.
I don't know that one.
RDR.
this is Ratos de Porero, Brazilian crossover.
Rattles Pit. Yeah, dude, I have one of their albums, dude. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Never
Dude,
heard
they're
that.
fucking ferocious, dude. Sepultura's cover.
I got that album. I got Crypto.
That's a pretty good album. Honestly, I like the new Nervosa more.
And the final album I got today was Evil Invaders.
I didn't try that band.
Sweet.
One of their albums. I've been meaning to check out. Oh, sorry,
Belgian
go ahead.
speed
So many
metal.
bands, so time.
And I also got a couple of CDs as well. I brought today. As for Grom, female black metal.
Oh, Azagrum. Yeah, dude. I don't have that one. Is that
That's
new?
cool.
No, this is the debut.
Oh shit! Then I have the second one. Dude, the one that I have is unfucking real. Like it's super good.
And I picked up this finally. The new benediction. I finally picked it up.
I love that album.
I've been wanting to get to
That's the only other one I know.
Dude,
I watched your interview with Pizza
best
Dad.
thing they put out since fucking Transcend the Rubicon. I'll be completely honest.
Yeah, I've got a couple more interviews coming up too as well. So
Nice,
cool, nice.
So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to start doing now. Doing a lot more interviews with Aussie bands.
Hey, Frederick, I just wanted to let you know, because I love you so much, buddy. I asked a special guest to join us. Peter North will be stopping in a little while.
He's got a lot of free time now that he's retired.
Yeah, and he says he really wants to get your number. He really wants to hang out with you.
He's like, man, be careful what he's, hanging out there.
Yeah. Be careful, Jeff. What you wish for, because he might come in after your butt cheeks.
Yeah. You might get a handful of fucking hog
I'm too old
leg.
for him. He likes a distinguished man, but not as old as me. I'm ancient. You're a little younger than I am.
Well, I'm ancient too, mate. So
Well, Josh, that's on you. Good. Take one for the team, bud. Thank you, man.
Josh is like, who the fuck's Peter North?
He's gonna find out.
I remember him from that last.
You're gonna get learned today.
Yeah,
you remember that from the last? You were on that. Yeah. Were you on that stream that night?
Yeah, Josh was on there. Yeah.
Oh, you were, Josh. Okay.
That was fucking hilarious.
That shit was hilarious.
That was.
Yeah. I was checking out who it could have been, and I finally found out who it was.
Oh.
It was one of the guys from Hell's Reviews.
Oh God!
I'm pretty sure it was too. Yeah.
You did find out who it was?
This little bastard.
Yeah.
That was fun though.
One of the guys from Hell's Reviews. I'm positive it's one of those guys. It could have been Toilet. It could have been. I think it was probably Toilet.
It probably was.
So
I mean, it was one of his more entertaining troll accounts or whatever.
Well, what I've seen from what Toilet does on Hell's Reviews, he seems to be the more comedic.
Well, I will say this, Frederick. He really was hot for you, my friend. He wanted
man, I really wish that just didn't have that album title on it, because I don't like that album.
What was that? I'm sorry.
The artwork on it's fucking awesome. I just rather it said literally any other album.
You know who the artist was? Yeah, who did Lobo comics?
That actually makes entirely too much sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good. The art's fucking slick. I just really wish it didn't say Dread Reaver on it, because I don't want to listen to that album again.
Of course, I have this over here on my wall too.
Oh, Chemicide. Chemicide's a good thrash band.
Yeah, they are. I love Chemicide.
Who was it? Maybe their new one.
Who was it? I couldn't read.
Chemicide.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Chemicide.
They're from Costa Rica.
Yeah,
they're really good.
I got an interview with Warrior Soulmate, the lead vocalist.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off, Brett.
Yeah,
do you really?
Yeah, I really do, yeah.
Corey Clark, you got?
Yeah, I'm sure.
When is this?
2024, he wants to do the interview.
Tell Jeff Keeper Metal Madness 66 says, suck my dick. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. Yeah. Guy's a jackass.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That was bullshit when he said to you, man.
Hold on, everybody's talking at once. What's that, Frederick?
Warrior Soul does have a new album out for Record Store Day. Did you get that?
Yeah, oh yeah, the fucking Odds and Ends or something or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
But actually, the new album that he put out in March or February, it's probably the best thing he's done in a while. But he did a lot of shitty albums before that, and I guess he didn't like. I guess he didn't like the fact that I said, "This sounds not that great." It sounds okay. It's not great. It's okay. I guess that pissed him off. I don't know.
how tender are you gonna fucking be to not be able to take a little bit of criticism like that? Isn't as though it's like, yeah, this album sucks and fuck his mother.
No, I mean, I didn't do that at all. I was just like, I think, you know what I think it was? Eric, the guy that did it with me, Eric, you know Eric, he criticized Corey's word usage. And, you know, because Corey did use the FAG word and he used retards and some other, you know, things that back in the 90s weren't as, they were offensive, they just weren't realized that they were offensive, right?
Yeah, it's less taboo.
And Eric's very woke, you know. I mean, I'll just say it, he is, and he doesn't. I kind of look at it, and go, well, it was a symptom of the times. I don't really look at it as that offensive. It wasn't like he was using the N word. I mean, which Axl Rose used, you know. So
yeah,
John Lennon used, you know. But what I think, honestly, my sense is that I did towards the end say, man, Corey's voice is really rough these days. And it is, man. If you've ever seen him live, like clips of him live, he's not good live, dude. I'm sorry, he's just not. Not now. He was great once upon a time, but he's not now. And I saw him back in the heyday, and they were great. But I think that's what pissed him off. So be careful. That's just my guess.
So, Jeff, you want to join me on that Warrior Soul chat?
What time you doing it? What time you doing it?
Well, 2024, so probably about 3:30 in my time.
And what day are you doing this?
Oh, when hell freezes over.
Oh, so you're not doing it, you fucker. You fucker, you. You had me going there. I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll join you. Hell yeah, I'll join you.
It'd be a surprise guest. That'd be hilarious. Like, oh yeah, by the way, this is my buddy. Have you met? Have you met Jeff?
This is Metal Madness 66. He told me he was going to do an interview, and I said, well, why don't you just join us? Hey, Corey, how you doing? Remember, I'm the one that did the deep dive that you fucking shit all over and didn't like? Oh, poor baby. Poor baby.
Meltdown!
Oh, poor baby.
You know what, Jeff? I could ask him.
Frederick, are you doing it or not you doing it?
Well, if I ask him, maybe. If I do, you know, if you let me know what's his email address,
you just go on Warrior Soul's website and it says contact. I think it says Warrior Soul Management, but it's his girlfriend. That's who it is. It's not anything. Okay. I mean, you know, I saw a couple of interviews he did earlier in the year, and he was pretty cordial. Now, I will say, Corey is notorious for his issues with alcohol. He's not. I don't think he's been sober since he's been a teenager.
Jesus.
And, you know, I do think that, frankly, he may have seen... He watched our whole video. I know that for a fact. And he watched it in two different things. Now, the video is gone now because I accidentally deleted it. But he didn't leave just one comment. He left two comments. He was the first guy to comment, and then a day later, Eric's like, did you see what Warrior Soul Management left on our video? And I'm like, no. And I went and pulled it up, and here it was like something like, you guys are dumb. I was like, okay. So I emailed her the next day. I'm like, apparently Corey's not very happy with Deep Dive we did. And I don't want to sit with him if he's going to be antagonistic. And she's like, yeah, Corey thinks it's best we just call it off. I'm like, all right, well, fuck you then.
Well, I want to do a fucking Warrior Soul deep dive. I'm known for being nice.
Look, look, here's the thing. I'm not going to lie. Those first three albums they put out are fucking great. The first two are fucking classic albums. The third one, very solid. The fourth one, it starts to slip. And then he does one or two albums that are and then he does a really good one. And then he does three albums that are really not very good. And the latest one has, you know, half of it's good and half of it's eh. You know, but what else is the guy going to do? Go work at McDonald's or Burger King or something? That's his only other real options, I would think.
Yeah, but man, at the same time, like, learn to take criticism, though. Like, you weren't completely shitting on him. Like, how dare you say my stuff's not genius level?
No, I never said anything like, man, this shit sucks. Or all I said was, this stuff is pretty derivative. It just sounds like It sounds like AC/DC, and I've heard that all before. He also did an album when he split up, when Warrior Soul kind of ended. Before they ended, he called it the Space Age Playboy. That album is fucking incredible. It's so good. And then he did an album with, disbanded Warrior Soul and did an album with the Space Age. Then he called him the Space Age Playboy. That album's really good. But then he kind of disappeared for he started doing solo albums, and all of his solo albums are not very good. They're really not good. So, I get it. He's an artist and he's creative and blah, blah, blah. He's also not, I guarantee you the budget for his last album wasn't one 900,000 what he got on the first album with David Geffen. That album was $1 million album. This album he put out recently, I bet you didn't cost $10,000. It's that. So
I mean, you were saying that the music video was shot on a handheld camcorder.
Oh, it's worse than that. What's that song called? It's called Hip Hip Hooray. Check that out when you get off here. It's a total shit on Trump video, and it's because he hates Trump, like most people do.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is that it's fucking hysterically funny, but the lyrics are so juvenile, dude. They're just they're it's not the same dude that wrote a couple of songs like The Losers or Last Decade Dead Century or something like that. The Losers. It's a goof. It almost feels like a goof. And the solo in it, they're videotaping the guy doing the solo. As a guitar player, it's almost insulting that he's pretending to play the solo because it's so garbage. It's not really doing it. So, whatever, Corey, blow me. Frederick, if you hook that up, Frederick, if you hook that up, you know who to call, buddy. I'll have the scintillating.
Yeah, but before I do it, I need to listen to the music again because I've completely
forgotten what it's like.
Yeah, I forgot what it's like. Yeah,
listen to those first two albums, Last Decade, Dead Century, and
I know those albums, but I just can't remember what they sound like anymore.
Yeah, that one and the second one, Drugs, God, and the New Republic, very, very good albums. Very good, very, very good. A lot of killer good riffs on it that are, they're not death metal or anything like that. I don't even know what you call them, art metal, I guess.
Party metal, isn't it? Party metal.
I think they call them just I alternative metal.
They always call them alternative, and like I said, Eric and I kind of liken them to a cross between Porno for Pyros. No, what the other one? James Dixon. And the heavy stuff of James, and then the arty weirdness and coolness of the Cult, the early Cult too, like the Love, Electric, that era. So they're very guitar centered, but very melodic and very tuneful. But some of it's fucking heavy, like the song Downtown. Holy shit, that fucking song's heavy.
Yeah, but
definitely worth owning those first three. Definitely.
Were they reissued or be reissued?
They did on CD. I think they did on vinyl, not maybe 2017, 18, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check them out, and if I do the interview, I'll let you know because I've got a couple interviews on what I'm doing for a couple of bands.
But you mainly do thrash bands, don't you?
Well, yeah, I got one thrash band interview coming up after they do a gig.
Uh huh.
And I got a female fronted heavy metal band. I got an interview.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Good deal.
You guys ever heard of that Ice War?
Just go easy on her, Frederick. Go
Yes.
easy on the heavy metal lead singer, man. I know you're.
No, man, you walk in there, you get a diamond encrusted fucking cod piece.
That's it, right there.
right there. Make sure it's lit too. Like you want like some sunbeams glistening off the cod piece.
Well, I did ask Blackie Lawless for his cod piece with the
buzzsaw. Oh, man,
Yeah.
that's a second date sort of thing. That's a second interview sort of thing. First date, you got to show her the glamour before you show her the gore. You know, come on.
Yeah, no, she's a pretty good chick. I've been chatting with her, you know, like on Facebook. So we're setting it up. I'm just waiting for the CDs to come in so I could, you know, get a bit more, you know, sort of in depth, you know, sort of, because I don't want to go in there blind. No. I think she's
I'm like mentally 14.
Yeah, I think she's got a boyfriend. I think her boyfriend's in the band as well. So,
well, arm wrestling at least.
Yeah. So I've got 2 interviews coming up, and I want to try and do an interview with Benediction if I can get.
I want to say, are you? Do you know? Are you on like Mental Mania? Chris Grant.
Yes.
Yeah. Crip. I think he's interviewed Dave Ingram before.
Nice.
So he might actually have like, you know, a hookup there, just in terms of talking to him. From my gather, like Dave Ingram talks to a lot of people. Like he's pretty like cool about it.
Yeah, I want to try to do some international bands, but I want to get some more Australian bands, you know, sort of people that don't really know about in the underground. So, like you guys in America won't know a couple of these bands, so you might want to think, oh shit, yeah, I'll check them out.
I mean, dude, you guys got a fucking killer fucking metal scene over there. Like, I mean, granted,
I'd love to interview this band as well. As for Grob, I would love to interview
Ninja and all that.
The one that I have, let's see, which one is it? Oh, where are you? It's such a sick fucking cover on it too. There it is. Dawn of Infinite Fire. Like across.
I've got that on vinyl and CD.
It's incredible, start to finish.
CD. Yeah, great female band.
I was going to say.
Like we still. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Frederick. I'm sorry.
Anna Grob had the girl from Burning Witches in the band, Anubis.
Yeah.
She was in this band for a bit.
She was in Nervosa for a bit. She just she was in Crypto, wasn't she? And then she just left.
Yeah, she was in Crypto. Then she done Cobra Spell, but she played live with the band. I think she was a live guitarist for the band because they're only a 2-piece. So so she played live with the band for a bit. So she does everything: thrash, death, black metal.
Or that Anubis, like, she's really good.
Hey guys.
Yeah, she is.
What's up?
Is anybody else freaked out by John Iced Earth Fan? He looks like the guy in Don't Go in the House.
The lighting is very ominous.
Don't go in the house. Don't do it. Look, there he is. Oh my God.
I feel like he's about to tell like scary stories by a campfire right now.
You know,
right.
And the hook was still on the car door.
It's almost the Blair Witch. It's almost the Blair Witch show.
I'm officially feeling tiny and afraid right now.
Like if both of you started looking around right now, do you hear that? Like,
yeah.
I swear that you're starting your own.
But you know the weird funny thing is, John and I are both. We could be in the same room and you guys wouldn't know it.
What? Who said that?
What? Be careful. Yeah, the Blair Witch is behind you. The Blair Witch. Come on.
Freaking me out, man. All right, I need to piss and go have a smoke. I'll be right back.
If Gabriel was here, he'll freak out.
So, what's been happening over in the States? What's been happening? Anything exciting? Any good? Bad?
Same
just
old,
more bullshit.
Same old stupid shit and higher gas prices and higher food prices.
Same here.
What's happening now is that all the companies that lost all those profits during 20 and 21 are going, oh, we're back to normal? Let's fucking make
Yeah.
everything way more expensive. Oh, but by the way,
Yep.
those of you that work for us, we're not going to be able to give you raises to keep up with the price increases. Sorry about that. It's just how it is. I mean, everyone thinks, and no, Ben, I know you're not a left-wing guy, and I'm not a super hard left-wing guy, but I ain't a Trump guy, man. I'm just telling you straight up. I'm not a
I
GOP guy.
pretty much hate all politics. I think they
hate
all
all
suck.
politicians. Exactly.
Yep.
But
I hate
here's
when my
the
dad
thing.
watches the news in the morning.
Everybody's talking about.
I don't even watch the news anymore. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
But everybody's talking about gas prices. Oh, Biden. It's like, dude, this is the free market. And what happens with capitalism and the free market is they jack up the fucking prices on things to cover their costs. Well, they had 2 years where hardly anybody drove anywhere, and airplanes didn't use fuel, and trains didn't use, again, I'm not saying they didn't use any, but they didn't use probably 25% of what they had. So they lost millions, billions, and billions of dollars in revenues. Once the economy starts picking up, what's the first thing they're going to do? Start looking to slowly increase. Look at albums, man. How much were albums 2 years ago? 19, 18, $20, right?
Yeah.
And now what
they're
are they?
almost
What are they now? 27,
27.
25?
27, 28 bucks. I mean, CD prices are still pretty much around the same price, but like as far as vinyls, yeah, it's almost $30 for a vinyl.
And then you know why that is? Because the supply and demand now. The demand is high, the supply is low. Hey, let's jack everything up. And not only that, think about this. Like, you know how there's like 9 months to a year lead time on doing vinyl issues now? That's because all the pop people are going, oh, we can market our music on vinyl because kids will buy it now because vinyl's cool again. So who goes out? If a record plant gets an order for 2 million albums for Ariana Grande and 300 for Panopticon, who do you think they're going to make first?
Grande.
Right, they're going to make the one that makes them a lot of money. So that's what's going on, man. That's where we're at. I'm not saying Biden couldn't do a few things. Shutting that pipeline down was fucking stupid, but
he's a goofball.
But I mean,
Jeff,
it's not all his fault though. It's politics in general, and it's world economics, man. It's the supply and demand.
It's all politics, man. It's all fucked up.
Yeah, Jeff. You know why albums are expensive? Because there's no raw materials to make them.
Right, exactly.
You're right about that.
But see, here's the thing. It's funny. I keep hearing that supply chain shortage thing. That's what we're hearing everywhere now, right? Supply chain shortage, right? And I guess if the manufacturer's not making the raw pellets or at the same level, they would run out quicker. So, I guess there's some validity.
Sorry about that.
I guess there's some validity to it, but I also think some of this is trickery. It's bullshit and trickery. That's what they want us to believe so that they can raise the prices and keep them higher.
Well, like yourself from here, I picked up today, cost me 50 Aussie dollars. So that would probably be about 15 or 16 US dollars.
I think so.
Well, that's not bad. That's not bad. But I'm telling you, when you go out to retail, like a lot of places now have jacked their prices up to 25, 26 for, and if you're importing anything, forget it. You're going to pay through the nose. I bought a really beautiful box set of Blue Sod Nord back in March.
Oh, yeah.
And it's gorgeous, man. I mean, it's a gorgeous box set. But it was pricey, man. It was almost $100. It was like $90 for 3 albums. Or no, wait. Hold on. 40. Yeah, it was $120 all told. That's with shipping, and shipping was expensive. So it was around $100 for 3 albums.
Yeah.
It was worth it. They're beautiful, but they're
Oh yeah.
That's why I don't buy as much vinyl as you, Frederick. You're way richer than I am. You're like $100.
Again, I think the last vinyl I bought. Oh geez, it's been almost a year now. Yeah, the last vinyl I bought was "Fistful of Metal" by Anthrax. It's been months ago.
My friend Dan.
The last vinyl I brought was just I brought 4 vinyls today. 4. And the rest were postal orders.
Like, I like vinyl. I like vinyl. Don't get me wrong. It's just too expensive.
Frederick probably gets about like 18 packages a week that get delivered out.
No, because I got a good record store here that like when you buy a certain amount of albums, you get if you buy 10, you get the 11th for free.
Nice.
Oh, that's a damn good deal.
So Frederick's buying 10 albums every other day.
Pretty much.
Like I haven't brought any vinyl for the last 2 weeks. I've done a lot of internet buying. Like I just ordered the new Power Mad album on vinyl from Italy, which cost me a bit because I can't order it from America, which sucks.
The shipping. I mean, the shipping between America and Australia is just astronomically expensive.
Yeah, it's not available, Ben.
Yeah.
It says I order. It says not available to ship to Australia. So I have to go to Italy, and I have to pay like over $100 for it with the postage.
Like, I know from looking at eBay, like if I look at the shipping, if I wanted to order something from Australia, the shipping would be like between $22 and $30. I'm like, no.
What I see from my friend Calaveria to get here. Well, they speak band Opera 9.
Oh, the band Opera. Okay, I know that band Opera 9. It was a black metal band with a female fronted. There was a female vocalist.
Well, 2 CDs they had a guy singer, two guy singers. One's dead now. He died. Those are not as good. They sound like a watered down Emperor.
See,
when they have a girl singer with the female singers, they sound better.
Yeah,
What's the name of the band?
They were called Opera 9. They were a black metal band.
Yeah, great band. From very old school black metal from Italy.
Like the early album, or I think it was their first 2 albums, had a female fronted vocalist.
Yeah, Calaveria.
And then she quit. And
with the drummer too. The drummer and her went and formed her own band, Calaveria.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not familiar with those. Sorry, man.
I haven't listened to Opera 9 like 2000.
Coming up, some wild ones there, John Boy. Pulling some wild stuff out, man.
You ever heard of Jordan Landy?
I do know Jordan. I have one album by him called. Well, actually, it's not by him. It's him and Ralph Santola. Believe it or not. This came out way back in the early 2000s, and it's a band. And the band is called Millennium.
Oh.
And the album, I couldn't tell you the name of it. I haven't listened to it in 15 years. But he's got a great voice. Great voice.
Oh, yeah. He's like
Dio mixed
pretty much
with
the Norwegian Dio.
Yeah, well, him. You ever hear that guy Dino Jalusic? Dino. He's now the keyboard. He's now the keyboard player for Whitesnake. He also worked with like George Lynch and very Dio, like fucking amazing Dio. He's got a killer set of pipes, man. Killer. But he's now the backup singer to David Coverdale and playing keyboards for Whitesnake. So I'd have took that gig. That's a pretty good gig. Some bucks.
Oh yeah.
If you like black metal, fit my black metal band, check out this band, Dying Kings from Perth.
What's it
called? Dying Kings?
Dying Kings.
Oh, man.
All right.
I don't have my glasses on, so I can't reach.
I mean, that logo, it's not the most difficult one to read. Honestly, it looks like it'd be like a Swedish death metal fucking logo.
I was just going to say...
No, it's like black metal from Perth, female fronted. She's also in a funeral doom band as well.
I'll probably have to look in distros, man. I've ordered one CD from fucking Australia directly.
Well, it's only limited to 50 copies, so I don't think you can get it anymore.
Well, then why are you teasing me with it?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I have 2 copies.
Frederick flexing on us there. Look at him. Flexing.
Cool stickers.
Yeah, man.
So check it out because she's really very guttural. You know, it's almost, you know, very hard to tell it's a female vocalist.
I mean, dude, I've heard some sick fucking gutturals from female singers lately, like that band Depigus. Like, legit, she's got insanely low fucking vocals, like John McEntee low.
And check out this band as well.
Oh, shit.
So fresh out of Sydney, Australia.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
See, I'm looking at so I had to buy 2 copies.
Because you keep one sealed, don't you?
Yes, it is sealed. Yeah. And I still haven't forgotten about those that Peter Dead CD. I have to order because it's so I'm still waiting on that.
I'm keeping my eyes open on like distros for that one. If I see it in a distro like Hell's Headbangers or something like that, because they always get like weird obscure shit.
Well, there is a label that is doing the vinyl in America for their debut album, but not the CD. It's the vinyl.
Of course, not the CDs. Why would they do the CDs?
Speaking of Hell's Headbangers, I saw the one guy, or the owner of Hell's Headbangers, has a YouTube channel.
Yes. Justin.
Yeah.
I started watching it.
He's a little bro-ish sometimes.
I'm gonna come out with a strong opinion here, and you know it, right, Nick? You know my opinion. I think he's a fucking douchebag, and I'll be straight up with you. When you got to use the word homo and gay and calling things gay and calling things they're homos, and he also posers, yeah.
There's a lot of elitism shit in there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of his shit don't stink and everybody else's does. I've only ever bought one thing from Hell's, and I'll never buy anything from him again. And also, he can fucking hem and haw, rant and rave all he wants, but he's tied in with the guy that owns Werewolf Records. He knows he's involved in the NS stuff, and that's cool. If you want to like NS stuff, that's your choice. You can do that. I don't have any time for it, and I'm not going to listen to it. And I don't get into the whole you can separate art and the the artist thing. That's a bunch of bullshit. If you buy that stuff, you support that ideology. That's my thing.
Yeah, so, I had to explain that in the comments because Disma put out a new EP, and I was like, fuck. I kind of knew it was going to come because we did a retro review on the last Disma, and of course the back end of it, like here's the shitty thing about this album, because the album's amazing, but Craig Pillard's giant fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, he really is. He really is.
And we spent a good chunk like explaining. I was like, yeah, I love this album, but I don't like him, and it's difficult for me to support this band because someone asked me, was like, well, you did that whole little EP run where you guys were doing the short reviews. Why didn't you do Disma? I was like, because Craig Pillard's in the band again. Like, he got kicked out and they brought him back. And I was like, dude, like, I'm sure maybe he writes some of the songs and shit, but in terms of like getting a vocalist, like, all right, yeah, Craig Pillard has some insanely deep, nasty vocals.
Yeah, he does. Yep.
But you can get someone else to like, honestly, John McEntee does fucking insanely awesome deep vocals.
Good. Yeah,
as good. Honestly, I think he's a better vocalist overall because he has the high screams too. But it isn't as though like he's the most vital cog in there, because I know the rest of the guys in that band wrote some fucking killer stuff on that Disma album. So yeah, I told some dudes
it's like back in the day, and I mean I'm going back pretty far now. When I first heard about Death Spell Omega, it was probably around 2006 or so, maybe somewhere in that range, 5, 6, 7, somewhere around, probably 5 actually. And I think they only had maybe the first album or 2 out, and I didn't even buy it. A buddy of mine burned it, and I was like, "Oh, this shit's fucking badass. It's so weird and strange and angular and dissonant and everything." But I didn't really find out about, and so I bought a couple of their CDs, and then I found out about Miko, and I'm like, "Fuck that guy! I'm never buying that shit again." And I haven't bought anything since. I even own a one of my coolest shirts that I own is a Dustpel Omega shirt, but I won't wear it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I
should
get it.
sell it.
Like, I mean, I didn't know about, Craig Pillard's extracurriculars when I bought Disma, and I still love the Incantation albums he's on. But yeah, like there's some shit like I have difficulty, separating the artists. Like, I'm not a Burzum fan, thank fucking God.
Neither am I. I never got
a
it.
racist Norwegian man screams into a bucket and plays guitar. Awesome.
Badly.
I'm kind of guilty. I have 3 Burzum CDs.
I mean, like musically,
I don't listen.
them.
I don't listen to them much anymore, though.
But I mean, like even like, and it sucks because I do love the band, and I think they showcase like a cool like evolution in death metal is Malevolent Creation, and fucking Phil is very open about some of his beliefs. I mean, hell, they even threw a song about it called "They Breed," and they're not hiding shit on that one.
Yeah.
So I have issues there, but I like their music. Like in terms of thrashy fucking death metal, it's for me. Well, it's mostly Deicide for me in terms of that style, like Vader. But Malevolent Creation's in the conversation for damn sure.
Yeah. I'm stuck with the OPEP CDs because I don't have a CD store anymore in Cape or Jackson. So I don't know how to get rid of them. Get rid of OTEP CDs.
Well, I mean, you just sell them online. I mean, honestly, unfortunately, like that isn't one that people are going to go after anymore because it's a mass-produced CD. It isn't like a rare print or anything like that. Even their special editions.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. I actually don't even listen to a lot of black metal anymore. Like the only bands I'll listen to is like Immortal or maybe Emperor.
I still love my Dark Throne. I jammed at Blaze in Northern.
I still buy Dark Throne CDs.
Yeah.
So,
yes, I love what they're doing now. People hate it. Like the True Blue fans.
I think the newer Dark Throne's freaking good.
Yeah, I love it.
The last one wasn't bad. It's kind of a good Doom record. But I'll be honest with you, man. For me, Dark Throne, it kind of begins and ends after the first 2 albums. I know there's other ones, but they just don't. I think their best album, honestly, is their first album, to be completely honest with you.
I mean, I love Soulside.
Oh, it's great. Great death metal album. And then the second album is a great black metal album.
Mm-hmm.
Blaze is killer. Those are the only 2 I own and probably will ever own. So,
yeah. Oh, man, I like Panzerfaust, dude. Panzerfaust is just, it's drunken Celtic frost worship.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Nocturno was drunk for the entire fucking vocal takes.
Shocking.
Speaking of Behemoth, excuse me, my voice is fucking half shot. Speaking of Behemoth, I just heard a new song of theirs.
I haven't jammed. I jammed the one they had the first video for with like the box full of flies and shit, and it was a cool video.
Maybe that was it.
There's a new one. Like it popped up like
it was the newest one. It was the newest one because I had no clue they were making another album.
I want to see I have of his is I have Me and the Man CDs.
Nah,
I couldn't get into that. Like that's like cave worship stuff. I think
country. That's country sort of style. Yeah, like Behemoth for me were the early demos. And the first 3 albums when they were just pure black metal. After that, they just I jumped the shark. I jumped the shark.
I do like the early Behemoth better.
I mean, I'm
about to go to bed in a few minutes because I had to go to the library to download iTunes, see if that can work on that way. Our iTunes at our home, saying the library is missing.
I'll be back in a.
See, I didn't get into Behemoth until the death metal years. Honestly, it was Demigod.
Okay.
I think the first one I ever heard was the Satanist. The Satanist is the only one I've ever listened to be honest with you.
Satanist is a damn good album.
It's good. It's not a bad album.
I have Grom. Grom's good.
Well, yeah, I like Grom. Grom was their Viking period album, and then after that, they just.
Guys, I'm going to bed.
Metal. When I went,
there you go.
All right. Hey, man. Get some sleep,
John.
See ya.
Hey, listen, man. Listen. Listen, Josh, will you stop talking? Seriously.
The regular
Christ.
chatty Cathy.
Good Lord, you just don't
Josh
shut the fuck up,
is
man.
a quiet achiever. Josh is a quiet achiever.
Know your role,
he's-
my
He's
son.
taking notes right now. He's figuring all of our weaknesses, other than age.
How's your solo album doing, Josh, or your band? I forget it was solo, right?
Yeah. So
How,
well,
how's it doing?
I just put out the album like a couple weeks ago. So
Oh, it just dropped? Okay. I forget
you
the
throw
name
me a
of it.
CD, man.
I forget the name.
yeah, I will at some point. Oh, it's Morticide, One with the Darkness.
Morticide,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right.
Morticide.
All right. I'll check it out. You're on Bandcamp?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I checked out one of your drum playthroughs, man. Fucking solid, dude.
Oh wait, the Sepultura one.
And that's
I
your
think it
main
was the Sepultura one.
is
I
that
think-
your main thing, drums?
Well, it's I've been playing a lot more guitar recently.
Cool. Great.
All right.
You're gonna be one of them there Hannes Grossman guys.
I mean, that's a hell of a guy to fucking emulate.
Mhm.
I should have got his last solo album. I didn't get it.
Or maybe do you know who Hannes Grossman is, Josh?
He's
He's in
I do
Hate
not.
Eternal and Triptychon and
okay.
Triumph
yeah.
of,
I've
Triumph
heard
of
those
Death and Dark Fortress and
Obscura.
Obscura and Alkaloid and solo albums and probably about 40 other albums.
Yeah,
Dude's amazing. Plus, he's a multi-instrumentalist. He's not just a drummer. He's a killer fucking drummer.
he's a
but he's also-
disgusting drummer.
Yeah, he's disgusting. And he's also, you should check him out, dude. You might, do you like stuff like Obscura, like Tech Death?
Some of it, yeah. Like some, I don't usually like the stuff that's like a million miles a minute, the whole song.
I would
I
say
need
check
a
out
breakdown or
Alkaloid's
two.
second album. Like
What's that?
it's Alkaloid's second album.
Liquid Anatomy.
Liquid Anatomy. Yeah. It's more
Killer.
like progressive death metal. It's
very-
really
that one
fucking
is.
good.
That one is. That first song on there, Colonel Panic, I
Yeah.
think it's called.
It's
so
got like
fucking cool.
it's got like fucking like Yes vocal harmonies on it. It was
It's
like
got the Yes 90125 vibe
Yep.
until the fucking death metal vocals kick in.
well, dude, that second track is pure Morbid Angel worship.
Oh, total
Jesus,
Morbid
the
Angel.
riff on that fucking song. Ugh.
And then what's the one? March of the Cephalopods, or what? The real long one?
Oh, I think that's. Hold on, I'm just gonna look it
Something Cephalopods or something.
up.
Which I think that's from what's the movie? Damn it!
Rise of the Cephalopods, the 20-minute
Right.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the cephalopods. They're from. Come on, help me out here.
Cephalopods are like squids.
Yeah, but they're in the movie with Pinhead.
Oh, you're thinking of Cenobites.
Oh, Cenobites. I thought. Okay, never mind. Never mind. See, that's my. See what just happened there, man? I just showed my age, 75.
No, that
thought-
song's a fucking banger, though.
I thought I was gonna be all Mr. Show Off there, and I fucking look like a dickhead.
Now I'm just thinking of like squids dressed up like Cenobites, like so that they're all like covered in leather. All the tentacles are covered in leather, and there's like piercings and shit.
That would actually be pretty cool, though.
I mean,
I
Gotta
think
admit.
I think Jeff was thinking of Pirates of the Caribbean, the squid guy, you know. The captain
Oh,
squid.
yeah.
Davy
Yeah.
Jones.
David Jones. Yes, the squid guy.
But I thought you were gonna say I'm thinking about Johnny Depp's balls.
Right,
I was
you probably are.
gonna say, be careful. I may have to go call Peter for you.
I was gonna say,
I'm gonna go
I'm
hunt
probably
Peter
still
down.
thinking about him right now because he just
Yeah.
dragged the whole sack.
Fucking Peter
across her.
North, man. Peter North, where the fuck are you at, bitch?
I know.
Death metal band that I really like is
Damn.
this type of death metal. You know, like this old school death metal.
Oh, dude,
That's good
that
stuff.
album's a fucking
Good
ripper.
stuff.
I love it.
I like the 80s death metal, 80s 90s death metal.
Sure.
The death metal today is just too chaotic.
I mean, it depends what you're going for.
But yeah. There's still some good death metal out there.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like young bands out there that emulate a lot of like old school stuff. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like Tomb Mold. Tomb Mold has a a lot of like Cannibal Corpse and
Autopsy.
I mean, hell, the drummer's the fucking front man. Undeath. Literally, that new album sounds like a combination of fucking old school fucking Suffocation and old school Cannibal Corpse. Like the bleeding meets Pierce from Within, and I fucking love it.
It's called
Undeath. Yeah, the band's called Undeath, and it's Time to Rise from the Grave is the new one.
Yeah, I like the old school, the really slow death. You know, that really hit. You know, like Autopsy, like the early Autopsies, Baphomet, Vanished.
No.
Oh yeah, Obituary. You gotta have Obituary in that.
Yeah, I tend to favor.
Very on the first Very on album that is.
Dude, yeah, the first dude. That was a fucking great T-shirt find at MDF too. I was so happy when I saw. I almost got Benediction's fucking Transcend the Rubicon, but I turned my back for a second and someone snagged it. It's like, fuck. It's too slow. But
how many shirts? How many shirts did you end up with, Nick? Did you count?
A lot. It might have been 15, maybe more. I don't know.
Devin bought 22 fucking shirts.
Okay, Devin may have bought more shirts than me.
Yeah.
And shit, man. I couldn't watch him the entire time, Jeff. He would scurry off and come back with like more shit.
I know.
I know I was supposed to be watching out for him, but you know, he's got my spending habits and then some.
Yeah, and he's bigger than you. He's taller than you.
He's tall. Dude, like when we first met fucking Devin, because I thought we always see him sitting down in his bed. I was like, oh, he's like going to be like, John's height. He ain't going to be that tall. And then, he was texting us like, hey, I'm at the fountain, and we're looking around, and it's like, wait, the tall kid?
Yeah, he said he told me he was 6'4" one time, but the last night or night before he said, "Nah, I'm only 6'3". But I mean, still, that's pretty fucking. That's still pretty fucking big, man.
I'm 6 foot, and I was like, yeah, I mean, you're tall, dude.
How tall is John? What, about 5'10"?
He's about an inch and a half shorter than me, so yeah, that's about right. So yeah, like, we were both like, wow, dude, he doesn't look that tall on camera.
The funny thing is that I'm only just a hair under 5'8", about 5'7" and 3/4. I was just measured like 2 weeks ago, and believe it or not, Rick is only 5'4". Yeah.
Well, then I only really see him sit down too, so.
Yeah, it's hard to judge. It's hard to see it. But when Devin sent me a few pictures, I'm like, damn, Nick's taller than I thought he was. So.
I know I'm about like 6 foot, but yeah, Devin, like I said, you lose track of him for like a little bit. Like he'd be talking to us, and well, I mean, we can't hear anything because loud ass bands are playing. But turn around, he's gone. And he'd come back and say, "Hey, look at this shit," and he just like show us like 3 vinyl and a couple of new T-shirts. Like, dude, holy shit, man!
Right.
I know John was still pissed because he became the pack mule for me because he brought in a backpack and I didn't. So all the shit I bought went in his backpack. I was like, that thing was fucking heavy. I was like, yeah, but you're strong now. You're good. Sorry.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm like 6'6". I mean,
like, yeah, I go to shows with my brother-in-law, and he's 6'8".
Damn.
He's a big boy. Like, dude,
yeah, it's rare I see anybody like taller than me.
Dude, he ran into someone taller than him when we went to go see Obituary and Gruesome and 200 Stab Wounds. Like, we were walking, we were in the back of the venue for a while, and I kept seeing like this head and shoulders above everyone. I was like, man, it's like someone got their kid on their shoulders or something. And no, it was a dude that was, I would say, over 7 feet tall. And yeah, so we were by the side of the stage for a while, and I was going to go outside for a smoke, and John was like, I'll just join you, get some fresh air. And he was going ahead of me, and he walked by the dude, and the dude like looked down at my brother-in-law, which no one does because again he's 6'8", and was like, "Hey, there's more of us in here, huh? How's the weather up there?" And my brother-in-law was like, "Fuck, you tell me, dude."
Yeah, I've never ran into anybody that tall.
Oh well, I'm probably the tallest here. I'm 10'8".
10 feet 8.
I don't know if I believe you. Wait, are those Australian
Well,
feet? Is there like an exchange rate that we don't know about?
Well, I'm probably I'm only 5'9". But when I wear like my sort of
So Josh,
No.
you're like 7'3", aren't you? This is the big reveal.
yeah. Josh is tall. You can tell by he sits. You know, he's sort of he's crouching down.
He's just like, I want to slim and be a normal height with everyone else. I'm just like you guys, except I can dunk on all of you like real easy.
No, I'm like 5'9".
Yeah.
5'9".
Yeah.
Plus, don't forget, when you get older, you get shorter. So by the time I'm 60, I'll be a bit taller than Tom Cruise.
Well, it's true. It's true because I was over 5'8" and I'm under 5'8" now, and so you definitely settle your bones and joints and all that shit. You know.
My mom used to be 5'7". She is 5'5" now.
No way, really.
Yeah. Well,
How
she's
about
also
that?
had like a fuck ton of surgeries and shit, like back surgeries, knee surgeries, foot
Oh
surgeries.
shit. Yeah, that doesn't help.
She's got like a cage around the upper part of her spine, like
Ooh.
to reinforce it on the inside. Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I mean, I've even heard that like about like a wrestler like Hulk Hogan. Like in his younger years, he was like 6'9", and now he's only like 6'2" or 6'3".
Well, dude, gravity works fucking hard on you when you're taller too. Like,
Well,
Of course,
Speaking of Tom Cruise, this is how tall he is.
What the hell?
he had to wear lifts in his shoes when they did Top Gun.
Did he really?
He couldn't stand the fact that Kelly Nicholas was taller than him. He
Yeah,
was
speaking
like,
of,
that's right.
Ever watch that show Land of the Giants?
Tom Cruise wasn't invited.
No.
It's about the little people and giants.
The Lilliputians?
Yeah.
All right, Frederick. Now ease up, man. Ease up. I'm only barely 5'8", so come on now. How tall is Tom Cruise?
3'6", I think, isn't he?
He's 4 apples tall. They have to measure it in apples.
Is he? I thought he
he's
was
like 5'8", 5'9".
I think he's 5'8". I think he's 5'8" or 5'9". Yeah, he's not real short. I mean, there's other dudes that are Lars Ulrich, way shorter. Ronnie James Dio, way shorter.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
that?
how tall is Lars? Like 5 foot?
5'6". 5'6", yeah.
I think Joey Jordison was like 5'4".
5'6". Yeah, you're right. He was 5'4". Yep.
Corey Taylor's not that fucking tall.
Yeah, he's like
5'4".
5'7" probably.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Like you look at Lars. I mean, Lars was always small, but like
Oh yeah, yeah. I think Corey Taylor's like 5'7", 5'8". Yeah.
You know, actually, Lars is on 4 telephone books, so he can reach the he's like this on his look.
Then you got
all right,
guys.
James, this is what we're gonna do for the next Metallica record.
That's adorable.
Then you got guys
I'm
like.
gonna play the tom tom through the whole record, and you're gonna play a good rip through it.
We shouldn't mock the short people.
Yeah, they might be short people watching.
Yes, you shouldn't. How tall are you, Josh?
Like 5'9".
Okay, he's tall.
Yeah,
So I'm
about my size, 5'9". I'm 5'9", so
I'm the shorty here, huh? All right, well, fuck all you guys.
Oh, come on there, little fella. Just
fuck
fuck
all
it
you
up.
guys.
Come on.
Fuck all you
Get you an
guys.
ice cream.
I'm older, wiser, and shorter, so blow me.
Jeff,
You can still get on all the rides, I
Oh,
think.
fuck off.
Hey man, that might be a good thing.
Hey, Nick, see this? See this?
Oh, is that for me? Oh, you're
That's-
so sweet.
Can you hear that? I'll turn it up.
Oh, it's an oldie and a goodie.
Jeff, do you have your platforms from the late 70s?
Do I have my what? My platforms?
Your platforms, yeah.
No, but you know what? You know what I did have until a couple years ago, and I'm not sure where they got to. In fact, I do know where they got to. When I lost my storage unit in 2021, I had, no lie, Frederick, get this. From the 80s, the late 80s, I had my gray calfskin leather pants still. Now, they were a 28 waist, so I'm telling you right now, there was no fucking way I could get in there. I could probably only...
Vaseline on the inside. You'll get it.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not even sure I could get my penis inside those pants.
I mean...
One leg, of course.
Just don't... don't zip up, because you're definitely...
But I'm gonna tell you straight up, those gray leather calfskin pants I had, man, the girls liked those back in the late 80s.
The way I want to get tall is
yeah, they did back in those days.
Oh, look at those things. What are those?
Whoa, what the fuck? Gene Simmons there.
Jesus Christ, dude. Either that or you're going to a goth night.
New Rock boots.
I was going to say, them boots is made for the Barbie. Made...
If I want to be 6 foot, I put these on.
So, Frederick, I got a question. I got a question to ask.
Yes,
back in the day, did you have long hair back in the day? Just curious.
Well, not long like yours, but it was about to here, but it didn't suit me. So I just do I always cut my hair to number 2. I do a number 2 haircut, so more of a skinhead sort of type of long hair.
Okay.
It doesn't. My features are not suited for long hair.
Yeah,
he's not pretty.
Not everybody is.
Basically, what he's saying there, Ben, is he's not as pretty as you and I. That's what he's trying to say.
Right, exactly. That's right.
Long hair guys, listen, I don't take shit from fucking tiny people, all right?
Yeah. Well,
I'm gonna officially turn you down now.
Okay. I'm just wondering though, are you shooting this from inside your shoebox?
No, I have back pain, so I'm laying on. I'm actually check it out. I'll show you what's going on here. This is pretty fucked up.
Is it a drawer? Is it your sock drawer? Are you laying on the sock right now?
No. Can you see that? Can you see that or no?
I see darkness.
Yeah, I just see darkness.
So here, now can you see me?
I see more darkness and.
I got a pillow. Under my. Let me turn here. Hold on. Let me try this.
Yeah, I can kind of see it now.
It was light. It's all gone now.
Now, can you see me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Here's a pillow. I'm laying on my side. My fan is right here because it's really warm in my house now. And there's actually, I don't know how this other pillow got on my shoulder up here, but I've got real sore back on my left side where they've never been able to determine what the fuck it is. Oh, we don't see anything there, but geez, you've got referred pain. That's what they call it, referred pain. I've had numerous CAT scans done. You can't even touch this one area of my back, on my lower rib, and it's referred pain. But I never come up with cancer or anything like that. Nick, you know my whole story, man. There's a whole lot of real fuckery going on with that.
A lot of vague fucking descriptions.
A lot of vague stuff. Very vague. Because that's what happens when you get neurological issues. They just don't know that much about the diseases. It's not like heart disease or cancers where they just don't work on these diseases. Like the budgets for neurological diseases, curing neurological diseases like ALS and MSA and things and Parkinson's stuff. The budgets for those pale in comparison to the cancer money and the heart disease money. And so, you got less doctors studying it, less specialists in the field. And I just lucked out. I had 16 or 17 different doctors that had no fucking clue what they were doing for 7 years. How about that? So.
Don't buy any lottery tickets.
No. Yeah, right.
Jeff?
But yeah.
It's the guy from Warrior Soul. He wants to talk to you.
It's Corey Clark. Hey, Corey, what's up? Hey, Corey.
Corey.
You're a bitch.
Hey, Corey. Yeah, we'll do that interview. I've got another special guest coming for you. Yeah. It's Metal Madness 66.
It's Peter North.
Corey, are you there? Corey, are you there?
It's Metal Man. It's Metal Man the 66 if he says he's going to shove his fist up your ass.
Hang up. The bastard hang up.
That cocksucker. That's the second. That's the second time I've been blown off by Corey Clark.
Damn, Frederick, what did you do, man?
Thanks a lot, Frederick. Thanks,
I don't know.
Frederick.
He said he texted me. He said, "Hey, Frederick, sorry I can't do the interview because you pissed me off talking bad shit about me."
That's what it is. Way to go, Frederick. Way to go, you bastard. You blooming bastard.
All right. Well, hey, guys, I'm going to jump off because I do want to try to get a little bit of sleep. You know,
all right, man. Thanks for joining, Nick.
Oh, no problem. Thank you for having me once again. Good seeing you all.
I hope you get better, man, with COVID.
I'm getting better. Like, I can feel, like, I mean, unless when I cough, shit comes out. You know, it's not just this fucking dry, annoying cough.
You're coughing shit.
Well, yeah, no, that's how we Americans do it. You know, we're all backwards. But yeah, I'll catch you all later, man.
See you, man.
All right, man. Take care, man.
You gonna stick around for a little bit yet, or are you gonna call it quits soon? I'll stick around maybe 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
It's up to you. I don't want to go past 3 o'clock though.
I mean, if you guys want to stick around, I'm cool with it.
All right.
Yeah.
It's still daylight here, so it's all good.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't have
So Josh, since you don't talk that much, what you been listening to? What you been into?
Well, today I've been trying to get into more like brutal death metal stuff. So I've been checking out like Dehumanized, Cenotaph, I think is how you pronounce it.
Cenotaph, yeah.
Cenotaph, yeah.
Are you talking about the Chilean one, or where they met, or the one at the U.S. one?
The Italian one, the Italian? Cenotaph?
No, the hold up, let me.
Probably South America. Probably South American one. I forget the name of that first album, Cenotaph's first album. It's got like the creature's eye on it. Is that the one?
No, it's the one from wait, what the fuck? No, their albums, the first one's voluptuously minced.
Okay. Never heard of that. Where are they from?
Hold up.
Where are they from? US?
They're from Turkey, actually.
Oh wow.
Okay. That's a different
Yeah,
one.
never ever heard of them at all. You said
Yeah,
it's
but
brutal death metal?
Dehumanized was fucking awesome. Yeah, that was really cool.
Okay, never checked that one out either. I'll check that out.
I
That's
think
it?
Josh likes Halloween's Chameleon album, don't you? You like Halloween's Chameleon album?
What's that?
Halloween's album, Chameleon.
Nah, I'm not much of a Halloween fan, dude. That's Marty Worm. Marty Worm would blow Michael Kiske, I believe. I'm sure. He's
wait, what's going on here about Halloween?
No, I was asking Josh, has he listened to the Halloween's Chameleon album?
Well, Chameleon sucks.
Yeah, I haven't heard.
I do like Halloween though. So
I like Keeper parts 1 and 2, and I like Walls of Jericho, but I don't own them. I used to own Keepers part 1 on album. I sold it, but I'm just not. I don't. Here's the thing. I know. I wish I would have kept that one. That was OG. Got that when it came out.
shit.
The thing about them that I'm not real crazy about is I'm not real into happy metal. Like, I think someone else said it. Maybe it was it you, Ben, that said you don't like that poppy, bouncy heavy metal, or no? That's Nick. Nick doesn't like power metal either.
That wasn't me. No.
Yeah,
I do like some power metal.
Yeah, Nick and I are kind of the anti-power metal guys. I'm just not into it, man.
I'm very selective about it though because I don't like the overly symphonic power metal.
Right.
Yeah,
If you know
me neither.
You know, the sort of power metal I like is the 80s and 90s power metal. You know, the old school power metal.
like the American power metal, like Sabotage. Warlord, bands like that.
See, but
early Sinner from Germany,
Ooh,
Tyrant
yeah.
Space from
Sinner was
Germany.
good, yeah.
so I don't ever really look at Sabotage as power metal. They're more of a U.S. traditional metal, but they have, I guess you could say they're U.S. power metal. But you know, if you do that, you got to almost say bands like Fates Warning are power metal, and I don't think they are. Or you got to say like Metal Church is power metal, and I don't think they're power metal at all. But they're also not thrash. They're also not thrash either.
Metal Church
So,
were power, sort of power.
Here,
Metal,
kind of like
they were
borderline in between.
power speed. I'll say power speed.
I just call Metal Church American traditional metal with a little bit of thrash edges. You know,
Yeah.
I mean that's the thing
very
about
true.
the thing about American, what you might call power metal in America is they didn't have those sing-songy vocals. They don't have that sing-song vocal stuff. That's what a lot of the German and European Blind Guardian and Allegion and all those bands, they all have that sort of sing-songy nature to their choruses. You know what I mean? They sound like drinking songs. You know?
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's like all epic sounding, and I just don't get into that.
Well,
I mean, back in 2000, way back in the year 2000, I really got into that style of metal, like the European power metal.
Right?
Well, I guess for me at the time, new metal was like huge, and I'm like, I don't really like this shit. And I'm just trying to think back. To those years.
Well, I don't blame you because new metal was really bad. Now, before that was groove metal. You know, it was kind of the Pantera thing and the Biohazard thing, and there was that groove stuff that was going on. And I did like some of those bands. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I like some Pantera stuff. I'm not, like, it's not a band I listen to often, but I don't hate on.
I still love Pantera.
Well, I don't hate on them, but it's also not a band. I only own one of their albums. I had a bunch of stuff, got rid of it, and the only one I still own is Cowboys. I still like Cowboys. There's some great stuff on there.
Cowboys. Dude, Cowboys is fucking killer.
Buggy Display's okay, and what's the one with 5 Minutes Alone and Shattered and
Ooh,
the one
Shattered.
The one with the drill in the head. What's that called?
Far Beyond Driven.
Far Beyond, yeah. Far Beyond's not bad. There's a lot of really dark shit on that album, man. It's pretty dark. Good friends and a bottle of pills.
Yeah, there is
Jeff.
dark shit on there.
Yeah.
You look at the wrong end. It was up the ass. The drill was up the ass.
Say what?
Not the head. It was up the ass. The drill.
Oh, stop
no,
it.
No, there is actually an album cover version of that out there.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, I never saw that. I thought it was through the skull.
No,
It must have got banned right away at the time, but it does exist.
No shit.
Yeah, that was the
let me
original album
guess.
cover.
Yeah,
Well, I
let
didn't
me
know
guess.
that.
Let me guess.
Yeah.
Frederick has it.
Of course he does.
He has the
He's
first
got
pressing with the
That's
the
what-
drill
that's
up the
why-
ass.
That's why he was flexing it. He was flexing on us.
He has to have it.
Of course he does.
That's why he's in the back room.
He's back in the back room digging through a stash of super valuable albums right now.
Digging to get that drill out of that
I-
asshole.
I have to admit, I never knew there was an alternate original cover for that. I never looked into it that deep.
Well, it's kind of weird. I didn't even know it back then, but like it's like years later I found out about it.
I think they have a shirt with that on it, actually.
I saw somewhere not too long ago, and I never really knew this story either. That they
Oh my god, you have it.
wait,
You son of
I can't see it blown up.
Yeah, what the
Oh, are you serious?
fuck?
Wait, what's that say? What's it say? Far beyond what? Oh, driven.
Driven.
Okay, wow. Let me see the back of it.
Jesus Christ.
No fucking way. All right, so where did you get that at? When did you get that?
Where the hell did that come from?
This is a OG pressing.
It's a what?
This
Well, they
is the original cover.
Holy shit, dude! What's that worth?
That's the original.
I don't know. Probably
Yeah, that's
about
what it
100
looked
bucks.
like.
Yeah.
Man, I had never actually seen that, dude. That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
pretty gnarly, though. That's pretty fucking gnarly, actually.
It is. It is. It's a cool cover. I
Yeah.
prefer this cover than the one with the blue cover with the skull on it.
Right, I like that one a lot. All right, so I see it. They look like
Yeah.
it looks like they
Yeah, I don't
reissued it with that
I don't
cover.
want to see assholes on the front of my albums.
Man, dude, I had no idea that's
like
what that looked like, though. That's pretty fucked up,
It's
actually.
like the original. Yeah. I didn't know that till maybe a couple months ago, to be honest. There was another YouTuber that was talking about that. I can't remember the YouTuber right now.
So wait a minute, hold on a sec.
I think he did Pantera album ranking or something.
Frederick.
Yes.
What year was that issued in?
Oh shit.
Oh, you put it away. Okay.
I thought that album came out like 93 or 4.
94, yeah. It looks like the original German pressing of that, which is what he has on Electro Warner. That thing's going for about $150 a pop. Wow.
Oh fuck! It's so fucking small.
It's 94. We're pretty sure it's 94. So that looks to me, Frederick, to be the
95. 95.
Okay, that looks to be it looks to be the German pressing, right?
No, this is
Australian?
no USA pressing.
Really?
Yep.
Because I just found one for $150, but if that's the original U.S. pressing, I never knew that came out in the U.S. like that.
This was the other cover. With the
Yeah,
skull.
that's the one I had.
Yeah, that's the one we're used to.
Yeah, so this was the original cover.
That
but
one, yeah.
They banned it because of the drill.
Okay, looks like about $99 to $150, so $100 to $150, depending on how. Yeah, I kind of thought that would be worth more than that. How about that?
Yeah, no, it's a good album. Like Pantera are one of my favorite sort of power metal bands. Power thrash, whatever.
Power thrash groove, whatever.
Power thrash groove.
But yeah, this is like this is a double vinyl set. So.
Well, there was no doubt back in the day when that came out, and prior to them, the heaviest stuff that was out during that era regularly was like Alice in Chains and Soundgarden, because that was the stuff that ruled the air, at that point in time. Maybe early Godsmack, and you had Load and Reload coming out around then. That fucking Pantera was pretty goddamn heavy. I mean, they were pretty fucking heavy.
They were keeping it alive back then.
Yeah. So I think the problem with them is that they got this reputation of being like a Neanderthal band, like all their fans were fucking knuckle dragging fucking skull beaters, you know what I mean? And to an extent, that's not entirely not true, but it's not entirely true, because there was guys like me that were metalheads that were like, yeah, okay, there isn't any good thrash coming out right now. There isn't any really good like traditional metal coming out right now. This is pretty fucking heavy. So I don't hate Pantera like some people do. I don't know why. I think they hate their fans more than they do the band. You know what I mean? Because Dimebag he was a riff machine, dude. Guy was a riff machine.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. Like, think back to the 90s. Like, I don't remember nobody back in the 90s bashing Pantera. Like, nobody.
Say that again?
No, I'm sorry. No, I was just saying, back in the 90s, I kind of remember, like, when I think back to Pantera back in the 90s growing up for me, like, I don't remember nobody hating on Pantera back then. You know what I mean?
Nah, I'm talking about there's guys.
Hate on Metallica definitely happened because, well, what they did.
Well, no, I think what I'm talking more about is like there's been there's a lot of guys my age that listen to that stuff or didn't want to listen to it. They kind of got into the death metal thing before that or right after that. And so it was kind of like they looked at Pantera as just like, oh man, they're just a bunch of fucking beer drinking, Confederate truck driving, Confederate flag wearing type dudes. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of guys that were in my age group kind of thought about their fan base. And I don't really think that was true, to be honest with you.
I never actually really saw that.
Yeah.
I mean, being younger, I never saw that. I just thought, this band's pretty kick ass.
I mean, keep one thing in mind, like, when how old were you in 94? What were you, about like 15?
Yeah, I was 15.
13, 14, 15, somewhere in that range, yeah.
15.
So, so the reality of it was, in 94, I was already fucking almost 30, right? Literally, I was 28 years old. So I had been, I often think I was pretty lucky because I got exposed to, granted, I was a very, very small kid when Deep Purple and Led Zeppelin and, those original proto metal bands, like especially Uriah Heep, Black Sabbath, all those bands were around. It wasn't until I was probably around 8 or 9 or maybe 10, so like 75, 76, that I really started to, and to be honest with you, that makes most sense because most kids before 10 years old don't know how to appreciate a genre of music or a style of music. They just like whatever's on the radio or whatever their parents are listening to. And I was lucky. My mom listened to cool stuff, but she didn't listen to like metal, right, or heavy stuff. But like my first band, I remember it very distinctly. When I was like 8 or 9 years old, 7, 8, 9 years old, I used to go next door to the neighbors and they had a pool table in their garage, and there was 5 boys ranging in age from 13. Let's say I was 10. The one kid was like 12 or 13. And then they each, like, year or 2 after that, so they ranged up to, like, 24. That guy's probably in his 70s now, close to 70s, right? But what was cool was I'd go in there and watch them play pool and, be just a pain in the ass. And they'd be playing shit like Led Zeppelin 4 and Led Zeppelin 2 and Aqualung from Jethro Tull and Yes, Close to the Edge and Cheech and Chong's first album and shit like that, right? And George Carlin's first album. So it was really cool. I got to experience that stuff. And then my very first band that I would say my first album that I bought was Kiss Alive, man. That was huge. It was fucking huge, man. Classic. And, for me, Kiss was really the band that dragged me into music. Very quickly, I got out of them and I got into Rush and Triumph and, Yes and the Beatles and all kinds of other bands like that. But, I was lucky, man. I got to live through the 70s when this stuff was,
brand
just
new.
Alive. Yes, some of the greatest albums ever made were made in the 70s, And then in the 80s, in the 80s, I'm a teenager, right? I'm starting to discover metal. I'm discovering, Judas Priest at the end of the 70s and Maiden in 1980, and 79, 80 and stuff like that. And then I'm discovering, I was already a big time Rush fanatic and Triumph fan. And so it was like, that's kind of how my progression rolled. And I'm just really grateful for that, man, because I got to appreciate, I didn't have to I feel bad for Josh because it's like he has to go back and find this stuff. And there's a lot of new stuff too, but to really get to the heyday, you got to go backwards pretty far for you, know,
and have
20 years.
And have lots of money to buy all these.
Kind of suck.
Yeah.
It does kind of suck, like hearing about all the crazy like festivals and shows that were obviously like before my time. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, like my first show, and I told you guys this, but I don't know if I had dropped this on you. My first show was October 25th, 1979, the Sam Houston Coliseum in Houston, where we lived at the time, and I saw Kiss. Right, my first show for the Dynasty tour. But here was the crazy part. Like literally 6 dates before, they didn't have an opener for this show, so it was like a little bit longer show. But guess who opened for them like a week before, 10 days before?
Van Halen.
Nope. I wish that would have been pretty fucking cool.
Black
Judas-
Sabbath.
Judas Priest
Oh,
Judas.
really?
on the Hellbent for Leather tour. So they still weren't huge in the States. Priests weren't big at all at that point in time.
No.
They're opening, they're opening for Kiss, right? And it took a couple more years for they, into the early '80s that they became giant in the States. I mean, they were big, but they weren't like, they weren't going to sell out a sports arena or anything like Kiss was, So, but that was my very first show, and my fucking second show was February 2nd, 1980. So about what, 4 months later, I got to see Rush on the Permanent Waves tour, and Max Webster opened for them, famous Canadian band that kind of broke up in the '80s. But so I feel very fortunate to have done that. And I, like Josh, you can only do what you can do. You can't go back in time, and I would have loved to have been alive and gone to Woodstock, but I was only 2 years old or 3 years old. But had I been 15, I bet there's a real good shot I'd have fucking headed up to Woodstock somehow. If I could have. Maybe 16. Yeah, I would have gone up,
Well,
Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah. Didn't you attend the other Woodstock that happened like I think about 10 years ago or 10, 12 years ago?
99?
99 years Woodstock.
The crazy one? No.
Dude,
No,
that turned into a fucking train wreck.
it was horrible, man. Yeah, I am glad I did go.
They were
We
charging like $7 for water and
Yeah.
it was shit. That's
Oh,
why
it was more
people
than that.
go nuts
It was
for it.
more than that. I think it was like $10 a bottle. Yeah,
You know what? You might be right about that. Yeah.
Fred Durst incited people to light all this shit on fire, and the Chili Peppers, they lit shit
Yeah.
on fire during the Chili Peppers. Yeah, I will tell you that was 99, so I would have been 35, 34, 33, 30, something like that. Into my mid 30s. Yeah, my buddy and I looked at that and we're like, man, dude, I just don't feel like driving all the way to New York for that.
Even
now,
even at 20, I'm like, I'm not going to that shit.
and I'll be honest with you about something, Fred. Giant festivals are really not my thing anymore. Like, I never went to an Ozfest mainly because I was like, man, that's an all-day motherfucking thing where, I've gone to ones where they're indoors, but outdoor ones, I've only been to like one or two.
Well, yeah.
The idea of going out, sweating my balls off for 15 hours, getting loaded, because back then I drank, I would have drank, I'm sure. I don't know, man. I just always sort of had sort of I just don't know if I want to do this. I mean, I had a chance a bunch of years ago. Some friends were going over to Bakken, and they checked in with me. I'm like, man, I just don't think I could do that. I'm like, how far is the nearest hotel? And they're like, oh, like 30 miles. I'm like, fuck that then. If there was hotels near there, I probably would have done it, but
yeah, Bakken is one of the festivals that it is on my bucket list. The Bakken, Fire and Ice Festival, the Live Evil Festival. I'd love to go to see a Live Evil Festival.
Yeah, Hellfest is pretty good. I mean, there's a couple good ones that have. There was a real good one in Poland the other week. It was Emperor and Enslaved and Opeth and Merciful Fate, and it was Killer Fest. I do
love Enslaved.
Wait a minute. That may not have happened. That might be in July or August. Anyways, I don't know. Like Ben went to Ozfest. Is that the biggest fest you went to, Ben?
Well, I went to I'm trying to think. Yeah, Ozfest was pretty big. It was quite big, obviously. Mayhem Fest. I went to Mayhem Fest in 2013. I gotta be honest with you. When I went there, I didn't have that great of a time.
Where was that? Who was at that?
It was in Scranton at the time. I'm trying to think what bands were there. Children of Bodom were there. Mastodon was there. Five Finger Death Punch, Rob Zombie, Machine Head.
It was pretty big.
I didn't have a good time there. I mean, the crowd the crowd sucked.
Well, that's
They
part
were a
of the
bunch
deal.
of dickheads.
Yeah, that's part of the deal. You got to be, I just being in around 70 or 80,000 people at my age now, it just wouldn't work. But I will say, like, I went to 1994. Wait, no, 94 was it? Yeah, I think it was 94 when Pink Floyd reformed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they did the Momentary Lapse of Reason. They
Yeah.
played JFK in Philadelphia, and I went down there, and there was about 100,000 people at that. And then I also went to see fucking U2 at JFK on the Joshua Tree tour, and that, to me, I think that's the biggest show I ever was at. There was 125,000 people at that show.
Holy
and
shit.
it was
Damn.
it was so bad. We were down on the field, and we were about, I don't know, maybe 50 feet back from the barricade, so not super close. And Bruce Springsteen came out to do a song with U2. This is in Philly, and the girl that I was with, it was a friend of mine's girlfriend. He couldn't go and gave me the ticket and said, keep an eye on her. And she was freaking out because we were getting crushed. I mean, we were getting crushed.
See,
and she was flipping. She was just freaking out, and I'm like, here's what I want you to do. I want you to, I'm going to, step into my hands. I'm going to lift you up, and I'm going to push you up onto people's shoulders. And you just start running out like you're running over their fucking heads. Just get out. Go to the front of the stage. And so I helped her up. She got up there, and I climbed up on some dude's back. I'm like, dude, I got to get out of here. Let me climb up on your back. He's like, oh, all right. So, because I was a little dude. It wasn't like I was giant. I climbed out over people's fucking heads and shoulders, man. Everybody punching at me and shit like that. And I went over the wall, man. Maybe it wasn't 50 feet. Maybe it was more like 25. Because we got up there pretty quick. And we weren't the only ones. I mean, people were fucking freaking out like they were going to die. Get crushed.
I could imagine. I mean, that's a lot of fucking people.
Yeah.
And well,
nothing about that's fun. Nothing about that's fun.
I can't stand crowds like that.
So, Jeff, you're going to go see... Sorry.
What's that?
That's right. I'll let Ben talk first. Go Ben.
I mean, this is why I like club shows better, because, it's not chaotic like that.
Well, and you can get out. You can get away from it fairly easily. You know what I mean?
And usually at the club shows, people do look out for each other. If there's like a fucking 100,000 people, dude.
Oh yeah.
People aren't gonna look out for each other.
Nah, it was nuts. It was nuts. Now, Converse. What year was that? What year did that come out? Was that 87?
Which one is it?
Joshua Tree, Joshua Tree.
I'm pretty sure it's 87.
Yeah, that sounds, for some reason, that sounds right to me. So that was the first one, and then, like I said, maybe Momentary Lapse of Reason was 86. I can't remember when that was.
87. I'm pretty sure that was 87 too.
For moment, you might be right. I think you're right. Actually, I think you are right. And that show was nearly as many people, but everybody was a Pink Floyd burnout, and they were older, and they didn't care. It wasn't, they weren't trying to crush you because we were only about 15 feet on the floor in front of Gilmore until about until the encore. We were down there, and it started raining, like pouring down rain. Like, I'm talking like fucking torrential downpour. And right when that started happening, a lot of people started leaving, and I heard them playing the intro to Shiny. After they took a break, they started doing Shine On You Crazy Diamond. I'm like, I'm not leaving now. So I just walked up into the stands and sat there, and, I knew I could get out pretty easily. So that was a killer fucking show. There's actually footage of it on YouTube, believe it or not, from 1987.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So Jeff, are you going to the Warrior Soul gig?
Hey, Frederick, are you going to the Butt Munch gig?
Because Corey just texted me saying, tell Jeff that I want to see him at the.
He wants to see me at the show where there's going to be like 7 other people.
That's it, you know.
He needs as many fans as he can get now, huh?
You don't need to get out. You don't like my music.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, no,
You offend me.
No, talking about festivals. The only festivals that I've been to are like club festivals. So like what Ben said, the small bars.
Yeah.
You know, like
Right.
the small bar festivals. You know, like with 20 bands. You know, so
What's the big one? What's the big one they do down there? Is it Download or no?
They did the download a couple of years ago. Yeah.
But there's one they always do down there. What's the real big one?
They used to have one called the Big Day Out, which is
That's
no
it.
longer.
Which is, okay.
Which is, no longer.
No longer. Okay.
No longer. And they did Soundwave too, which was a.
That's it. That's it.
But the guy who owns Soundwave fucked up with the payments for bands, and then that went belly up as well.
So he's being sued, I'm guessing.
No, he just couldn't afford to pay the bands. You know, just like Marilyn. I think he didn't pay Marilyn Manson and some other bands who he didn't pay them for some reason.
Well, no offense, but I wouldn't pay Marilyn Manson either. So just saying.
You know, it was a good festival because it had like a broad music.
Yeah.
You know, like core, metal, new metal, and all these bands. You know, and he fucked it up, and now we don't have any of those big festivals touring Australia anymore. You know, which is
I mean, I get it. That's kind of sad, but you know, in the U.S. we're kind of used to that. We have a couple of these goofy ones that are like one-offs that are like what? They have them in Ohio a lot. What's that one called out there in Columbus? Do you remember that one, Ben? They have like Rocklahoma, which is all hair metal. They have.
I know what you're talking about.
They do. Yeah, they do Lollapalooza, but it's only usually like 2 shows. They don't do a traveling thing anymore. They have Coachella, which is big out in California, but that's just in a one thing deal. Like Bonnaroo, I think came back this year or last year. No, this year. Bonnaroo's back, and it's super wide. Like I didn't know half the bands there. Metallica was the only band I knew, and they only got Metallica in there so they could sell a lot of tickets.
What about Burning Man? You have the Burning Man festival over there as well.
What's it called?
Burning Man.
No. Oh yeah. No, Burning Man. No, they have Burning Man, but Burning Man is not a music festival though. It's it's more like an art. Really what it is everybody goes there and takes ecstasy and fucks and gets weird.
Okay. Well, what about? I think there was that festival I probably heard that's happening in the States. Like it's an all doom desert the desert rock festival.
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know if that's what it's called. It's like a lot of bands like stoner doom bands.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in Arizona. I can't remember the name of it. But what I'm getting at is though, they don't. Well, I guess they don't do that. In Australia either. I guess still like Soundwave's just one big location with a lot of big bands, right?
Yeah, Soundwave. No, it did tour around. Like you get you get your local bands, and you get some interstate bands. You get bands from America, Germany, whatever. You know, and you pay like it's a one-day festival, so it was really big. And
I know. I was trying to make the comparison of Australian to U.S., but in U.S. that's kind of what we have is one day or one weekend festivals.
Yeah,
it's usually like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, like we just had Maryland Death Fest. Nick went and I was supposed to go, but I didn't make it. We have the Decibel Fest was this weekend in Philadelphia that had Candlemass, Voivod, Cannibal Corpse. Yeah, I was in Philly, dude. I was actually gonna go, and then Rick and I were gonna go, and then he said he wasn't sure if he could go, and then he suddenly ended up going on this past Friday night. I'm like, God damn it, or last Friday it was, and but it was cool though because he grabbed me a Voivod shirt and a Temple of Void CD and Blood Incantation CD, so that was cool.
Oh, that's
see,
cool.
America. Yeah. See, America is pretty close to Europe. Here in Australia, we're just too far away for all these big festivals, and especially the placing of states. From one side to the other, it's just it's in the middle. It's basically desert.
Yeah.
But there is something that is happening. That does happen here in Australia. It's like it happens in Alice Springs, and it's like a all metal festival with death metal, thrash, black thrash. But all the bands are from Alice Springs and the surrounding states, which is a big sort of festival that we do have here in Australia. But it's just too far away, to travel.
So you said you never gone to one of those?
No, because festivals for me, like I'm getting older, like I'm probably like you, Jeff. I just don't want to be stuck in a mosh pit with 20-year-olds and getting my ass kicked, from one
Yeah.
to the
Fucking brutal motherfuckers like Josh over there, just ready to fucking throw elbows and deck
Fuck
people.
you, motherfucking old ass motherfucking husband.
Crazy guys like Metalben there get a little bit liquored up and start going insane, beating people down.
Let me tell you something now, you little bitch.
Exactly. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, like now I don't go to any concerts anymore because I'd rather stay home and just listen to the music at home and then go to a live show nowadays.
Well, instead, I completely hear you, dude. And I've got 4 years on you or 3 years on you, something like that.
2 years and a bit.
Yeah. I'm 56, so I will say this, that the last concert I went to, the last show I went to was a band called Woven Hand. I don't know if you've ever heard of them.
Yeah, I've
the guitar player that used to be, they basically used to be 16 horsepower. Really cool, like almost like Evil Brimstone, dark revivalist rock. They're just really weird, very unique. So I went to see them in September of 19, and then I actually went down a few weeks later to see Blood Incantation and Immolation, and I got to 6 miles away from the gig, and my car started acting fucked up and had been acting weird for like the last 10, 15 miles, the battery. I decided to turn around because I didn't have a credit card on me, and I was scared I was going to get stuck down there. So I drove home while it was still light out. Yeah, so I missed that. But here's the thing. If I were to go to an arena show, like I saw Maiden back in 15. Let me see what other arena shows. Rush, Rush on their last tour in 2015. But to be honest with you, I just don't, unless somebody gave me free tickets and a free hotel to one of those, festivals, I just wouldn't go. I just don't have an interest in being out there and fighting the heat and fighting the assholes that are drunk and stupid and.
Well,
and the crowds today are different compared to back then.
Yeah. Well, did you guys hear what happened? You probably heard, Ben. Did you hear what happened at Maryland Death Fest during our autopsy set?
Yeah, I heard somebody got killed.
Well,
I didn't actually hear the whole like.
Okay, well, there's two things that happened. Two really bizarro things. The first thing was, yes, during the Friday, so the first big day, there was a pre-show on Thursday, but on Friday, Devin and Nick and John, his buddy John from Thralls, were actually walking into the soundstage, and their buddy was back a ways trying to get a ticket, and a kid jumped off the 8-story parking garage down to the sidewalk right in front of the soundstage. Killed himself. Must have went head first. And actually Ben, Nick's buddy Chris, Metalomania guy, Metalomania Chris. He was standing literally like 7 feet away from where the guy landed. Saw the whole thing. Saw the aftermath of him hitting the ground. So that was one real bummer. But then the other thing was during autopsy set, some fucking chick just pulled her fucking underwear down and sat on some dude's face and let him eat her out right there in the fucking crowd while Autopsy was playing. So fucking vile, dude. And neither one of them were exactly like beautiful people you want to see fucking. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was raw. See, like if I'd have seen that, I'd have been like, "What the fuck, man?" That would have been like, no wonder people think metal people are fucking weirdos.
Did anybody film it? Anybody film it on their camera phones?
Oh yeah, there's if you go look out there, Fred, there's a video out there. I saw Josh laughing. I got a feeling he probably saw that video already.
I saw it, but it was blurred out. So.
Oh, there's an
I can't bring myself to watch the uncensored.
You might not want to. Here's the thing. Here's what I contend. Everybody else thinks she's getting eaten out. I don't think that's what's going on. I think the chick. I saw some early footage of it from a guy that put like a vlog up, and he was standing right there. And I think what happened was somebody, either her or him, started goading each other into letting her piss in his mouth. Oh. I swear that's what was going on. It looks like the way she's angling on him, I'm like, I think she's trying to piss in his fucking mouth, man. It was so disgusting. I only watched it once. I'm not lying. But it was vile.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Episode 1.
So you got to understand, I only watched once for educational purposes. I had to...
I wouldn't be surprised,
I wouldn't do that in my 20s.
But she could have been shitting his mouth as well. That song.
She could have. She could have, man. She could have. Who knows, man? But I will say though, I fucked my wife in an alleyway in Baltimore one time in the middle of the afternoon at a party at my buddy's house. We went out into the backyard and went into this alleyway. They all had like little doors that could walk out in the alleyway, and I started like coaxing her into. And here we ended up fucking, and these kids were riding by the end of the street about like 7 or 8 houses down, and they kept staring down at us. I was like, now my wife was clothed, but just had her pants down. But yeah, I gotta admit, I did that one kind of weird and freaky fucking thing way back then. So, but there wasn't a ton of people. It wasn't like I was in a crowd of fucking metalheads while bands playing. That's just like, what the hell? You kidding me?
I've seen people, rude at concerts. Like I went. My last concert I went to was back, I think 1980, 89, when I think Morbid Angel were playing, and you see these two guy and a girl in the back, just hugging each other, and he's boning her, But they've got their clothes on.
Yeah.
Her skirt jacked up a bit,
Yeah, I saw somebody at a baseball game doing that. They were way up in the nosebleed section, and she's sitting on his lap. I'm like, she ain't sitting there because the seats are all full. She's sitting there for another reason.
Yeah, exactly. And
what are you drinking there, Ben?
Yeah,
Ben, what are you drinking?
Went down the wrong pipe. Anyways, some Corona.
Oh, I love Corona.
My Corona. Oh, Corona and lemonade.
Yeah.
A limeade.
Something different. It's my night off work, so it's the only time.
Plug it, man. Plug it. You might get your sponsors. Trying to get your sponsors.
Yeah.
Get those Holocaust sponsors.
I'm plugging your Corona.
Oh God, man! I don't even know if I want freaks at my concert.
Wait a minute, Frederick. Did you say the last concert you went to was 1989?
No, my last concert was about four years ago.
Oh.
I went to a Storm Rider festival, which is held here in Perth, which is like a thrash, speed metal, heavy metal gig run by the guy who is in a band called Storm Rider.
Right.
Cool.
He does a little festival just to promote, like Aussie bands, bands from interstate. It's only a small little festival, like a little festival one night,
That's cool.
every year.
That's cool.
So yeah,
I just thought you said 1989 was the last concert you went to. I was like, wait, what?
I saw somebody having sex at a concert.
I
I've seen
got
that before too.
Like it. But
good
now,
time.
but now, like as I said before, Jeff, I'm getting older. Concerts, it's just too noisy. They're ringing. I don't want that ringing in my ears anymore. And
I still like that, but I have it all the time anyway.
I don't mind the noise. It's the stupid people. I can't stand.
It's all the fucking people now. Yeah.
Like if Elvis was touring, I was going to see Elvis Presley straight away. I do love Elvis Presley. So.
Love me tender, love me sweet.
Like
me tender.
If Benediction came to Perth, I'll definitely go see Benediction. If Crypta, the all female this band Crypta, if they came to Perth, I would definitely go.
You're gonna go to the Striper reunion concert, aren't you, Frederick?
I love Striper.
I do too.
I think they're a good band.
Yeah, good heavy band. All right, Josh. Since you talk so goddamn much, again, like usual. What shows have you been to in your young run now?
So I've seen Def Leppard twice. I've seen Kiss. I've seen Journey.
When did you go see Journey? I'm just curious. Recently?
Probably like maybe 6-7 years ago.
Oh wow! Okay, what about that? How old are you again?
Yeah. 20.
Oh damn! Did you go with your parents?
Yeah, we're old motherfuckers.
Yeah, and then the recent ones I saw Metallica in 2018.
Okay.
And then the more recent ones, I saw that metal tour of the year with Hatebreed, Trivium, Lamb of God, Megadeth.
Okay.
In September.
Okay. Yeah.
Then I saw Slipknot and Killswitch Engage in October.
So you've been to a good bit of shows.
Yeah.
Then I saw Whitechapel and Cannibal Corpse in February. Then I saw Slipknot again a couple weeks ago.
What's that?
Huh?
Somebody's mic is sort of.
Well, I had to plug in. Is that really loud?
I was loud, yeah.
Okay, well, how about now? Is it as bad? Still loud?
No, it's good.
Fine,
I have to kind of. I can't have my. I had to plug my phone in.
It sounded like you were in the wind tunnel.
Well, I kind of am. I aim the fan away because we don't have air here.
Yeah.
So I have a blowing on me at night because my room's kind of the warmest room. But yeah, that's cool, Josh. Sounds like so. You're a Slipknot fan. You know what Justin Horville says about that, right? You're a poser. You're a poser.
I actually don't listen to them too much anymore. Like I'm trying to get more into the extreme shit now.
Yeah, like the new Def Leppard album.
Oh man, dude, that's so good. Come on, Frederick, it's a masterpiece. A master shithole.
It's so brutal. Josh would love it. It's so heavy. Josh, check it out.
Diamond Star Halo is the heaviest album of 2022. Let me tell you.
All the breakdowns in those songs and Leppard.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's a great album. Great album.
I think you're trying to be funny, boy.
It beats Warrior Soul.
There we go. You really like to rub it in, don't you, Frederick? Frederick's not gonna relent, man. He's gonna just keep grinding away at that.
Well, you always keep mentioning it, Jeff. So we have to grind it in.
My good buddy Corey Clark. Yeah. Oh well.
It's all
his lot. His lot.
Yeah. It's all fun and games, Jeff. It's all fun and games.
It's all fun and games until somebody takes an eye out.
That's it.
It's all fun and games till somebody kicks the bucket.
Actually, are you guys looking forward to the new Machine Head album?
I listened to one song. It was a lot better than that last pile of shit they put out.
I mean, it's heavier.
But I'm not.
Yeah.
I hate to say it. I like Rob Flynn. I don't. I know a lot of people have problems with him. I kind of like his, I don't know, bravado about putting himself out there sometimes on certain positions. He is a little bit of a mouth at times. He does need to learn when to dial it back at times, but I just never really have been a big fan of their music. Yeah, I know Davidian. I know a couple other songs. I think I owned the Blackening once, but I don't think I played it a lot. And I don't know.
Well, I heard that the new album's going to be more in the thrash vein than the previous album. Back to the thrash.
Well, that new song was pretty ripping. I mean, it had it had a lot of good guitars in it.
Yeah,
but,
because he loves his thrash, so he wants to get back. I think he wants to get back into that thrash, not into that new metal shit that they did.
Well, the thing is, Rob Flynn's always been kind of a trend hopper. Like if something's popular, like Rob Flynn's gonna hop on it.
Yeah, I mean, the Blackening was kind of a ripoff of, like, in a lot of ways. It was like a Master of Puppets and a little bit of Black Album in there. You know, I mean, that's kind of what it was. But I don't really ride him too hard. I mean, just because I do respect some of his social positions and things like that. He just does. He's a little bit of. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever watched his podcast.
Yeah. I do watch it sometimes.
Yeah, I like his podcast. Yeah, it's cool.
I actually do like his podcast too.
He does do some cool stuff, but I like every time I cringe a tiny little bit when he talks about getting laid with his wife. He always has to tell us he's getting laid. It's like, dude, we don't fucking care. Go get your fucking nutsack off, and we don't have to hear about it, bro.
There's that one intro he did where
this morning I got my dick sucked by my wife and it turned into something else, man. You know?
Yeah.
Well, it put me in a good mood today. It just made me absorb the air today. You know what I'm saying? To do this podcast for you.
What
were you gonna say, Josh?
No, there's that one intro where, like, it happened after the whole Dave Elfson thing where he said he watched it.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Why?
And he goes. But the funniest part of that whole thing was he said he watched it. Like, why I watched it, I don't know. And he's like, man, the old man's still shooting a big load. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
God,
dude. I wouldn't be surprised if his wife was sucking his dick while he was doing that podcast.
Hey, no offense, but if you could get that action, make that happen, I'd be all right with that.
Whatever. I mean,
it's funny, Frederick. Believe it or not, it's 3:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here, and my girlfriend's sucking my dick right now. So there you go.
Well, that's cool.
Although I have to add, I'm 56 and really old. So she's got to work really hard at it right now.
Well, I can hear the gumming. I can hear.
You right down there, honey? You right down there? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can hear the slurping and the gumming there.
That's it, the slurping. The slurping as she works on my 3-incher.
What? So Jeff, does she keep her teeth in or out?
Say again.
Does she keep her teeth in or does she take it out?
She takes them out. I prefer that she takes them out. Yeah. I don't like being bitten. It's not. It's not comfortable. You thought you were gonna get me there, didn't you? You thought you were gonna get me, huh?
Man, dude, I was really trying to go PG on this channel now.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, dude. Oops. Well, the good news is, Ben, nobody's watching. Is anybody watching?
Right. Actually, there's 5 people watching still. They're just not commenting.
Yeah,
we still have people watching.
Who's Wyatt's Metal Life? Is he one of your subs?
He's a good friend.
Hey, there's There's Phil. I guess he left though. Looks like he's not here anymore.
But yeah, we
What's
still
up?
have five. We still have 5 people watching.
Damn, man, that's crazy.
You know,
Those guys
it's
need
all
to
in
get
good.
lives. They need to get real lives.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
mate.
it's all in good fun.
It's gotta be else reviews like under these troll accounts.
Yeah.
We gotta see what they're doing right now. How can we make fun of these guys in our next hate video?
See, I don't
Yeah.
even care about. I don't even care about that. Like, I think it's funny
Yeah,
when
fuck
the trolls jump
that.
in.
Yeah.
I think it's
but-
funny when they jump in. I don't even really have a problem with that. In fact, I'm calling my good buddy Peter North right now to join us. Hang on a minute.
Yes.
I'll be right back. I need to call Mr.
Corey Clark. You need to call Corey Clark in as well, Jeff.
You know, Fred. I'm about ready.
Peter North is coming in. Literally coming in.
I get it. Coming in. I get it. Josh, where you at again? You're in New York, right? Somewhere in New York?
Waste not, whatnot, Robin.
What area are you? What are you near?
It's like the upstate, like Albany area.
I'm trying to think. Albany's like way up, like up in the northern part of the state.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
So, how far are you from like Poughkeepsie? Don't you know? You never travel. How far are you from New York City?
Like a couple, probably 3 hours.
Oh, are you that far? 3 hours? Okay, then you're because I'm 3 hours away from New York. Yeah, so you are way up. You are way up north there. Then I got it.
Yeah, it's about 3 hours. Let me see.
Wow. So do a lot of bands come to Albany?
Yeah, there's like a venue around here called Empire. There's Empire Live and then Empire Underground.
So that would be like for club shows?
Yeah.
What size venue is that?
I think maybe like 1,000 people. It's not too big.
Not huge, but it's pretty sizable for metal bands and stuff like that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of spoiled because, well, Ben and I too, because Ben lives pretty close to me. We have like, if we really want to travel to New York, it's about 3 hours. We have Philly, which is what, Ben, about an hour and a half, more or less, somewhere in that range, an hour and a half. And then Baltimore is only an hour away, so we got like 3 major places we can go to. Plus, believe it or not, like some bands do actually come to Lancaster, which is and Hershey actually. Ben, you get a lot of the bigger acts go to Hershey Stadium over there, right? Or what's it called, Hershey Arena?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I saw Rush there. I saw The Who there. I saw Tool there twice. So yeah, we got a lot of spots to go see shows at.
Yeah. I know we have Megadeth coming here in September.
Where are they playing? The Hershey Arena?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, hopefully your album will be out by then before they do that tour.
Well, there's supposed to be a new song coming out next week. So.
Oh, I thought it was today, Monday. No.
No.
Oh well, my bad. I thought it was today it was coming out. Did they leak a little bit of it or something? Did they leak a little bit of it?
I mean, there's been links. I mean, there's been stuff linked up bits and pieces to what could be songs.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. I don't know exactly what we're gonna get. Like as far as what's coming out. So.
I hate to
Dave kicks my ass.
I'm not really all that excited about it. I haven't really been excited for much Megadeth for 20 years. Not that the stuff sucks when it comes out. Some of it does. Like Super Collider was really kind of shitty.
Yeah.
The last album was decent. The last album was pretty decent, but it's just like I don't know, man. I just don't feel like compelled to go buy it anymore. With some of these bands, like
I kind of get that too. Like the production's too clean. It's not like it's raw and dirty like in the old days.
Yeah. It's just like I mean, a lot of those bands, like for example, like I haven't bought a Metallica album since probably which one was first, Load or Reload? Reload, I guess, right? Was the last
No, Load. Load was first, then Reload.
Load, then Reload. Yeah, I haven't bought a Metallica.
Load pissed me off back in '96.
Yeah.
No, both of them. Yeah, I haven't bought anything
Oh.
since Reload. I haven't
I
bought
actually threw my Load on Load.
the last Megadeth I bought was The System Has Failed. You know, like as far as keeping up, and then the last, I do stay with Testament. I usually buy their stuff.
Yeah,
They-
Testament always. Yeah.
Well, they always put good albums out.
Yeah.
And,
No, you know,
Slayer, I think the last Slayer I bought was Seasons in the Abyss. That
okay.
goes way back, you know.
Yeah.
I love those first albums up to Seasons. After that, I could give a shit less about Slayer.
You know, now, Jeff, for me now, I'm getting back to the old school stuff now. You know, sort of the really the 80s and 90s stuff now. I do like the new thrash metal bands that are coming out. You know, but you know, I prefer. I like bands that came out like in the later 80s and 90s. You know, like
Right.
you know, I'm getting back into those old school, you know, underground that I really love. Mainstream thrash, I do love the mainstream thrash. I like Testament and Slayer and all those bands. But bands like, you know, bands that are so raw and underground, like bands like Caligula,
Oh
Bloodlust,
yes, still keep it raw.
all those bands. You know, I love a lot more because, you know, they're the unsung sort of heroes in metal. Just
Well,
like,
they don't feel like they're a product band anymore. You know, I mean, a lot of
Right.
bands now, a lot of the bands that we grew up with as young guys, they're just, in a lot of ways, they're just throwing product out there so that they can get out on tour. You know, that last Exodus album is really good, although I don't love the sound of Gary's guitars on it. I think his guitars always sound weird on record. They always sound too sharp, almost too like tinny. And
well, it's too clean. It's too polished. That's why.
right, yeah, and that
think-
seems to be the way they do everything now. It's just polish everything up. I mean, you listen to
Yeah.
a lot of modern death metal. You've got all the cave, you know, the what do they call it? Cavernous death metal. That's been the thing for the last 3 or 4 years. Every band starts to sound the same to me. It's like, you know, okay,
You're
well,
right about it.
You know,
I
like,
mean, it might be good, but it doesn't mean you should just keep doing the same thing. It's like they hit on a formula, and then everybody wants to do it.
you know, like
Right.
like in the old days. You know, like Jeff, old days when a band played, you can hear the guys fart. You know, because
Right.
it wasn't clean. Now today, you know, if the guy farts in the studio, you can't hear it. But back in the day, if a guy farted, you could hear it. You know.
So I get what you're getting at, man. You want a whole album of Iron Maiden fart noises. Is that what you're saying?
Fart music.
Well, the thing is too. Back then, you know, like you could tell the bands apart. Like when it came to production, like no band back in the day sounded similar. You know, like today where everything's digital and you know everybody sounds the same. You know, like back then you could pinpick bands and their sound. You know, like where nowadays it's like, it's the same old shit.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, like we talked like last time. You know, like bands now are just following the old school. You know, they're just copying. You
It's
know,
like me.
rewriting old
It's
tunes,
like
you
me
know?
with what, yeah. It's like me with what I do. With what I do, I try to sound like me,
Yeah.
and not to sound like that modern production bullshit. You know,
So Ben, like when you record, do you listen to other bands before you record an album, or you just stop listening to music and just write the music that you want to write?
I mean,
What's up?
I hear Jeff's airplane crashing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I moved. Sorry about that. Is that bad? Is that less noise?
Yeah, when it comes to music, like, yeah, I do listen to a lot of shit, but like I think about like, what can I do to not sound like them? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why this is why I tuned up my guitar back up to E. because nobody plays an E no more. You know what I mean? Like back in the old days. So for like the Holocaust demo that I did record, I played it in E, and I made it sound very raw. I didn't do it on purpose. I did it because I wanted to do it that way. I wanted to be like, you know what? There's too many bands doing this modern fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play an E. Like in the old days, back in the 80s, that you played an E. And you could still sound very heavy playing an E. And that's what I did.
Man, I'll never forget when I heard Deliverance from Opeth. I was like, fuck, man, that is so goddamn heavy, and it's just in E.
And it's played in E.
Yep, exactly.
That's what's really cool about it.
I mean, a lot of the early Metallica was in E.
Yeah.
That's heavy shit,
Yeah.
man. Like,
You're
right, though, Ben. Like, everybody now has got the 8 strings and the 7 strings and the B tuning and C standard tuning and D standard tuning. Like, how heavy does it, a lot of stuff, like, I used to love Meshuggah, and I still like Meshuggah, but Meshuggah actually was the birthplace of all those Jet bands, and I am not in any of those bands. Meshuggah's the only one I like. And really, all the last couple of Meshuggah albums all sound the same, more or less.
Yeah, well, I really like the debut album by Meshuggah and the second album when they were thrash.
Yeah, that's a very thrash. That's a thrashy album. Destroy, Erase, and Prove.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Contradictions Collapse is very weird and jazzy almost, and I like
thrashy, jazzy. Yeah.
Although if I was really hard pressed, I'd probably have to say None is probably my favorite. Just so many riffs on there, like Stenga, and I like Obzen too. I mean, I do still find what they do relatively interesting because they're kind of the godfathers of it all. But again, the last 3 or 4 albums, if you put it on, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you which album was playing.
No, right.
What about you,
just all kind of blend together.
That's kind of weird. Like early on, when I was watching you guys in the chat, Ben, Mike pulled out the Boston album, right? I mean, that album sounds like no other album, and frankly, they never did it as good again. But that album is so iconic, and there was so many of those albums in the 80s or the 70s. Those iconic sounding albums are just, you know what I mean? Like that first Boston album, just so good, man. Every fucking song's great, and you don't really get sick of hearing those songs.
Dude, that fucking album is perfect.
I love it.
It's probably the best debut of all time, like you said in the comment section earlier.
Well, it's definitely one of the top 3 or 4, that's for sure. I mean,
man.
There was never an album. I'd really have to think on debut albums what might outshine them, because it's just such an amazing fucking album. And the
Kill 'Em All by Metallica.
The recording back then.
Just in the winter again.
I think.
Yes.
I like Kill 'Em All. It's good, but I'd take. What's the first one called? God damn it! Ride the
Kill 'Em All.
No,
Kill 'Em All.
What? No.
Kill 'Em All.
Well, I meant the first full album. I guess it is Kill 'Em All. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it was Kill 'Em All. All right. Second album. Ride the Lightning. I always have a tough time picking between that and Master, which one I like the most.
Yeah. Well, those are like before. Music was so different back in the 80s and 90s. Everybody was trying to be different.
Right.
Like Exodus. When they released their first album, nobody sounded like Exodus. But then Metallica came out. Nobody sounded like Metallica. And then after when that Metallica album came out, everybody wanted to be Metallica.
Hang on, Frederick. I'm having pillow difficulties.
Okay, and I hear you have wind problems as well.
Yeah, I got the fan right in front of the. I'm sorry, I got the. Just give me 1 moment.
No worries, mate.
I had the fan right in front of where the microphone is. I'll take it off in a minute.
So, Josh,
we were gonna wrap
what
it up
about
a
your
little bit,
music?
so.
Do you listen to other bands that influence you, or do you go by your own?
Yeah, I try to go by my own thing. Like for Morticide, I tried not to make it like very clean
Yeah.
because I have like a pretty raw guitar tone, like a raw bass tone. Didn't really edit the guitars at all. I just
Okay. Like,
like it's
yeah,
in. I did it all through Pro Tools, so I had used like an amp sim,
Oops.
but
You
I
have
still tried to make it sound raw. And
Josh.
right. Okay.
You have Pro Tools on your computer.
yeah,
Damn, dude. What'd that cost you? Do you have like a student version or like the full version?
yeah, I'm in college for music production, so I have like a
Oh,
student
you're
version.
okay. Oh, that's awesome, dude.
It's like $100 a year.
Oh, you just download it all offline then? You download
No,
the
I still like
software.
download it online, but it's just like $100 a year.
Okay. And
I
now,
think
how far are you into that? Like, what year are you in? You in your second year now? Or coming up on it?
technically my third. It's going to be my third in the fall.
Oh, nice, man.
So I did a 1-year certificate program, and then last year I started the 2-year degree program.
And what will you get when you get a degree in recording engineering or recording? What's it called?
It's called music audio technology.
Oh, sweet. Where are you going again?
The SUNY Schenectady County Community College.
Okay, cool. My daughter's ex-boyfriend went to shit. What the hell was it called? Damn it. Middle Tennessee State. That's a big school. That's like 30,000, something like that. But he went for music production, and they did probably very similar things to you. They learned all kind of different softwares, and then they did Pro Tools, and that, dude. Dude, I got the very first version of Logic way back, Logic Audio, which was the Apple software.
Oh yeah.
And I got to tell you, man, I bought the Logic, the whole manual and everything. I never could fucking figure it out. I was way too stupid. Way too stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. Like and that's why a lot of this stuff I was used to doing, like 4-track demos. Bouncing tape, bouncing tracks and shit like that. I have some old tapes from the '80s where we recorded the band, a couple bands I was in. We had some stuff. It's it sounds like old '80s demos. They're fun to listen to, but they weren't real professional. Nowadays, you can do anything. You can, edit anything. You can clean anything up. You can auto-tune things. What tuning are you playing in?
So for my album, I have 2 different tunings. So I use drop C on a 6-string and then drop A on a 7-string.
Holy fuck! So on the 7, you're just tuning down a whole step.
Just the lower string.
Oh, you're just dropping the B down to a C. What was it?
B down to an A.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's like it's still low, but it's not like super low.
Right.
Like
you said on your 6-string, you're drop C, so you're playing in D standard with the drop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like
one whole step down. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like super low tunings. Like I think drop A is as low as I'll go. I don't like these. I do not like these fucking like new bands tuning to drop Z or whatever the fuck.
Drop Z.
Yeah. Yeah, it literally sounds like
Ben's getting a Woody. He's getting a chubby right now. Thinking about dropping.
I'm getting a hard on, man. Let me tell you. I got to tune to drop 0 now.
I'm gonna play this tuning. I'm gonna tune down to drop G, and then all my strings are gonna be just in drop G.
Yeah.
What do you got? What do you got there?
Oh, this is my 7-string right here.
Schecter?
No, it's a LTD.
Oh, limited. Okay, and that's your 7.
Yeah, I'm an ESP guy for guitars.
Are you?
Yeah.
Now, are you playing all plugins? You're not playing through amps.
Yeah, hopefully I'll get real amps one day, but
You don't have an amp now.
I have like a practice amp.
Okay. Then what
Come on, man, we're
software?
poor.
What profiles are you using? Are you using like Axe Effects or Kemper, or what plugins are you using?
I use this amp sim called the Ignite Emissary. It's kind of seems to be like a 5150 type thing.
Oh, nice. So you get a 51, an EVH 5150 tone.
Yeah, it seems
Sick.
like that's the kind of thing it's going for.
Oh man, I love that. I love those amps. They're fucking killer. What do you have, Ben? What do you got? PC Rich?
Well, let's see. I got 2 PB heads here,
PDs.
a few V guitars. Okay, what I play on. Now we're getting musical here.
What do you have, a Mocking? Is that a Mockingbird or what is it?
Okay, it's a BC.
Oh, it's the Warlock.
Excuse me, I can
Warlock.
barely talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a Warlock, right?
Warlock, yeah.
Yeah, it's a Warlock. It's a Warlock
yeah.
Virgin, 7-string guitar.
Wait, that's
But
a 7?
but to make it sound extra heavy, I tuned the 7-string up to E.
Oh, really?
At least now I do, because I'm not doing down tuned shit no more.
Okay.
Unless somebody
sure I
says,
understand.
"Come
You
on,
gotta-
man, write something fucking really cool and dark or something." I don't know.
So wait, you do have that is a 7-string, Ben, or not?
Yeah,
Okay, and you have 2 E's. You're playing 2 E's.
no, just this one. Hold on a minute.
So your B string is. You said you tuned to E. Is your B string an E? I misunderstood you.
I am the baddest music instructor.
Oh, okay.
I am the baddest person to talk about music theory to, because I'm self-taught.
Okay.
I know some theory, but not. I mean, it's difficult to learn all that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean-
theory's difficult, man. There's no doubt. I just have my 30-year-old Ovation acoustic now. I had to sell I had a Paul Reed Smith Custom 22, a 2004 Paul Reed Smith. Then I had a Fender Strat Plus. I had an 88 Roadstar. You know the Ibanez Roadstars. You ever see those? And I had a fucking 2013 D28. I had to sell everything. And when my old lady and I split up, I had to get money together. So I still have a lot of my effects stuff and my microphones and stuff, but I sold my amp. I sold all my guitars except for my Ovation. Sucks. What do you got there, Josh? What's that one?
Oh, this is James Hetfield ESP LTD Grinch, but it's not like the real one, because the real one costs like $5,000. This is like a
Student version.
like a remake of it.
Yeah, right. Check out Frederick's
still pretty
fucking
good.
killer axe. Look at Frederick's killer axe, man.
Yeah.
He's gonna take an eye out. He's gonna take an eye out.
Oh yeah, baby! We gotta start a band, Frederick.
We probably can't hear anything.
Mine's a BC Rich knockoff.
That's a BC Rich knockoff.
The BC bitch.
Yeah.
No, this is the bass I use. The
Okay,
Ibanez
Ibanez
bass.
I had an
Ibanez
Ibanez.
Sound Gear.
Yeah, I had a Sound Gear 5-string. Is that a 4 or 5? 4.
Yeah, this is a 4.
Okay. They make great basses, man. They're really nice basses.
Yeah, they're
they're
pretty good.
cheap too. You don't have to spend I think I spent $500 on mine. Nothing stupid. Because I had a lot of money tied up in guitars. I had between my my Strat and my PRS and my Gibson, I had probably about $12,000 wrapped up in guitars. Or not that much. $8,000. And then, if you're not using them and creating music with them or using them to play, they sit there and you're like, oh man, they're just sitting there collecting dust,
Yeah.
What else you got, Ben? Is that the only one you got, or you got other ones?
No, I got more. I mean, I got a couple more, but they need work.
What do you have?
Since I'm
Like
a
all
poor
BC,
bastard.
you have all BC Rich stuff, or do you have other?
Nah. Actually, I have a Dimebag guitar here.
Oh,
Oh
the
shit!
DML,
No,
ML.
this guitar's beat up too. God damn it! Now you're making me work on my day.
We're making it work at 4 a.m.
Yo, chat. Nah, I'm not that fucking desperate. You don't have to donate.
Time for a super
Donate
chat.
for a broken hip.
Yeah.
Now this guitar, okay. Actually, this guitar I'm going to show is very unstrung, but it needs work done to it. I used to play this fucking guitar all the time when I was recording my early day. Oh shit! I got
You got another one there, Josh?
turn the
You got
camera
another
back
one?
on.
Oh no, this is my 7-string.
Turn the
That's
camera
right.
back on, dumbass.
Might help. Oh, you got a V. Nice.
Oh, awesome.
Nice.
Is that a Dean V? Oh.
Oh, which one?
Washburn. Sweet.
I used to play the fuck out of this way back. You know,
Well, Ben, let me ask you a question. I know you had this Hello, what's it called? Hello Caster, or what's it called? What's your band thing you're putting out?
oh, you're fading out, dude. I'm sorry.
Holocaust.
Holocaust. Is that it? Is that
What
your
about
band?
Holocaust?
Is that the band?
Yes. Yeah.
But it's just you, right? It's just you?
It's right now. It's just me.
And were you in any bands before this, like with other members?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you ever play out?
I did actually. I only ever played 2 shows.
I'm sorry, say that again. Say that again.
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. No. Okay. I played it 2. See, I'm fucking nervous right now talking about all this shit.
Yeah, don't be
I'm
nervous.
fucking nervous either.
Don't be nervous.
It's like
I
I'm
mean,
being
only
interviewed.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just curious about your musical background. So, I mean, there's only like 5 of us watching, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
So, you played in a band?
Yeah. It's called Justifiable Sin. I played obviously lead guitars. It was more of a something I really didn't want to do. It was groove metal, new metal, and this would have been around 90, not 90, what the fuck am I saying? 2012, 2013. And
Okay. That's cool.
I ended up quitting the band because I wanted to play fucking heavier shit.
Yeah.
Playing the stuff I really want to play. And so when it comes to Holocaust, okay, I can tell a little story about Holocaust here. Holocaust is actually something that was around before that. It's weird because nothing ever happened. It was basically me and another guy.
Right.
And when I moved, we lost contact, and he got married and had kids and all that stuff. But I still talk to him. But like when the fucking pandemic was happening, I'm like, you know what, dude? This fucking world sucks. I'm gonna break some fucking trash. You fucking broke shit.
Hey, hang on. Who's got a radio on behind him?
I do.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise coming through. That's like, is there music playing?
No.
I'm hearing music. That's bizarre.
Oh, yeah.
Not me.
Is
That's
that
fucking
you?
bizarre.
Is that you?
It's not me. No.
No. Frederick, is that you?
No, not me. No,
Somebody have a
playing?
TV.
What is
it
that?
could be.
It's
It
not
could
me.
be my. It could be my mum. She's probably listening
Oh.
to.
Okay.
It's a TV on in the background. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. It was really
No,
like.
she's listening. She's listening to her records from her country. So
That's what it is. All right. Well, we won't ask.
That's understandable.
We won't ask mom. We won't
Yeah, I
ask
don't-
mom to shut the hell up.
No, he's saying to meet her. I would have said, I don't want to disrespect her.
I'm kidding. All right. So finish up, man. Sorry, Metalben.
Oh, what the
So-
fuck were we talking about? Oh,
Well, you were talking about the
about
pandemic.
Holocaust.
Right.
Actually, like as far as that goes, yeah, I moved out here back in 2008. I joined Justifiable Sin. We played only 2 shows. We do have demo. I actually have the demos. I might share them on YouTube someday. They're
That'd be
not
cool.
good. They're fucking garbage. I mean, if you guys want to hear them out,
Yeah, sure.
dude,
Why
I'll
not?
share them.
That's cool. Yeah.
It's new. Well, it's kind of thrash metal and new metal. I don't know. Because, near the end, when I quit, like the guitar or the dudes in the band were getting jealous because I was actually writing the better riffs and
Right.
trying to go against that style. And one day one day I walk into band practice and they replaced me with a country music guitar player. I'm like, what the is this shit?
Wow.
Wow.
Like,
That's not very metal, man.
no.
That's not very
So-
metal at all, bastard.
Well, and the dude, the vocalist was very influenced by Volbeat.
Oh, okay.
Ugh.
Never listened to them ever. Never listened to them. I know who they are, but I've never listened to them.
Yeah.
You probably know
really-
them, Josh, right?
Well, actually, cool thing about Volbeat, before they were Volbeat, they were like a death groove band called Dominus.
They
Okay.
used to be they used to be a brutal death metal band. I had their first
That first
CD.
album, View to the Dim, is fucking incredible. It's the same singer too.
Shit.
Like the singer's been
Jeremy,
there the
what's
whole
his
time.
name? Jeremy Paulson or whatever, that guy? What's his
Yeah,
name?
Michael.
Yeah, something
I
like
don't know his name.
Michael Paulston.
Okay. Well, tell him I'm busy right now. Tell him I'm taking a shit. I'll call him back later.
Oh,
You're gonna-
Jesus Christ.
Frederick's gonna drag this Corey Clark thing in through the fucking dirt, man. He's just gonna keep going back to the well. So you ended up doing that thing, and then is the Hellocast, right? Hellocast, is that just you now?
Holocaust.
Hellocast.
Yeah.
Is that just you now?
Well, okay. Yeah, I was trying to explain that too. Technically, Holocaust started in 2005 with another friend of mine, which when I can get back, he's still going to be in the band. It's one.
Oh, right.
It's like a brotherhood thing, if you know what I mean.
Sure.
Because come on, we're fucking thrash metal. We're never going to be mainstream, so it's like who gives a fuck about what the fuck we play.
Right.
So yeah, I left that. I wasn't happy. They wanted to try to be this next Five Finger Death Punch Volbeat bullshit, commercial bullshit. I'm like, dude, I'm out. I quit. I just walked in one day and I fucking quit.
Hey guys, just real quick, I just want to point something out to you. Frederick's pussy's talking to him.
Damn, Frederick.
Frederick, your pussy is really big. You know that?
God damn, getting that
That is
pussy
that's a very big pussy you have there, Frederick. I'm gonna tell Peter North about the size of your pussy.
Frederick's pussy.
he's a big pussy.
Is that a? He looks like a pretty cool cat. What's his name?
Geordie.
What is it?
Geordie.
Geordie, like Geordie from Killing Joke.
No, Scottish. Scott. Oh yeah, it's Scottish name.
Yeah, Geordie. Nice, Geordie. Geordie, what are you doing, Geordie? He's like, just pet me, dude.
Yeah, he's a good cat. He wakes me up at 1 o'clock in the morning to feed him.
Oh shit, for real?
Yeah,
I'd have to kill him. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I was just kidding.
He doesn't get his food. He gets pissed off. He gets angry, and he screams at me. He says, "Get up out of bed. I want to eat." I'm the
Get
boss
up,
here.
old man. Get up, you old man. Yeah, I have a cat. I don't know if you've seen him. I don't think you've seen him, but his name's Foo.
Oh yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have.
Did you see him? Okay.
Yeah.
Foo, F-U, Foo. Yeah, he was on some of the streams, and
yeah.
He's like 12 years old, and he's super fucking cool cat. But I noticed, man, after I moved in here about a month ago, I went out. My bed's on the floor. Like, I don't have a bed frame. It's just a mattress on the floor. I just like being down low. Although I should, because when I get up, I can barely get the fuck up out of bed anymore now. But the other night, I want to say like 3 weeks ago, I walked down to the edge of the bed, no socks on. I'm like, oh, are you fucking kidding? He never, ever, ever had pissed in my room, and that son of a bitch pissed at the end of my bed the other night. And I'm like, all right, buddy, I'm not letting you in here anymore.
Well, Jordan here, he's a good cat. He's got his little box. He never pees or craps in the house. He goes into his little box and.
Atta boy, Jordy, good boy.
So it's pretty good cat. He loves to talk. He loves to talk a lot, as well.
Oh, does he? That's cool.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's always talking. He's always eating.
Yeah, I like animals, but I particularly like cats. They're kind of like, fuck off, man. If I want to talk to you, I'll hang out with you. If I do, if I don't, I won't. So.
Yeah, like my cat. He's too spoiled. I spoiled him. And he always jumps on my bed, and he always goes under the doona. He sleeps under the doona. Don't you? So it's a good cat. I used to like dogs, but I prefer cats than dogs now.
They're a lot easier to take care of.
Oh yeah, and they're cleaner as well.
Cleaner,
they don't shit everywhere.
Yep.
They don't shit everywhere.
Yeah. Hold on a minute.
What's up?
We are past the 5-hour mark.
Uh-oh.
It's time for people to start bitching.
Why is that?
Because we go live too long.
Nobody's even awake.
Yeah,
dude.
But people have come at me for that shit. Oh, your streams are too fucking long. We can't watch you.
What? Well, you can watch.
I think streams run for 6-7 hours.
I was gonna say I was on a stream for 9 fucking hours one time. So come on now, that's
bunch of pussy politically correct cunt balls.
Ben's getting all fired. Ben's getting all fired up on those Coronas. Ben's getting wired on the Coronas. Look out, man.
No, I just don't like a bunch of pussies.
He's gonna hurt somebody. He's gonna take it out on his guitar over there.
Yeah. He might be the old Graphic Smash.
He's gonna do some ninja moshing shortly.
Actually, that's a Holocaust song, Ninja Mosh.
Hang on a second. I wanna Josh, spell your band again. Give me 1 minute here. All right, spell it again. Matt, what is it?
Morticide.
So MORTICIDE. Morticide.
Yeah.
It's like a bug spray. Morticide bug spray.
Yeah. Yeah. I just thought it was a cool name. I thought of it one day, and there's like this Indian death metal band that was called Morticide, but they broke up.
I see it. So it's called One with the Darkness?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Right. Hang on. Oh, you already checked it out?
Yeah, it's coming on vinyl next year.
Me and Josh have been friends for 4 years?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna give it. What song should I listen to here, Josh? What's your favorite song on there?
Ninja Mosh.
Yeah, Ninja Watch. No. Let me see here.
He's got to remember his own songs.
Yeah.
Well, he's young, Jeff. He's young. You know, it's not like us. You know,
I can't, dude. I
Probably,
can't remember. Go ahead.
I guess maybe the title track first. I don't know. This. I mean, I'm proud of the whole. I like every song on it. So
I'm
but
gonna
probably the
give
title
this a
track
quick. You
first.
guys go ahead and talk. I'm gonna give this a quick check out here.
All right, good.
Ready? I just want to get a sense for what it is here.
well, it's death thrash. It would not be death thrash.
It's yeah, it's like death thrash with some groove.
Yeah.
But it's like Pantera meets death, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like
Is that-
Pantera meets
Is that you singing, dude?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
it's him, yeah.
It's pretty vicious sounding, man.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right, so I got to ask you a question about that. I can only partially hear it because I'm running the audio for this. So how do you do death vocals? Like, how do you record them, and then what do you do effects-wise on them? Do you just put a lot of compression on them? Do you use delay? Do you use a lot of
I
reverb?
use-
Or?
I can show you the mic I use.
Pro Tools.
I use this PreSonus PD70. It's like a cheaper version of a Shure SM7B.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's a cardioid mic, or what? Is it what condenser mic? Probably.
I actually don't know. Let me see.
It probably is. I would think it's condenser.
Yeah,
I
I just
have
put like. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go
I
ahead.
just put like some compression, a de-esser, which basically a de-esser. Like sometimes you get like really harsh consonants, so that
So it lightens it off. It rounds it off.
yeah. Then I put
Right.
some reverb and delay on it. Although I don't think I made the reverb and delay loud enough on the album, but
Okay.
whatever. I mean, too late now. But
Right.
yeah.
I'm going to check it out when we get off. I'll give it a quick spin, and I'll. What's the best way to get a hold of you? Just hit you through Bandcamp, or you have an Instagram?
Yeah. Are you on Facebook? That's probably easier.
I don't. I have a Facebook profile, but I have no friends, and I don't friend anybody. It's a weird. I can't explain it. It's. I have stuff there from years ago when I was playing guitar. You can check it out if you want. It's Jeff Kiefer, GeoffKieffer. There's
Okay.
shit on there of me and my son doing stuff. Like I'm doing Rush tunes and doing a bunch of, just actually the weird thing about the story about those clips on there, they're from 2012. And I had to get finger surgery. See my little finger?
Yeah.
So I can't straighten that out. That's it. I was playing soccer and some fucking dude came up behind me and chucked me to the ground, and I didn't, like, I wasn't expecting it, and I threw my hands out to catch myself, and I jammed that pinky finger, right? And the doctor told me, the orthopedic said, "Oh yeah, we could, no problem." Well, don't worry, we'll put a joint in there, a fake knuckle. They put a fake knuckle in. Where is it at? Right here.
Yeah.
What ended up happening was, though, that the ligament had torn. So when he went to connect everything, he didn't have a cadaver ligament to sew on and stretch it out. So he fucking stretched it like this. Oh no, it'll straighten out eventually. It never straightened out. Now you'd be surprised. I used to be able to do, pretty good legato, five to six. I could do 6 frets, even though I have small fingers.
Yeah.
I can only get 5 frets now, and so. So like if I'm trying to do like a legato run in pentatonic where it's like, 6 frets, I can't do it. Like, for example, a good example, and Metalben will know this. There's one of the trickiest fucking riffs out there is in Rat's Lay It Down, the song Rat Lay It Down. That chord progression is really tricky, man. That one where it's da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, I used to be able to do that song. I can't fucking do it anymore. I don't have the length on that finger anymore. But believe it or not, man, I adapted pretty good, and I still can play pretty fucking quick for having that kind of a finger issue. That my Facebook has a bunch of stuff on there of me playing 10 days after I had my surgery, after I had the finger, like the cast off. And I kept it for that reason, because I wanted to remember it, because I lost the phone, or the phone that I had that shit on. I think I dropped in the toilet or something fucked up and ruined it. And it was the only place I had it was on my Facebook page. But I don't actively go out and friend anybody on Facebook. So if you look that up, you'll see my kid's on there too. He's playing a 7-string doing Heartwork and Corporeal Jigsaw Quandary.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I'm doing some. He's also doing Crazy Train, and I'm doing like La Via Strangiato and some other Rush tunes on there. We do some acoustic stuff together, and so that's the only reason I kept it. But you don't have an Instagram?
Yeah, Instagram would probably be better. I have one like for the band. It's at Morticide1, like the number, just the number 1.
Okay, Morticide1. All right, I'll drop you a DM in there, something like that. And after I listen to it, I'll try to listen to it tonight and tomorrow.
All right. But yeah, my actual vocal technique is like an inhale technique, and everyone says you're not supposed to inhale, but I've been doing it for 4 years, and I've never had any like vocal damage or anything. So I think there's basically like a right way and a wrong way to do it, just like there is with exhales. So
sure. So when you
I just randomly did it one day, and yeah, then I just started building on it and stuff.
That's sweet, man. Yeah, I've tried to do death vocals, man. I fucking cannot do it. It does not. My voice. Damn. Holy fuck,
that's pretty good.
That's real good, man. You know what that is? That's all that cigarettes and beer, Ben. That's the problem. I don't smoke enough. I need to smoke a lot more pot or something like that. That'd probably help.
Dude, I need to quit smoking.
Smoking what? Cigarettes? Yeah. Not good.
It's not good.
Not good
then
for you.
Then you got the Ronnie James Dio type of stuff. I'm not gonna go like ultra high on that shit, but
well, I used to sing, and when I sang vocals for a couple different bands way back in the day, the early stuff I was doing was very like Jeff Tate, like, you know, the Queen of the Rock. I can't go anywhere near it now. I used to be able to, but my voice changed big time in my early 30s. I could used to be able to do those screams. Now I can't touch those screams, and it went into more like a Lane Staley sort of range, a lot more raspy, a lot more like that alto mid, you know, thing. You know, the high.
Speaking of which, before we end tonight, I did hear something. I don't know how true this is, but it's about Phil Anselmo. Apparently, he's recognizing those earlier Pantera albums, like Power Metal, where he was like going, "Yeah, I'm not gonna try to sing that in my house."
Right.
The Power Metal, you know, the high vocals and shit,
yep.
And apparently he wants to do that again.
I don't see how he's possibly going to be able to do that.
I don't think he can. No,
I don't think he can. I will say this much though. I will say something. I saw a little bit of the set he did with Down the other day, like a couple days ago. Yeah. He actually sounded really probably the best I think he's sounded in a while, like a long while. And I noticed a couple things about it. Number one, he looks skinnier than he has in quite a while. He looks like he's lost some weight. He's not as
he's looking
stocky.
good.
Yeah, and he looks healthier too. Like he looks like he's not smoking and partying as much. Maybe being off the road was healthy for him, you know. But he sounded good on that Down shit, man. And that's, you know, I don't think he can do like the highest screams in like Cemetery Gates anymore. He can't do that shit. There's no way.
That shit's brutal.
Mm-hmm. He
said he had the strain even back then to do it, so he can't do it now.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
That dude was good, man. Back in the day, he was great.
Oh, he was fucking great, yeah. I'll tell you, even Halford doesn't sound as good this set of tours that he's done. He does not sound as good as he did in 2018 when I saw him.
Ralph Seepers, or I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
interrupt you. No, what I was going to say was his falsetto is not as strong as it was a couple years ago. I just noticed that. He's 70. He's 70.
Yeah, and he's going to be 71. I mean,
yeah.
You can't have it forever.
No, there's only one guy out there that still blows my fucking mind. And that's Glenn Hughes, man. That guy can still fucking rip.
That dude can still sing.
Oh my god, man. His range is insane. And he's 70. He's 70, 71 too.
Or Claude Main from the Scorpions. He still sounds good.
He sounds good, but he definitely has a top end limit now. I can hear the top end limit on him.
Yeah.
He's not as, just think about it. A lot of those guys, Geddy Lee, 10 years ago started to have trouble going real high. Jeff Tate actually sounds better now than he has in quite a while.
Yeah, I heard he's been sounding good again.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds better than he has in a long time. So yeah, it's, the thing is, you get old, man. You can't do that crazy histrionic shit. Look at Michael from Michael Ockerfeld. He can't do the death growls like he used to, no matter how hard he tries. Right. He says it's that he just doesn't want to sing like that. And the truth is,
he can't do it.
He can't do it quite the way that it used to sound. I mean, he used to sound so fucking scary. Now it's
give it up a 4. Something like that.
There you go. Fucking Josh, Ben looks possessed when he goes with that, doesn't he? Give it on the floor.
That's because people.
It's like Glenn Benton, like when he does like the high screams, he like tilts his head back and his fucking eyes roll up.
Oh, who's that? This high screams fucking.
Wait, sucks. Who's that?
Glenn Benton from Deicide.
Oh yeah.
He still sounds pretty good.
I was just gonna say, man, when I heard him, when I watched the set at Maryland Death Fest, I was kind of shocked at how good he sounded.
Yeah, he still sounds pretty good.
And the band sounded pretty fucking vicious too.
Yeah,
they really did. They sounded vicious. But
that's what backing tracks do.
Say what?
That's what backing tracks do for you. Make you sound good.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Ask Corey Clark. Ask Corey Clark your first question. Corey, how many backing tracks do you use live? And he's gonna say something like this. Oh man, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm not sure. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
I'll tell you a story. Like when I saw when Morbid Angel came to Perth, they sounded so clean. It sounded like they were using backing tracks that they weren't. I don't think that they were playing live. Really, I think it was just all
recorded. Yeah, recorded.
It was totally clean.
Who was singing? Tucker or David Vincent?
Dave Vincent.
Oh, okay.
It was so fucking clean. Like there was no, when they're playing the guitars, there was no mistakes or anything. Like when you played the guitar.
When I saw him in 13 on what's that shitty album called? Divided, whatever it's called, Divided, whatever. Anyway, it's the really bad one.
Aluminum Manus.
There you go, Aluminum. That's it. That's Nick's favorite thing, Aluminum Manus. And they were great live, man. They were killer. I enjoyed them. But that's I've only seen them once.
Yeah, but I could be wrong. I could have been playing. Just really good. Death metal, really clean and polished. But to me, it could have. Or it could have been. Backing tracks, and they'll just.
I don't think so. When I saw them, it didn't seem like backing tracks. I mean, that's granted. I'm sure there's a little bit of that goes on in some bands, but I don't think in metal it's nearly as prominent as you hear in like all the arena bands. You just can't get away with it. You can't get away with that live in a small club where everybody's right there in front of you. I mean,
like Kiss used backing tracks.
Well, fuck yeah. Actually, did you guys see they've argued that they don't use backing tracks, and Gene Simmons was kind of ragging on Motley Crue and stuff. And here, I guess it was like 2 weeks ago. I think it might have been down in Australia. They're Eric Singer forgot to trigger Eric Singer forgot to trigger like in Detroit Rock City. There's that part where it goes da-da. He did the wrong drum fill, and it threw off all the backing vocals. And Paul was singing when he wasn't even near the microphone. It was fucking hilarious. It was like, I mean, there's no way he could explain it away. There's no way. So,
yeah, I heard about that. I didn't see the video, but I heard about that.
Oh, it's hilarious. You look at it and you're like, God damn, it's like so obvious that, you know, it's like, okay, Paul, how you gonna spin this one here, you know?
Oh, I'm just gonna go make another bluegrass album or pop album or whatever
Soul Station.
Soul album. That's right. I'm gonna go. What I'm gonna do to back this out to prove that I still have it, I'm gonna make that soul album. It's gonna come out here in September.
I'm
gonna prove that I still have my Paul Stanley voice. You know what I mean?
I love when he goes up to the mic. He's like a creature of habit. He does the same thing. It's like, now people. every time he does that, I just want to fucking crack up. It's like, dude, you sound like such a diva queen, man. Stop it.
Pretty much.
Be a little more metal.
Are they still touring?
And the thing is, people are still gonna fucking keep doing album rankings and doing news articles on this fucking band.
Well, look at Ralph. Ralph loves Kiss. Ralph will always do.
I love Kiss too, but I don't like this Kiss. It's fucking garbage. It doesn't need attention. It needs to fucking go away.
Yeah, no, Kiss will never go away.
No, they won't.
Nah, it's not going to go away.
Yeah.
They've already said it. They've already said it. They're going to.
When Paul dies, or if Paul can. Well, we knew Paul couldn't sing for the last fucking, 20 years? 10
or 15, anyways, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they've already said that they're gonna put guys in there to be like fill-in guys, like for them to when they can't do it.
So it's like for you Kiss tards out there, why do you support this shit?
You know, here's the thing.
Why do you keep giving it attention?
But here's the thing I think about. I mean, like both Paul and Gene are like multi hundred millionaires. Like,
yeah, they don't need the money.
Yeah.
Gene's worth almost like $400 million. I think Paul's worth like 250 or something like that. Crazy.
Yeah.
How you could never spend that much money in a life, like many lifetimes. So like, why do you keep doing it? Like,
it's like in the next 10 years, you guys
hold on.
Dead.
Hold on, I just had a thought though. Frederick probably could spend that much on albums, so he'd fucking have. He'd literally be crawling into his attic and putting them up on walls and fucking stacking them up in those stacks all over. You know, he'd be like that. He'd be like that crazy cat lady that like has like 7,000 cats in her house. Only Frederick would be like 7 million albums.
You know, Jeff, I would buy an aircraft hangar. Would be all albums in an aircraft hangar.
You know what though? Have you ever seen that article about the guy in South America that literally owns I think he owns like 52 million albums or something of 400 million albums. Literally, no joke. You never saw that? Look that up on Google, man. There's a guy. He's an entrepreneur down in South America, and he literally owns. It's not an aircraft carrier, but it's a fucking a giant storage facility that he has all these albums. Like, that is just insane. You could never, ever listen to all that ever.
No,
not even
close.
I don't even know how you would even how would you even fucking categorize it and file it? And that's just nuts, man.
Yeah. Well, 4 million is not enough. I got 25 million albums, so.
25 million, yeah. Well, I know your mom told me when you stepped away from when you stepped in to get that Pantera, your mom popped on. She said, "Tell Freddie he's pissing me off."
He's pissing me off. That ratty ass son of mine. It's pissing me off.
Made of vinyl. It's all vinyl. It's all built with vinyls. my house is.
Everywhere I walk, there's a fucking vinyl album. Stop him!
I've got like a five-room house, like I've got vinyls in the kitchen, in my room, in the lounge room, in the spare room. I've got records everywhere. I just don't have a big enough house to store my 25 million records.
Here you go. All right, take this in the spirit it's meant. It's a funny joke, okay? Just remember that. Most kids can't wait for their parents to die when they get the house. Your mom is waiting for you to die so she can get her fucking house back.
Well, true, yeah.
Frederick's like, shit, I don't know what to say to that one. He's probably right.
That's true. It's true. My old lady, she's pretty cool. We have our tiffs and that, but it's not like full blown tiffs. But we have disagreements, but it's all good.
Here's the thing. I live with my old man right now. I haven't talked to him since May 13th. I haven't actually spoken to him. My schedule's a little off from his. He usually goes to bed at 9 o'clock and gets up at like 6 a.m. I'm up during the night a lot, but I haven't. I had some teeth. I had to have 2 teeth removed, right, back on May 13th. And I didn't have any cash on me at the time, so when I came home, I had to go get some antibiotic mouthwash. And I said, Dad,
I haven't seen you upload on YouTube.
I haven't been feeling very good. So I said to him, I'm like, hey, Dad, give me $4 so I can run over to the drugstore and get this stuff. He started freaking out, just started acting like it was the end of the world that I asked him for $4. I'm like, well, fuck you then. I won't talk to you anymore. So I haven't talked to him since that day. We literally have not spoken one word. So that's what happens when you're 56 and your old man's 81. And my old man spends most of his day just sitting there watching Fox News and thinking that the world's going to blow up one day soon,
Oh, yeah, the world's going to end. It's going to end. See, even me, my views might be a little conservative, but even I don't say, dude, the world's gonna fucking end.
No, man. No, my dad thinks that Biden's the devil. He's gonna, he's destroyed the country and whatever.
Oh, they're all pieces of garbage.
No, that's true. I agree. So.
Yeah, they're all trash. When we could come together equally and realize that, hey, dude, we'll fucking figure it out.
I think
left, right, fuck that shit.
Well, listen, guys, it's 4:35. How are you sitting, Ben? You wanna wrap up soon?
Yeah, man, it's been fun though. I had a blast, dude. This was a cool comeback stream.
I'll tell you what. Here's what we'll do. You got 3 minutes until 5.5 hours. We'll go 5.5. What do you think? Sound good? You watching your count there? 5 hours and 27 minutes. So Josh, I'm gonna check your album out, and then I'll hit you up in your Instagram in a couple days or a day or two, whatever, and let you know. I would tell you that you can only get it digitally. Is that the deal?
Yeah. Right. I plan on having CDs eventually, hopefully. But
okay.
For now,
it's kind of like with me. It's kind of like with me with Holocaust. It's digitally.
Okay.
We're fucking poor, struggling musicians, man.
Well, wait, Ben, is your stuff up yet? Did you put your stuff up?
It's on Bandcamp.
Okay, and it's Hello Cost.
Yeah. And I do have a track here on YouTube actually too.
Okay, I'll check that out. And Frederick, your Skin Flute album. When are you putting that out?
My album, it's already out. So yeah, if you love brutal thrash metal, black and thrash,
it's black and thrash on the Skin Flute.
On the Skin Flute, yes.
You and I know who's in your band. Corey Clark, right? Corey Clark's playing guitars, right? Or is he playing drums?
Corey Clark is the vocalist. Joe Biden playing drums. Donald Trump on bass.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine Joe Biden trying to play drums? Holy fuck! What a laugh that is.
Actually, Joe Biden is a metalhead.
Oh yeah,
You didn't know that.
Oh, hey
gonna
man,
die tonight.
listen, I know Joe Biden pretty well, and he's got a killer metal vest, man. I'm telling you, he's got a vest with a big Beharit patch right in the middle on the back.
The hair and the archgoat
And you know what? His favorite band that you probably have never heard of, Blut aus Nord. There you go. Yeah,
Right.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, and Warrior, and he used to play Warrior Soul.
Joe Biden played the upright bass in Warrior Soul. Well, listen.
Joe Biden is Corey Clark.
Oh, he is. I see. Well, listen. On a serious note, Frederick. Serious note, Frederick.
Yeah.
When you put your greatest hits out on the Skin Flute album, I want first dibs on that. All right.
Well, when you buy the album, you get a little sachet of cum.
Oh boy, I can't wait. A little. Here you go. There you go. I got the name for your next band, Frederick. It's called Satchel of Cum.
It comes in. Ever seen those blood packs that bands used to do blood packs?
Uh-huh.
I got a cum pack.
All right, guys. Good seeing you guys. Good hanging out with you. Ben, thanks for having us on. Josh, I'll get in touch with you and let you know. I would like to grab a copy, but I'm not a digital guy. So when you get CDs, man, if I like it, I'll definitely grab one.
Yeah, I'll let you know, man.
Yeah, that's cool. And Frederick, keep on rocking, you crazy Aussie motherfucker.
Well, yeah, I'm always rocking, and check out my interviews that are coming up in the next couple of months. So
I'll check them out, man. I'll check them out, and you better goddamn well call me. You better hit me up on Instagram when you and Corey.
Jeff, you know what I'll do one day?
What's that?
I will get in contact with Corey Clark.
I know you will.
And ask him if he wants to do an interview. If he says yes,
okay,
I will let you. If he emails me back or his girlfriend emails me back, I'll let you know.
Okay. And then I can just show up and say, "Oh, this is my my co-host, Mr. Metal Madness 66." He says you guys know each other. All right, boys. I'm gonna head off. I'll see you.
All right, guys. Take it easy. Stay metal.
Good night. See you, Josh. Later, Ben.
Be safe, guys.
Peace
And
out, boys.
before I leave here, subscribe to Metal Madness 666. Subscribe to Josh Dominus, just joshing, and subscribe to Frederick. We are out. It's been a hell of a night, right? Should we go another 5 hours?